I might be locked up, Sean. Give me a second. It's settled out there. I didn't even have to restart. Mic check, Sean.
Yep, I'm good.
Oh, cool. Right on. Good morning, Rebel. Sean, I was thinking it would have been nice to at least play the intro to Mr. or yeah, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Uh, I just can't do anything on my stereo right now. The house is still asleep. Believe it or
Oh,
not, it's 10 o'clock.
yeah. Well, what is it? It's 10 o'clock your time.
Yeah, yeah. Still just waking up. I got my coffee. Rebel, what's going on, Rebel? How you doing?
Good morning. Sorry, I was in the back channel sending out invites. I'm doing okay. I haven't gone crazy yet.
Well, how did the thing go last night?
It was actually Thursday and it went wonderfully. I think their choir teacher did a fantastic job. She pulled them together because they just started school in September. And she pulled them together for a concert and they sounded great. She had a couple kids do solos and they were actually fantastic. One of them, I'm like, oh my God, that's going to end up being like viral. How did she sound like that? Because it was this little like 4.5 foot girl in middle school and she came out and she sang and she sounded like she should be at the opera. And it was beautiful. Of course, the way the teacher had to group the students was kind of funky because the the senior choir, the high school choir is all of 16 kids, and then the middle school has like 30.
My girlfriend is a music teacher, so I get to hear kids, uh, practicing piano, singing, and there's some really talented kids. I mean, they're amazing. And she even admits, she's like, some of these kids are so far advanced with their playing that she can play that stuff. It's just sometimes she's teaching, people with less skills, and then she has different levels of skill, and the transfer from one to the next is a big jump, you know, for everybody to just switch gears to the more advanced music.
Well, I think the music teacher did fantastic because to get that many kids in that short a time, and she arranged them and picked songs that worked well with them. And I was really proud because it was all American based music. The first thing they did was 4 children came out. A gentleman came out from the side, moved the decorative flag with the gold fringe and eagle on top to the center stage, and the kids sung the national anthem. I didn't see hardly anybody sitting down during that. And the only thing that was louder than the applause for that was at the end when all the students came on stage. because of course you got a stadium filled with parents. So I also, that earned a lot of respect for me for the music teacher as well.
Wow. Makes you feel like there's hope, right? When you hear that. When you see everybody doing that and the teacher doing that and everybody reacting like that, that's great.
Oh, it was fantastic. It's the benefits of the small town. I saw people crying when kids were singing, like singing the solo, and it wasn't even their kid. It was just because it was so fantastic, because these kids put in a heck of an effort. And it showed. And you could tell there were some that were a little squirrely and a little worried, but they did fantastic. And another thing the teacher did, it may seem like a little thing, but after every song, the teacher walked off to the side so that parents could get pictures. And then she would make, but just that she made that little effort.
That's awesome. Three cheers to a good teacher. We don't have enough of them. God bless them.
Hey, Marlon, what's going on, brother? Good morning.
What's up, guys? Morning, afternoon. Yeah. What's
Yeah.
going on? Here we go.
One
I
man's
just came
morning
out
is
of-
another man's afternoon.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I was at a political meeting this morning, and they're really looking for support out of my town for the other guy, but we got to be the United States and get back united.
What was it that you attended something?
Yeah, there was a political rally
Right
with all the
on.
candidates and sheriffs and judges and Senate. They were all there.
Anything promising or anything concerning from it?
Oh, it's all concerning. It's just to show how much divide that there really is. So it's unfortunate, really is, and it's too much mudslinging in the Republican primary, and they made, they made slices that they can't repair.
So it sounded more concerning than promising, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, very concerning. But we'll see if he wins. There was a big crowd there, so you're only talking about the upper echelon that really knows exactly what's going on. Everybody's just got grumblings, but big Republican support today.
So the turnout was good from the public, or what do you think?
Oh yeah, it was packed. There was people out front, and it's unfortunate. Kid passed out in there. I had to call an ambulance the whole bit. And they delayed the whole thing, and I don't even know what happened. So yeah, lots going on.
There was a medical emergency during it.
Yeah, some kid
That
passed
sucks.
out. Yeah, it's terrible. So just get my act together here. Just about ready to slam down a lunch here, but let's do this.
Well, I remember from time to time you spoke about your ancestral heritage and your connection to the colonization of America in a way, and some of your roots being on the voyages that came across to come here.
Yes, sir. My name is on the Mayflower Registry.
Well, Sean and I have been having discussions about this for a while. We've been looking at the conflict with Israel and Palestine and everything going on, and then you look at all the college universities and all the people protesting, and the youth of today has been basically programmed to hate the process of, or just to hate colonizers. Just, it's abhorrent. They see it as evil. And yet, we're here today because of colonization to a degree, but all of these things, most of these fights throughout history, or these battles, or the reasons for people leaving and the reasons for people resettling, has always revolved around religious pursuits or religious beliefs, or the escape of persecution for their beliefs and things like that. And you look at what's going on with Palestine and Israel, and the occupation of territories, and you have these two different belief systems that are butting heads for forever. But yeah, we're kind of looking at it from the big picture, and then some of the things that we were taught in high school or growing up as Americans about the Pilgrims. We tend to pick points in time that suit us, that are best suited to teach our youth history, and they don't necessarily tell you everything, but they start at a convenient point in time. Like, we might as well start here, and yeah, you could go back even farther to the Vikings, like Sean and I were talking about, that there were people that were forging their way, not just the Europeans, or not just people from Europe, but there were people from all over. You have the French, you have the Spanish, you have a bunch of people that contributed to the colonization of the United States.
It's funny you say that. In Kenora, and it's about 2 hours above the border in Canada, they have a large German population there, and so does a lot of Minnesota and Wisconsin. So, it all depends on where they landed.
Yes, the Germans, and there was even more. You have the settlements in Louisiana, and you have a lot of different cultures that settled all over before the forming of the first original states.
Yeah, I was trying. It just reminds me. I need to look that up. When was Cortez the Killer? He was a Spaniard, I believe. I'm trying. I got to look that up. When was he? Because he came to the Americas too. I'm gonna have to find what year that was.
Well, the other thing that I was talking with Sean about is that, our youth has been taught to believe that there were, and it's true, there were people that were here that were living, um, you know, they had their own way of agriculture and infrastructure, whatever that was, but it was still rather primitive, although they were very efficient. Um, when you bring all of these other people from other places, you bring some innovation, you bring some differences, that start to change the landscape. And I don't know. I just think a lot of people are being taught. I guess it's the Wakanda theory, like there was some kind of ancient technology at play, uh, advanced methods of agriculture and advancements that were destroyed by the colonization of America. But life wasn't easy. I mean, it wasn't Wakanda, it wasn't like some advanced, I don't know how to explain it. It just wasn't as advanced as everybody would like to make it. It was still rather primitive. And so some people like to think, oh, it was really advanced and it got wiped out. And but it was actually more advanced than people lead you to believe, when it was actually most likely very primitive and not very advanced. Although, it worked. It was efficient at the time for the people. But you see this in Hollywood movies. Like Wakanda is a really good example of that.
Think about this, man. Imagine you're in Denmark and you're going to load up your ship. You're going to take your entire life over to the New World. Could you imagine the ominous feeling you must have had not knowing?
Well, Cape Cod and Plymouth, not very warm places during certain times of the year. Very harsh. You like you said, you packed up. You don't have any shelter. You don't have any infrastructure like what you left behind. And it's just this raw land that is basically ready for you to build on or do something with. But gosh, it must have been so hard. Most of the people, in fact, 50% of the people died. Um, I think they died when they were actually in Cape Cod. And some of those people survived miraculously and went on to continue the path. But I mean, man, it was harsh, real harsh. I can't see how it would be fun in any sense of the word. It must have been miserable.
I know you don't live right in San Francisco, but imagine jumping on your horse and going to San Francisco. Say like, all right, honey, I'll be back next week. Like, look at, I don't know. It's kind of funny to me. Like, I couldn't imagine getting on a horse and going to Philadelphia. I can tell you that.
Right, and there was also again no infrastructure. There was no roads. The land had not been cleared really, right? Like so they had to clear the land just to so they could start building infrastructure. But to your point with the horses, right? You get on the horse. What road are you following? Because there is no road.
Well, I'm sure there's, you know, game trails and, other pioneers that developed trails, especially in the East. I would think that, well, depends on when they got here, right? Yeah, if you got here in 1692 or 1492, right? Not too many roads.
Well, interestingly enough, right about that time, I think the Salem witch trials kicked off. I think 1690.
Yeah.
16 by 1692 to 93. I think that was right. I mean, you nailed right about when the Salem witch trials started. Um, Again, I mean, all of this it all surrounds around religion. The Puritans, the Protestants, and the separatists or the Pilgrims, and trying to escape from the Catholic Church. From what I understand, I could be wrong. I'm not too much of a historian buff, but
Well, King Henry VIII is the one that defected from the Catholic Church. He's the one that came up with the Episcopal Church. the Protestants. I think, if I understand it correctly, and I am actually an Episcopalian, not a Catholic.
Right. On my dad's dog tags, it says Protestant. But so the Puritans, what they did was they kept the connection to the church. Others wanted to break away from that. So some still kept their ties to the church, meaning Europe.
You remember the Pope was in on it too.
Well, that's why King Henry actually defected from it. He
Right.
didn't believe in the Pope.
He was with the Pope. That's when they got rid of what are the names? It starts with a T. And they held all the riches and everything from the Pope, and all the supposedly they held the what is it called again? You know, where they carry the the thing, the chalice of the Jesus, what he drank from.
The Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail. They supposedly had the Holy Grail, okay? And they supposedly, what are they called again? It's on the tip of my tongue. They had like a cross on their shirts, starts with a T. And the Pope was killing all them. They started killing them all. And a few escaped because they were torturing and killing them too, because they had to do with the Pope. I know all about this stuff.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
These religious wars were killing
Right.
people for their beliefs,
And these
yeah.
people were the Pope's army. Oh, what were the names again? And they were the army of the whole system, and then they started killing them all. And so some escaped, and it was really terrible. And actually, some escaped to Nova Scotia.
Is it the Swiss Armed Forces or the Guards?
No, it starts with a T. It's way back in the 1400s.
I know who you're talking about. Hold on.
Yeah.
So the reason that King Henry VIII was so mad, he had his people believing in Jesus Christ, and why the Pope was so upset is because he didn't believe in the abstaining of sex, and he wanted to marry. That's why still even today that they do offer priest positions in the Episcopal Church to women. So
Right.
This is really the problem that he had. He couldn't believe that a human being had to abstain to marry the church.
That's why he had so many wives. This is Henry VIII, right?
I believe so.
King Henry is. Yep.
Yeah, he killed all 8 wives. Goes to show you how horrible he was. So that's why he killed all the what are they called again? It starts with a T. They wore crosses on their things. They were really big. I'm so sorry I can't remember them. I just had a stroke, so I can't remember the things. I'm so sorry.
Well, you mentioned you mentioned a few artifacts, but the Ark of the Covenant. Yes.
That's all them. That's them. Oh, that's all them. So what they did was they were killing and torturing all of these guys, and a few guys escaped, obviously. Yeah. And it was terrible. It was horrible because here they protected them for all this time, and they were killing and torturing them. It's horrible. It starts with it. I'll look it up and I'll come back. How's that? You know who it is. You know who they are. Okay? I'll look it up and come right back.
Well, if you weren't asking us what they were called, all of us would have remembered. But you put us on the spot, Chrissy.
I'm sorry, I got a call coming in. I just canceled out. What did you say?
I said several of us probably would have remembered, but you put us on the spot.
I know.
And that never works out
I
well.
got on here and I would have remembered it, but I was on the spot when they said this about all this stuff. I remember it because I watch it all the time on the History Channel. I love this stuff. So, yeah, I know. All right, let me go look and I'll come right back to you. I'm listening.
Well, I'm posting a bunch of stuff up in the Nest, just for some historical, context of what we're talking about. It's interesting to dive into what the difference between a Puritan and a Pilgrim is, because I think a lot of people, heard the story of the Pilgrims when you were a kid, it was the Pilgrims and the story of Thanksgiving.
Right. The Templars.
Oh yeah, the Templars. Oh my God, I can't believe yours. It starts with a T. It starts with T. You guys know. Nobody said it. Oh, of course, the Templars.
Right?
Thank you. Yes.
I knew it was so easy. That's what it was, the Templars. I knew it was easy. There you go.
Way to go. Now, now it's not clicking. I was trying to think what it was and I couldn't come up with it. Templars. You're exactly right. That was great.
Yep. I'm sorry. Go ahead with what you were saying now.
Well, let me turn to Carm. Good morning, Carm. How you doing? Good to see you. I see Rebel. I see Chrissy and Sean. I see even Advocate in the house, Mr. Small. So good stuff, man. Here we go.
Sean, did you want to touch back on the Vikings? Because I love Vikings.
Well, sure. It was 1092 AD, so way before we thought. When we think of when the Americas were colonized, right? And they landed basically in British Columbia, which is now Canada, of course. But so when they were instead of, I don't think they were fleeing religious persecution more than they were trying to just accumulate massive wealth. Is why the Vikings set out to conquer the West.
So you're saying clearly almost 500 years before Columbus did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're saying that the Vikings found the West before Columbus did. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, and 500 years is a long time. I mean, and remember, their boats were what, 30 feet long. So think about it. It's not much bigger than going out in a standard speedboat these days.
That was when men were men.
Sean, you watch the same shows I do.
It was like comparative to us to go to the moon. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just amazed at the resound that these people had to do that. We wouldn't think about it. Go what? Where? No.
No, right, and I'll pick on myself. Like I finally did give my motorcycle away to my stepson a few years ago, but I got to the point where I didn't even want to get on the motorcycle unless it was 75 and sunny. Like, could you imagine getting on a boat for 3 months with no cover?
Rowing.
It's amazing that they saw the land first. They were up there and they were right. They were right at the assumption because they said, why would they go back and not go west and see where the land was west? And they're right. They're absolutely right.
Well, we got a bunch of people piling in, everybody. I want to welcome Christian Lamar and Reverend Tim. I see you. And we got Jessica stepping up, who is very based, knows a lot of stuff. Welcome, Jessica.
You know, Sean, I'd be really interested to see and hear what kind of provisions the Vikings had. What was deemed essential? Because if you're in a boat that small, and not only do you have to feed the crew, you have to keep them energized to keep rowing. Because you lose a couple guys, you lose power. So I'd be interested to see what they had for provisions, because I would imagine it would be a lot of dried or somehow preserved.
I would think whale blubber.
A lot of salted fish.
Yeah. And whale
Salted
blubber
meat.
is known to keep you. It's known for the protein and the fat to keep them fat.
Well, sorry, Marlon, you want to go, and then let's welcome Christian to the
Nah,
floor.
we're good. Okay.
Hey, Christian, how you doing? We're just kind of getting warmed up here. Let's go to Jessica.
Technically, didn't the Vikings discover Canada, not America?
Yes, you're correct.
So technically, Columbus did discover America, just not
Well,
North
he
America.
discovered the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Oh right,
West.
why was it thinking Florida for some reason? I don't know. That would have been the Spanish though, Florida, anyways, but not Columbus, because the oldest city is Saint Augustine. It's very cool if you ever go to visit.
You are 100% on it. I always like you're just filled with information. Yes, the Spaniards landed in St. Augustine, Florida.
Well, Jessica, do you believe that colonialism is the root of all our problems here?
No, I think a desire to have problems to solve is the root of our problems.
I think a lot of people think colonialism is just inherently evil, and the occupation of land and over throughout time is part of the
So
dark
history's
side of our
evil.
history.
So history's evil because literally throughout history, people kill, people conquer, people steal. It is the way of humanity. If you want to change that, you may try, but you can't erase what has been done. What has been done is in the past. That's why it's called the past. You know, we're living in the present, and then there's the future. But you can't go back unless you build a time machine, and I don't recommend that because the repercussions of that we don't really know, and yeah. But um yeah, like let's not act like the Native Americans, for example, didn't slaughter and kill each other and take each other's territory because they very well did. And let's not act like the Chinese didn't conquer all their, neighbors, or that the Russians didn't expand their territory, or that, Britain and France didn't fight constant wars over parts of France, or that France didn't conquer Italy for part of history. They did. So this whole notion that colonialism is evil is so laughable. Because, sorry, not to sound like prejudice, but given the way things go in tribal tensions in Africa, they'd be even worse off if it hadn't been for the for being colonies. Because the technological advances that were given to them by Europeans has put them in a better position than they would have been otherwise. Because otherwise, they'd just be using spears to slaughter each other instead of AK-47s.
I I absolutely agree with you, Jessica. As a matter of fact, if you look back in history, our history, United States of America's history, you look at the manifest destiny. What what was that? What was manifest destiny? It was the divine intervention that we should expand west. That it was God that wanted us to do it. Look back at the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine said, no, 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 no more Europeans settling from England that weren't Americans to settle our Western lands. So they didn't. We kicked them out. So yeah, I don't believe that colonialism in relation to the United States was bad. I mean, it created a country.
Yeah, I think that's one aspect of what we're talking about, and it relates to the current a little bit. All of this kind of relates to the current conflict with what's going on with Israel and Palestine, because there's stuff going on there that's similar with the occupation of lands and things like that. But Susan, it sounds like you're pretty based, a lot. We're kind of exploring the difference between Puritans, Pilgrims, and the Patriots that we are today. The version, when I hear Patriots speak up, when they say, in God we trust, it's their version. It's the version that they have now of God and Christianity to them that I hear. And there's all these differences between that occurred during the forming of the United States between the Puritans, the Protestants, the Pilgrims, the Separatists from, what they were escaping to practice religion freely.
You're absolutely right.
It has a really strong religion theme to it.
Well, absolutely. Our founders were extremely religious. Look at the Declaration of Independence. Look at the Constitution, the preamble of the Constitution. Yeah, the Puritans, Pilgrims, they're one and the same as far as I'm concerned. But why did they leave England? Because they wanted religious freedom. They did not want to belong anymore to the Church of England. So they took that unbelievable trip on a boat, on a little Mayflower, a little tiny thing. If you can't tell that I'm from Massachusetts, and I've been to Plymouth Rock many, many times. Yeah, I mean, it's history. It's part of our history. Why? Because we're seeking religious freedom. But they had a very tough 2 winters.
Well, you guys are talking about, when we landed, not long after England was coming back and forth with ships, we infected the Indians. The Indians didn't have an immune system like the English coming over, so a lot of disease had wiped out a lot of the eastern part of Indian tribes. And it's not only the infections that they brought, but it was also the ideology, right? So a lot of people, I've been exposed to a lot of Indians in Canada, and it's just a different thought process. They live for today. They, not that they didn't stock up for wintertime, but they just had a different mentality than the English. And but infection really did most of it. And then they were more scared to even have contact with white men, right? So I think they had to work through that.
Well, this is for Susan. Susan, up top on the far left is the difference between Pilgrims and Puritans. I put something up there. It's an interesting read to kind of get the separation between the two. And I mean, when I grew up, I heard the story of the Pilgrims, the Mayflower, Thanksgiving. These are the stories that I was taught growing up, but there are differences, and why we chose the Pilgrim as the basis of the story instead of the Puritans or some other. How we ended up with the Pilgrims, is it the lesser of all the evils? I don't know why we picked the Pilgrims. It's a great story, but like Sean and I have been talking about, And then the disease, the disease and stuff like that. I think well before certain colonization happened, some of that already occurred. Um, but it happened from the introduction of diseases from outside, certainly. Jessica, why don't you go? And Christian, he got his mic back. Let's go to Jessica, and then we'll say hi to Christian.
I think I forgot what I was gonna say to be. Oh, actually, no, I remember. Yeah, so I believe it was John Adams who said that the country in the founding documents were meant for a religious people, which is why I think it's very hard for a lot of people today to understand where a lot of it comes from, what a lot of it means, and how our rights can't be taken away except by force because of the fact that they're God-given rights, and that's why we have the Second Amendment and the First Amendment to protect those rights. Um, and a lot of the other thing is that people think that separation of church and state means that religion can't be involved. What it really means is that there is not to be a state-endorsed religion or a state-sponsored religion. It does not mean that religion can't influence politics or the other way around, which is common, which is so people don't seem to understand that these days, which is really annoying. Because even not all the founding fathers were religious, but several of them were, and obviously John Adams was one of them. So yeah.
Sorry, I was tied up there. Yeah. I mean, over time, we went into the Confederacy of the States, and then we went to the Constitution. So there's a lot of change that happened from the time we actually came here in before 1620, but from 1620 to 1693 and beyond. But Christian, what's going on? How you doing, bud?
Hey Matt, what's going on? Sorry about that. I was just took a call from one of the volunteers, and I was talking to her because she was really shocked. She was taken aback at how complacent voters really are, and she was very surprised, because she heard me talk about it, but it was a whole nother thing for her to actually just go through a sheet of voters, and she's making calls, talking to them about how to stop stolen elections and about the importance of uh, being a precinct committeeman, so you have voting power in the party, and you can use that voting power to stop incumbents from getting elected, stop rhinos from staying in office, stop the stolen elections overall. And she was just surprised about how many people were very complacent. um, and I talked about this yesterday in another space, and nobody wanted to hear it, but it's the truth. And I'll tell you another story this week. So on Thursday and Friday, I sent out texts to uh, a little more than 1,000 Republican voters uh, in West Phoenix. And so West, if you think of West Phoenix, these are communities that have uh, relatively new homes, single family homes, nice neighborhoods, all across West Phoenix, and not one voter responded to the text message saying, "Hey, what do I need to do to get this done?" I had a lot of people that said yes, the elections were stolen. I had about 30 responses. That's pretty about the growing rate for how many texts you send out, because a lot of people, they just get so much junk that just doesn't matter, so they don't respond to text messages. But so I had 30 responses. Well, out of the 30 responses I got, I only had 5 people that were totally against doing anything about the elections whatsoever. So 25 supported it, but the problem is nobody stepped up to become a precinct committeeman, and that's just, again, the complacency of or just the belief that you're always going to have a country. You don't have to do anything. The country is going to be around forever. It doesn't matter who's in office. Just let whoever gets in office get in office, and everything will just be blue skies, and everything will be beautiful. It will have a beautiful life no matter who's in office. Um, that that is pretty apparent, not only to me but others. They're starting to see that, and we're going to continue on. We've got we did pass a censure this week, and so we've passed now 12 censure. We've passed censures in 12 out of 20 Maricopa County districts. We have 4 that we're going to flip in our favor, and then once we flip those 4, we'll already be starting the process of starting another round of censures, and that will be right inside of the legislative session. Because that's what we did last year at the top of the year. We started censures in the middle of the legislative session, and it just absolutely, I mean, it drove a lot of the establishment crazy. We already got one resignation already. It's not the session's over and we already got one resignation. So these censures are 100% effective. They're doing exactly what we want them to do. We just need more censures passed, and we need censures passed outside Maricopa County. There are 15 counties in Arizona, and only one other county has passed censures. So we have that on our task list or of lists of things to do. But in the meantime, we're signing up PCs in 4 different districts in Maricopa County. We're going to flip those districts in our direction and get them to pass censures, and then we have another strategy that I'll reveal later on once we start that. But we're still working. We're still doing that. We're going to do it regardless if people are complacent or not, because this is what really matters. And if anybody, if we care about having a president of the United States that is actually going to do the things that are necessary for the country, and if we care about having a strong border with a wall, and having good trade policy and foreign policy and a whole host of other things, if we care about any of that, then we have to we have to make sure that the right president is in the White House, and you can't do that unless you actually have fair elections inside of the counties. And the election is going to come down to 6 states, 6 counties. 3 of those are in Republican control, Republican state legislatures. And if the state legislatures are not ensuring that the county is following the law, then the elections are going to be stolen. So we're going to do everything we can to make sure we have a fair election in Maricopa County. That Maricopa County is going to decide the 2024 election. So will Fulton County in Georgia. So will Milwaukee County in Wisconsin. And I'm going to do my part to make sure that we do whatever we can to stop the stolen election. And if we can get rhinos out of office in the process, then perfect. But we're going to do what we can to educate the public, get them up to speed, and help save the 2024 election. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Have you been seeing the opposition using the same techniques yet, or have they been doing that for a long time as well in the opposite direction or fight?
No, and this is hard work. It's almost like when you wonder why someone hasn't gotten something done that was difficult. Well, the reason why is this is hard work. It's hard to sign up PCs. It's hard to target precincts that have open vacancies available. This is hard work getting those applications approved, and then making sure that those people vote on the important censures. So these things are these things are very hard to do, and not many people want to spend that time getting that done. So that's why we have so many vacancies. I mean, and that's why we've seen over the years how the Republican Party has been stagnant, because of the fact that they're not doing this kind of work where they get PCs, they get people active, and they're doing some of these things that we've been doing because this is hard work.
Hey, Christian, if you don't mind, I got a quick comment. I'll have to tell you, during the primary process between the Republicans, they have made scars that can't be repaired. And now we have people that have successfully cut this GOP in half. And, I was approached by the other side today because they need help in my county, or they need help in my town. So, it's almost like how do we get back and reinstill the united part, the United States part? That's what I would really like to see.
I missed part of your question because I was interrupted by a call. Just give me your question one more time.
So basically, what happened is during the primary process, a lot of scars have been made on each side, and they're unrepairable, and it shows. I was even approached by the other side, and they need help in my particular town. So what I'm asking is, hey, how do we reinstill the united part in the United States?
Well, we do that just by educating the voters on their political power, and talking about some of the things that they care about, whether it's term limits or whether it is how they can do things to make an impact politically. A lot of people, we have so many people in our country. I don't care. I don't care what party affiliation that they are. So many people that want to do things or get involved, and they're tired of listening to whether it's MSNBC or Newsmax, or reading the Wall Street Journal, or watching C-SPAN, or listening to NPR, or wherever. And they're always saying, I'm tired of listening to all these people talk about the problems in the country. I want to do something. I want to get involved. Um, and when we have those folks and we reach out to them, we can let them know, hey, these are the things that you can do to get involved. This is why the government is not working. Here's the solution. Here's the correction to the problem. This is how you get it on the right, correct path. People are looking for solutions, but they're not hearing that. And so every time they turn on the television, it's always what's not working, but they don't hear the solutions and then the steps in those solutions to achieve what the goal is. That's what's missing. uh, I would say, just in politics and in the country overall, is that people don't hear the steps that they need to take to execute a plan and a mission to achieve a goal.
Christian, I believe that you are absolutely correct. But the problem is, the Democrats have been playing this game for 50 years. 50 years, maybe more. They find an unknown, label him a Republican, have him say all the right words, people vote him in, then get him compromised or blackmailed, then they got him. And then they vote the way they want them to vote. And the states, believe it or not, in this country, that are allowing non-citizens, whether they're on a visa or a green card holder or whatever, to vote in our national elections. If you took away all those votes, the Democrats would never win another election, ever. And that's a problem. Paper ballots, same day voting, and the count is done by 11, 12 o'clock at night, period. That's the way you do it. But you got to get rid of the rhinos who are actually Democrats, like Kevin McCarthy.
You guys went. Susan already went.
Oh, you did you not hear her speak?
Shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she just spoke. But Christian, why don't you jump in and we'll shift Marlon down and back up.
Yeah, the about McCarthy. People, there's while yes, it's great, it's outstanding that we got McCarthy out. However, we're gonna have to watch Congress to see what they do. We're gonna have to watch the new speaker to see if he's going to follow through on what he promised. And I'm reserving judgment until that happens. And then uh, we have to remember that those rhinos are still in the United States Congress. So we're going to have to deal with that. And I would also say too that um, in order to get those rhinos out of office, we have to use our political power uh, to do that. And again, that requires us to participate. So I would just say that I hope that that the new speaker will follow through on his promises. We'll have to wait and see until he shows his work, until he uh, until we get up to that next vote on the budget. We'll have to see what happens. And to my knowledge, the January 6th tapes haven't been released. And I could mention I have a list of items that Ivan Rankin had or that he had created. I have his list, so we'll see what he does. But there has to be. We always wait until someone's in office, or we wait until they're elected to do something about how they do their job, and that has to be well before we get to that point. And if there's an incumbent, we should be working while they're in office to hold them accountable, so that when you start getting close to that qualifying period and they have to run for reelection, we can stop them from being elected if they haven't been doing their job.
Well, Christian, I wanted to make sure that, Sean has spoken on this several times, that you have actionable items that people can do. And I know you're doing your damnedest to get people to step up and join the precinct committeeman seats that are vacant and things like that. Um, we're more than willing to get whatever information you want out there, and we've been doing our darnest to do that. So, um, if we have to put it into a step-by-step process and break it down to where, it's so easy, which it already is, but let's lay it out in a format that's super easy for people to help. and do the things, and also use the techniques and tools that you're doing in other states and pick up that as well. Encourage them to do that because you're getting results, and these swing states and Arizona is vitally important, like you said, to the upcoming election. So it's imperative we get people to get on board and start doing something.
Yes, sir. I mean, we have about, I would say, I would say we have somewhere, we're still hovering around a neighborhood of about 20 active volunteers. We have a lot of folks that kind of dropped off, or they haven't been able to help us out, so we're having to go back again and sign up more volunteers. And we really, I was just talking to one of the other volunteers this morning, and she was saying that we need almost 100 volunteers. And I said, well, it would be great. It'd be nice if we had that many people that were dedicated to helping us save the country and save the 2024 election and all of that. But the issue is we need people to be able to make these calls and continue to sign up precinct committeemen. And that takes people that are dedicated to do that, and because that's at the end of the day, if you don't do the work, then you're not going to get the results. And a lot of us, while we are going about our daily lives, sometimes we just forget. We forget that, um, if we don't do what's necessary leading up to election season, when election season comes, we're not going to be happy with those results because we haven't done what's necessary leading up to that election season. So we're definitely. I just repinned my thread about the power of precinct committeemen to the top of my profile, and I still have all the information that's on my website, um, and I actually have some info um, that's not on my site. That's really more so for people that need it in order to vote on the censures. So I have even more information that's not on my site. But the gist of I have three different um, PowerPoint slides on my website. One is talks about how to stop the stolen elections in regards to the state legislature. Then I have another that covers the state legislature's authority in terms of subpoenas, legislative summons, and legislative warrants. That breaks that down. Then I have another um, PowerPoint slide, a set of slides that covers the power of precinct committeemen, and it explains how precinct committeemen can use their power along with public interests to save the country. And those slides go into very much detail on many different things, the way politics work, or just overall public interests, censures, and then of course in that I have a guide on how to pass a censure. I even have a censure template, uh, which just gives you some of the things that you would write inside of a censure. So I've got so much information uh, on my website. So you and that's on, and if you need to find my website, just Google my name. Literally, if you just look up my name, you'll find my website. It'll come at the top of the list. And if anybody has questions for me, because a lot of times people will reach out to me and say, "Hey, how do I become a PC? Can you show me where I need to look?" And they'll give me their county and I'll go on the web and I'll find the precinct committeeman application for their county. So I'm doing that too, besides what we're doing for Maricopa County. So if you have any questions, send me a DM and I'll help you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And man, we started a while ago when you came on with us with MAGA Mission on the site, and we've been directing people to all of our legacy speakers and their websites and their information. But this right here, what you're talking about right now, is so important that just like with early vote action and giving people actual links or buttons, like become a poll watcher, become a poll worker, register people to vote, register to vote, get involved here, get involved there with early vote action, get training, get the information. So what I really want to do is, we already have links to you, but I really want to put something together to actually, it's not recreating what you're doing. I just want to give people the exact title of what they're looking for, or what we're talking about, and get them right to the information to jump in and just really hit the ground running, so to speak. Like, you want to do this, you want to learn that, it's right here. You want to help, this is where you could do it. Click right here, right now. It'll take them right to your information on each topic, each slide, or each demonstration of what you're trying to lay out, and the information. So we'll try and get something together as well on our end to help that, because it's really, really important. And these techniques, what you're doing is so impactful that I'm surprised that the opposition isn't using it as well. Usually they're already doing the things that we catch on to and start doing later. They've already had a head start, especially on the grassroots movement and locally. It's funny, Bernie Sanders actually spoke on this. He said that they want to create a coalition to work from the grassroots up, the local communities, the youth. They're very focused, and he speaks of grassroots movements from the ground up, not from the top down, from the bottom up. So even Bernie Sanders, he knows that it starts from the ground up, from the people. So I just found that to be interesting when he was speaking on some certain things. He touches on that pretty strongly. Chrissy, why don't you jump in if you got a question, or you want to just say whatever? Go ahead.
Yeah, I live in Florida now. I've volunteered for the Republican Party, and I volunteered for Trump, and and I've given money, and all they keep asking me is for money, and I can't afford to give. I've donated close to $500, and I'm done. And now that's all they send me. They don't ask me to volunteer, yet that's what I've asked to do. They just ask me for more money. Now I want to volunteer. No one has called me to volunteer. They have just keep asking me for money. I can't. I keep saying retired. I can't give you any more money. And I just want to volunteer. And no one has called me to volunteer. No one has said anything to me to volunteer here in Florida. And this is what I want to do. And I've done it to everybody, and I've clicked it 1,000 times. I want to volunteer. Why haven't they gotten back in touch with me?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that, but if you would like um, to help one of the key 2024 states, then I mean, I got plenty of work. I got plenty of work to go around. Uh, and I would also say too that the Republican Party does not do this type of work. They wait until election season, 90 days before the election or 2 weeks before the election to start working. And that's not enough. So, but yeah, if you want something to do, I just followed you. you know, and you would like to, and what you would be doing is just making calls and signing up precinct committeemen, because once you're able to help us do that, that's gonna help us to control uh, everything in regards to not only the state legislature, but it's gonna stop rhinos from staying in office. It's gonna give us all the tools we need in one of the most critical states, battleground states for 2024. So you're more than welcome to. I would be happy to have you. Just send me a message. You know, if you don't have time to make calls, I totally understand. You know, we really, because we have a lot of people that, you know, would say that they would like to make calls, but you know, they haven't made the calls. Um, so yeah, if you want to jump in, we
Yeah,
yeah.
I will. I'll make calls. I'm retired. I'll
Yeah,
do it.
yeah. So just send me a message. I just followed you. Send me a message, and then we'll get you started on making calls. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Can I
Yeah.
DM you?
DM me. My DMs are open.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
You
Yep.
got it.
Well, God bless you, Chrissy, for stepping up, and thank you so much. And again, Scott Pressler with Early Vote Action, he also has some training and some things you can do as far as calls and volunteer work and things like that. But yes, please connect with Christian. He knows and he'll help you. So there's that too. I encourage people to do both. So thank you, Chrissy. We got David Stone. I think he might be on a street corner right now doing a honk and wave party. I don't know what's going on with you, David. What are you up to today? I thought it looked like you were protesting on the street, or you're rallying support.
So I just got done. It was a 12-2 honk and wave for Senate District 1 in Rhode Island. Nyoka Powell. She's running against a really progressive guy that's actually the chief of staff of the former Speaker of our House, Dominic Ruggiero. He's a super progressive as well. Well, I consider him super progressive. He considers himself progressive, but anyway, yeah. So no, we're just doing a honk wave show of support for our Senate District 1 candidate, and I was there from 12-2. I take advantage of I give people, I may not be able to like donate a lot of money or whatever, but like when push comes to shove, when I need help, they'll help me. So I look at it that way. It's a team effort, not a it's not a singular person that it's not a single team sport. We gotta have multiple people. So I look at it as it's a win for us if we can get her in. If not, it shows that there's people supporting her and that people will actually come out and vote and vote for the change that's necessary in the state. But you guys, I heard the back end of what you guys were talking about going and talking about going out and volunteering time. And I have this to say about that. You have a lot of people that will say they'll do things, but very little will actually put in the effort and do it. And I am not about that at all. If I can help anybody, like for instance, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn whatsoever because it needs to be done by everybody. Because I'm in my state, I'm running as a state rep. I have Senate districts that overlap. I have city council seats that overlap, and I help them run for office as well because I walk for them and they walk for me. One hand washes the other, which is how it should be. But a lot of Republicans are all about themselves and don't give a crap about anybody else. They're focused on their own thing and that's it. But if you have somebody that's even if they overlap with other house districts or Senate districts, I see that as an absolute loss of energy and an absolute loss of teamwork or effort to get you into office. Is you have them people that could easily just walk for you and put in effort to help you out, but they're not going to help you if you don't help them. It doesn't make any sense. You're not getting any effort in return. So it is 100% a team sport, and we should be absolutely advocating for this period. So, I mean, I sorely need people to help. I mean, I know that not a lot of people in here from around. We're a small ass state. I get it. We only have a population of 1.1 million, and most of the people in here, 99.999% of people in here are from other states. But I mean, we're looking for. I need somebody that's close enough to me. I'm looking for somebody that can help me run my campaign, that knows their shit. If I'm being honest, to be very blunt. Because I can't do it all on my own. My wife is a teacher, so she has no time, so I can't have her do anything. Because she's constantly having to do like the progress report for the school and always being at work. So it was hard on me last year. I only had 3 volunteers, but still, the city that I live in, I'm not trying to tout my own of what's going here, but I easily got 44% of the vote with just knocking on doors. If I had a little bit more organization and a little more, a few more people behind me, I think we could definitely flip. It's a flippable district, 100%. The independents and the Republicans outnumber the Democrats by it's 3-2, so it's easily flippable. And people are, I mean, they're just afraid of the in-person, the mail-in ballots and the early voting. So we have to kind of emphasize the early voting. And I'll be all done in a second. I know I'm going a little bit much. So if we can push the early voting and play their game, I think we can actually flip my district at least. Seeing as I did as well as I did last election, being the first time running. But this should be a team sport. This should be not people trying to do everything on their own. You're going to need help, and we need to try to get. I know this group, MAGA Mission Group, is that's their goal and their mission is, and I think that's what we need to take advantage of. So that being said, I'll just let somebody else talk. Because I see that I'm talking a bit too much.
Well, you mentioned independent voters, and when you look at the numbers, they can swing elections. They can make all the difference, and got to capture their vote for your party, or else we'll keep falling short. I mean, you look at California. If independent voters had just voted, towards the Republican Party, would have made a huge difference. In California, it could have made all the difference.
Yep. And my big talking point is they blame the Democrats for everything in this state, but there hasn't been a Republican majority in this state for 90 years. So who are you blaming? Are you blaming it on us just because you're parroting what the left media tells you? Because that's what it seems like. You're not giving anybody else a chance. You're just blindly voting the same party in, although they promise you this, that, and the other thing, and they renege on everything I give you, on everything I promise. So whose fault is it really that our state's in the crap hole that it's in? Just think about that for a second. And I'm referring to people I talk to. Like, just use a little bit of logic and common sense and think to yourself, how has it changed anything that I've been voting Democrat for the last 89, 90 years? Has it done you any favors? Usually the answer is no, and yet they still vote Democrat. They literally are the definition of the word idiot. Because idiocy is literally doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And yet they still keep doing it.
That's because, David, that's
I
because
think it's
the
insanity. That's the definition of insanity.
I think they're all the same. I
David.
screw that up.
So what it is that the Democrats show up and go and shake their hand, and the Republicans don't. So
I absolutely do. I have meet and greets all the time. Come talk to me. I'm not afraid to debate anything. Like, I am very upfront and very transparent of what I believe. And I mean, I've the doors that I've knocked on, or my volunteers have knocked on, they give them my personal number. If you have any questions, call me, because I'm not in the same area they are. I can't. If I did that, I would never get any door knocking done, because it'd be literally like a door an hour. I physically can't do it. So I tell them to give out my personal number. If they have an issue or a question, call me. I'm 100% open to take anybody's calls. I have nothing to be afraid of.
Well, everybody, I just want to welcome Jim Bennett has joined us, and that's great. And Reverend Tim is stepping up to speak with us. Oh, good afternoon, Reverend Tim, and good afternoon, Jim Bennett. Good to see you both, and hopefully Jim will come up and join the conversation. Hey, Rev, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Mega? How you doing, Sean, Marlon? How you guys doing? It's always funny to me when I hear Republicans bitching and moaning about Democrats when they sit there and they say, "Well, you vote for the same thing for the same results." Okay, so I'm just going to talk about, and I'm not talking about you, David. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people thinking that I'm picking on somebody. But this is what I can say to you, David. You say you go and you talk to everybody, you get in everybody's face, and that's awesome. I saw your thing today of your hunk. That's awesome to be able to get out there. I see you out busting your butt. But here's the thing, David. When your other counterparts, people who say that they're just like you, are not out there doing that, that kind of reflects on you too, my friend. And I think a lot of Republicans don't realize that. When people in the Democrat, I know here in Minnesota, the Republicans are so weak, it's not even funny. And that reflects on a lot of what's going on. And I don't think people really stop for 5 seconds and understand that, you know what? It's not just you. Dave, you can be out here busting your ass. I think that's cool what you're doing. But man, you got to look at your counterparts. You got to look at the people who are call themselves running also. When they don't do it, they're not showing that, they want to be like you, want to help be a part of the process. I mean, it trickles down, my friend. It really honestly does.
Can I chime in for a sec? Respond to that?
Go ahead, buddy.
All right. So no, you're not wrong whatsoever. 100%, 110%. And I do my couple per out to go to the Honkamay. I literally only got like 3 or 4 responses. It's blatant laziness from the right. They just don't want. They want to complain all day, but not do anything about it. That is the issue. And it's going to take a lot of, it's going to take a swift kick in the face by reality for people to wake the hell up. Like it's literally, people are just, they're too comfortable in the way they are. Make that and try to counteract these stupid Democrats, or we're just going to keep losing down the board every single friggin' time. That's what it's going to be. It's going to have to take a swift kick of reality in the face, something to really affect them, where they're going to be like, "Yo, we can't do this anymore." And I think that the time is coming. I mean, I don't know if anybody here follows me on Twitter. Like, I light people up for the dumbest shit, like Democrats and Republicans alike. I don't sit and just like harp on Democrats. If I see a Republican screwing up, I'm posting it. I don't care. People need to like check themselves. Like, people want to complain, they need to do something about it. They need to get up their ass and actually physically do work. And again, like I said, you're not wrong. You're 100% correct. The people that don't do anything and complain about it are the problem.
I'd like to ask this gentleman a question, if I may. I don't have a hand. I'm sorry.
That's fine, Mike. Good afternoon to you, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I guess this is David, and you are running for some sort of state position in Rhode Island. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's State House District 22 in Warwick, Rhode Island. Yes.
All right, David. My name is Mike Boston. I'm the president of the National Owner Operators Association. I've got a question for you, and I'm a trucking association, so I think you know where this is going. Last year, yeah, right. Last year, Connecticut jerked truckers and got away with got a tax approved that's going to double tax truckers that come into Connecticut. They did this because they realized that if they did this to truckers, they'd raise about $90 million a year in tax revenue, double taxing truckers, because we already pay IFTA highway use tax and fuel tax, and now they came up with some other tax that they wanted to hit truckers with. We announced a boycott against the entire state of Connecticut for that. They got away with it, but they got the model from Rhode Island, actually, because you guys tried to hit us with a just trucking tolling system in Rhode Island to raise revenue for fixing your roads and highways. I got a couple of questions for you on this. First of all, how do you feel about that?
I think it's disgusting that the government, because they need more money, can just tax and get from people. You're basically fleecing people. Somebody's reverb. I can't hear myself. Somebody turn the mic off.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So I think it's absolutely disgusting what they're doing. Because not only does it hurt truckers, it hurts everybody in the community because now prices of all the goods are going to go up. I think it's disgusting. The tolls in Rhode Island, the gantries got overturned. They were the state of Rhode Island was sent a assistant deceased letter for tolling trucks because it was deemed unconstitutional because they were literally just targeting trucks. So our all-knowing governor decided he was going to appeal it. It's going to lose on its face because, it literally is unconstitutional and you can't be discriminatory when you enact a tax. So I think it's absolutely horrible. Like I said, it hurts everybody all around. It affects your guys' wallets. It actually double hurts your wallets because now you're being charged extra taxes and then you get all your price of your goods that you buy at stores are going to go up. So your guys are getting hit twice, not alone to everybody else. Everybody else is only going to see it once, but you guys are going to get twice. And I think that's honestly, it's bullshit. Taxes in general are extortion.
Well, we're getting hit actually more than twice. We're getting hit about 3 times. And
Connecticut.
It was a federal judge that overturned that. And we're seeing that happening all over the place in the tri-state area. And it's wrong. It's wrong. And we're like, we're at the point where we're telling people in the tri-state area, you better learn how to hunt. You better learn how to, skin your own deer and cows and find your, grow your own food because this is an all-out assault on truck drivers in the tri-state area. And this is just one of the problems. I mean, first of all, in Rhode Island, the highway patrol, they're like Nazis. In Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, the highway patrol, they're like Nazis. They have an all-out assault on truckers.
Oh yeah. I've seen
their trucks and thrown on the ground for basically nothing in Rhode Island. And I think it's just like out of control, just totally out of control. So my question to you is, if you do get elected, what is your plan to make truckers' lives a little bit more easier coming in and out of Rhode Island to accommodate your constituents who go to the store and expect stuff to be on the shelves every day that us truckers bring to your state? Thank you.
I think we'll start with, I think it's wrong what they're doing. There shouldn't be a road tax. The federal government pays for federal roads. They pay for 95, 195, and 295. So I don't see why we should be taxing any of those roads or taxing truckers to use them. Those get repaired for money given to us by the federal government. I would try to remove or far remove or decrease the amount of taxes on truckers, period, because again, what affects you affects everybody, that including my own district constituents. And I think it go a long way to do that. I mean, I'm only one person, so I can only put legislation through. It's up to the House. I mean, trying to finagle my way and get people to see my side of the point. But the only thing I can think of is either getting rid of them altogether or extremely lowering those taxes or fees, because like I said, what affects you guys affects everybody. It's not fair to you, not fair to anybody else. You guys are already paying fuel tax. You guys are already paying just road usage taxes. It's ridiculous. Same thing Connecticut, same thing in Mass. Any of the federal roads shouldn't be taxed for truckers to use. It's absolutely absurd. That's the only thing I'd be able to do as a state legislature would be able to state legislator is to either remove or lessen those fees. And I would be 100% on board to do it because, like I said, it affects everybody. So that's really all I would be able to do.
Thank you for your response, sir. And everything he said is exactly right. And people need to recognize exactly how badly truckers in this country are treated from a government standpoint. We get taxed beyond belief. IFTA hit me with a $6,000 bill last month. International fuel tax, $6,000 bill. And on top of that, I have to pay separate taxes to Connecticut. And if I don't pay those taxes to Connecticut, the first violation is $5,000. The second one is $10,000. The third one, I believe, is $20,000. And if I get caught driving through Connecticut, I get my truck impounded. You know what? Middle finger. I got one middle finger right now, and I got another middle finger right now, both up in front of the tri-state area. That's what I think. Middle fingers. We've announced a boycott against the state of Connecticut. The entire state of Connecticut, we announced a boycott against them like 4 or 5 months ago. And people need to recognize they can't keep treating American truckers like garbage. I appreciate you, Mr. Stone. I hope you get elected. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I hope I do too. I'm done with the state.
Well, I appreciate everybody, and I want people to retweet the space if they can and share it so that way we get everybody's voices heard. I haven't spoken with Jim Bennett yet today, and I just want to welcome him to the floor. Jim, please join us.
How are y'all today? I saw the title and it intrigued me because I am in fact a Mayflower descendant. William Tilley, who became William Tilley Howland, was one of my ancestors about 12 to 20 times in my pedigree. And I can attest to the strength of character that the people that came across on the Mayflower itself that they had. My ancestor, William Tilley, lived to be 80 years old. She was married. Well, she wasn't married. She began living with a man named John Howland because he was the only one left. 7 years older than her. She was 13. He was 20. And she bore him, I think it's 11 children and ended up with 88 children. And she is known by many as the mother of our country because at that time, obviously, there weren't a whole lot of people here. My family has lived on the same piece of property in Maine since 1730, and we still hold part of it today. Massive portions of it have been sold off. We only have a little bit left. But we've been around a long time, but I'm not in Maine. I'm in Georgia, where I am running against a rhino, Drew Ferguson. He represents himself, his friends, and his donors, and we don't even get the scraps. So I'm running against him for that and a multitude of other reasons.
Well, that's awesome, and the history that you just brought to the floor is really amazing as well. We kind of touched on the early on when we first started warming up. We were talking about the Puritans and the Pilgrims and colonization of America. We even went back so far as to the Vikings, even that far back, but at this point, I think now we're at the forming of the first states. We have the settlements. We have the Mayflowers landed. The people came. It was harsh conditions. Not very many people survived. Only the strongest survived. Darwin's theory of evolution there in action. But a lot of people perished, and the ones that survived, we were just recanting or remembering or imagining, if you will. I can't even imagine how harsh uh, living was at that time and survival. It must have been just a daily game of roulette. You could get sick and fall ill, and the next thing you know, you're just gone within days. It's horrible what they went through.
I can tell you that Elizabeth Tilley watched both of her parents die. Then she watched her aunt and uncle die. And then she moved in with the governor of the colony, and he and his wife died. So the 6 people that were there to take care of her, the 6 of them died before she met this young man who was the only one left. That's an incredible strength of will to not just give up. It's there. I can tell you, I mean, I know my ancestors. We've lived in the same place for so long up there that these are extraordinarily stubborn, willful, powerful willed people. And the courage that it took them to leave everything they knew and decide that our worship is worth us moving to another country, or it's not even a country yet, just a blank space on the map practically. It's amazing. And then watching them, the records they kept are immaculate. And then moving towards the developments of states, the Declaration of Independence. It's a fascinating story that can almost only be explained with providence, because you go from the Pilgrims in 1620 to the Declaration of Independence 150 years later. That's a long time, but the amount of growth, the development, the infrastructure, everything that occurred on this continent in those 2 in between places, and then to have a group of men that were as altruistic and loyal to one another as the signers of the Declaration were. It's nothing less than a miracle. And to discount what those men did by saying that they didn't write what they meant in the Constitution and in the Declaration is abhorrent. That's not even it can't even be considered, because these were extraordinarily knowledgeable men, even by today's standards, with deep understandings of not just our language, but Latin and Greek. And they read Cicero in Latin. I mean, these were incredible men, and to have them all coalesce at the same place at the same time is just, it beggars belief that it occurred naturally.
We often speak of a lot of things are divine the way they happen and line up, and yeah, you need to have some serious higher powers at work to make everything fall into place like it did. It's divine in the way that it happened, truly. Marlon.
So even the invention of the gun, right? What year did that come in? Because I could see if you were, hey, you came from Ireland and you packed your mule up when you got to America and you went out west. Like, think of the ominous feeling. I mean, just think of it. Like again, in the beginning of the space, I said it's like me getting on a horse and going to Philadelphia. It's like, all right, I'll see you next week. I mean, it's just the resolve of the people to understand that they could survive on the way too. That was that's a risk.
What we cannot forget is that we are descended from people who crossed a frozen Delaware River when we were losing a war pretty dramatically at the time. We are descended from people who will cross a frozen Delaware River to attack 6,000 Prussians in the dark. That's who we are as a people. We are not what's the word they use? Oh, it escapes me. Snowflakes. The people of this that founded this country and still live here today are some seriously stout, stubborn, devoted people. And we have to introduce ourselves to a generation of children who have, for 20 years of their lives, been seeing their lives given over to institutions that tell them that they're anything but that they're weak, that they need to be coddled, that they have to be told that they get participation trophies. All of this is by design, and it is to make us feel that we are less than we are, and specifically to separate our children from their parents so that they don't look to us for guidance and inspiration and just power of living. They look to a handheld screen in their hand, and they think that communicating with a person frankly, like we are now, is the be all end all of life. That is not the be all end all of life. The be all end all of life is living it and doing it in the way that they have taught our children. And I use that term collectively, they being people who are trying to remove the everyday living of life from these children's lives. We have to stop that. We have to take back the educational process that our children are receiving. Parents must be in charge of their children's educations, and the dollars that we pay in taxes absolutely must be controlled by the parents who are educating their children. It is imperative that we wrest that power from the state and return it back where it rightfully belongs, with the parents, so that we can teach our children who we are.
I want to do a system check with Sean. Sean, you dropped down, came back up. You good?
Yeah, I'm back now. Thank you.
Yeah, Jim, what's very concerning right now is the youth. I would say, when I say the youth, sadly, the youth falls into a big bracket of the people that have been programmed and indoctrinated into believing certain things, and it's leading to a lot of unrest. We could see it in the college campuses and people protesting and things like that. And it seems like the theme of colonialization is they're I'm just going to go out on a limb. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. It feels like they're teaching the youth and Americans, or American youth, that colonialization is evil. We were founded on evil. Our actions are deplorable, and therefore America as a whole, like you said, should be culled or punished or knocked back down a notch for their past, or the past of our past actions. You following my line of thought there, Jim?
Yes, sir. But I'm privileged. I'm privileged in that I didn't only come from a two-parent household. I knew all of my great-grandparents, and I know my history. I know exactly where I came from. But what you're saying, what they're teaching, it's so false in so many ways. One of my ancestors was a man named George Gray. It was my mother's maiden name. And he fought against Oliver Cromwell, the Battle of Dunbar in Scotland. I'm very much a Scottish person living in an American body, because that's what my DNA says I am. But he lost the Battle of Dunbar, and he was one of they killed half the army, and then the other half of the half, a quarter of them, died before they did anything with them. But he was sold. He was sold to America as a slave. He was sold as a slave to a timber company in Massachusetts, the colony of Massachusetts, in 1650. And you're going to tell me that somehow my history, the life events of my family are somehow discounted because we're taking this land or we're colonizing this land. We didn't have a choice in his example. He was here because he was literally sold. So there's all kinds of stories, and I think that their narrative that there's only one path to America and it's always the colonizers and they're always the bad guys. Guys, that discounts the millions of stories of the actual individuals that came to this country. It is not as simple as they would have it appear. And sure, powerful individuals reaped huge reward, but that doesn't discount that the people of America should discount who they are, because they also created the shining city on the hill, the beacon to all of the world to see that we value the rule of law, personal freedoms, the Judeo-Christian ethic, private property rights, and capitalism. Those 5 things put together into documents that have brought forth massive economic and social freedom in this country. They call it colonization. I call it putting together the greatest culture the world has ever seen. And they discount it at their own peril, because I do not believe it is in any way dead.
Wow. Yeah, mic drop after mic drop, Jim. I want to keep exploring after we get through 1620, but I see there's CM Cliff McClure in the house, who has on his bio says he's a Mayflower descendant. It's interesting. We put this title up, and now we have Marlon, Jim, and CM, and I'm sure there's more descendants of the Mayflower. But it's interesting. A bunch of people have their story and history, and I know you've documented your history really well. Your family history runs deep. I mean, you went back to the 1700s, so that's just fascinating. Did you find actual parliament or document? Well, no. Did you find parchment or writings on this, and actual diaries and documents as well that you have in your keepsake? Did you recover some documents, Jim, and have those?
I'm sorry, I thought you were speaking to someone else. I can go much farther back than the 1700s. Mostly I'm relying on the work of other genealogists up in Maine, where there is the historical societies are extensive. And once you get back so far, forgive me for saying this, but I go back to Charlemagne. We get back to minor nobility in the the George Gray person that I was talking to. He was minor landed nobility in Scotland. And once you get there, the records are extremely good. And I go back to Robert de Bruce. I go back to even as far as Charlemagne. I can trace that back. Rollo, the Viking king that came to Paris, he's in my pedigree many, many times. And there's lots and lots of documentation once you get to that critical first person that is actually documented forever. It becomes incredibly easy after you get to a point. But I'm fortunate in that there were records kept of this guy's sale, that he was sold to the timber company, and he was also sold to a steel company after he worked in the timber company. I imagine they wore him out, and then that person sold him to a steel company. So he worked in a foundry for a while, and at 47 years old, he was released, and he became a free man. And he bought a young lady out of prison. She had beat up another woman, and he paid her fines, and she became his wife. He was 47, she was 16. So that was common. I mean, it's just the way it was in the 1600s, I guess. But once you get to that first well-known lord, it's easy. And that's the only reason I can go back as far as I can, is because some of these people were in their own right. I mean, the work done on the Pilgrims is massive. Pretty much all of them are known. So it's not work that I have done per se. It's stuff that I've looked up in Lincoln County, Maine. I haven't ever lived there, but I've been there quite a bit.
Well, we started, Sean and I, when we were discussing stuff, we started going, we went through everything we were talking about to now, and then we started discussing taxation. And as taxation begins, um, there were some issues with the original formation of the states, and they were unable to operate efficiently. And then taxation, was the goal. It seemed like taxation, and Mike was talking from Mike Boston from NOAA was just discussing taxation, or being taxed, overly taxed. I'm not sure if taxation has reached a tipping point. It seems like, taxation seems to be a requirement for the government to operate, and it's under the guise of, we're paying for our protection. Or we're paying taxes to have this oversight, but it's I think it's coming to a tipping point when you look at taxes overall as a whole. I know a lot of Americans have issues with over taxation. I'm not sure if that's something that you think about, but Marlon, you jumping in?
Oh, sorry, buddy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Um,
It's cool.
well,
I want to. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Maggot, the classic thing that we've heard since a kids, that it's taxation without representation, right? So we're supposed to only have, when it really comes down to your personal taxes. But what Mike's talking about, we're talking about road tax. We're talking about taxes on going over bridges that have been probably paid for 100 times over. I mean, all these things, right?
Well, federal, and then there's, there was the instituting of income tax. The states were collecting taxes, but the IRS was formed to streamline all that, so that basically all of the taxes and the stuff would be regulated, and there'd be oversight. But Freedom, I want to turn to Freedom, because Freedom jumped up, been really patient, occasionally raising your hand, putting it down. Freedom, why don't you jump in and just whatever you want to talk about, jump on in. Love to hear from you.
Oh, thank you for that. And yeah, I think David made some great points about the strategy of Republicans and getting the message out. I think messaging needs to be localized to the constituency and really has to resonate with the issues that are going on. I think there's a lot of pain currently in the economy, so it will help if economy is a big component, and if you can really show the light on how the Democrats are failing everybody, and especially the people who are the voting class, like the majority who are like in the 80% or 70% of the economic strata. So that would help. Also mentioning the social issues, like you said, about the parents having control over the education. And that also ties into the taxation part. Like if the local taxes, the property taxes fund the education on the county level in public schools, so I think the parents should be the one having the say. So they should be representing what gets taught in school. So I think it will really help if Republicans are really hyper focused. I think it's like using like terms like America First or like Stop the Steal. I think that's okay for certain places, but I think when you're reaching out door to door, when you're doing the calls, when you're reaching out to the public, I think it'll help on like focusing on what's the pain for them, and like getting to know what they're going through, and then pushing through our message accordingly to their own like personal situation. That would help. rather than like the election was stolen. I think yeah, there's points to be made there. Like there were definitely problems with the election, but I think a lot of that has been tarnished by the mainstream media. I think they have twisted it successfully against the Republicans. So I think that kind of messaging does not help at this moment. When there's court wins, when there's things coming out, I think then it helps. But I mean, in the day to day, when it's like outreach, when it's strategy, I think it's the most helpful to like localize the issue. And also, like you mentioning like the road tax and also the toll taxes. I think taxation in certain states like California, New York, New Jersey has reached a tipping point where they're essentially talking about wealth taxes, and you see like these people exiting the high tax blue state coming to the red states. I think that that acts as a success for us already. Like Republicans have successfully been able to attract people from across the country from different blue states to their state. You look at Florida, it was a purple bluish state. There were more registered Democrats than Republicans, but now it's flipped. Like I think there's 300,000 more Republicans registered rather than Democrats. So I think it's already a success on the economy for Republicans. We just need to be better in crafting our message and showing to the public how better it is to be voting for us as Republicans rather than going to the Democrats, because they have been causing a lot of societal and economic decay, and taxation wouldn't help. Like it's just redistributing the pile, but we got to focus on increasing the pie. Like we should be focusing on how everybody can make the economy work for them, or how the economy can be inclusive. It's more about like punitive, it's punishing who's making the money, and that's never worked anywhere. Like that's socialism. So we should be focusing on like how the pie can increase, how the income levels under Trump, how wealth inequality was reducing across ethnicities when Trump was president, how it was like the blacks had a great lowest unemployment rate, how the Hispanics had the lowest unemployment rate. So how everybody can win with Republicans, despite of the messaging of the Democrats of social justice and everything. I think it's more on the wordplay rather than on the reality. So I think this message definitely needs to be get out that we can help. Like we can help, definitely vote. Like Trump said when he went to, I think, New Hampshire, he said vote for me and solve all your problems. So we should be coming as a solution rather than the grievance to the other person, or like putting out like we lost or something else. Like the victim mindset sometimes doesn't help. Like this, the election was stolen, all of that. We should be the problem solvers, the people who got the solutions. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Can I chime in on a couple of things that he pointed out? Is that okay?
Sure, go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. So he mentioned that the about the election and how there was an unfair election and blah blah like that. And let me I'm gonna make a couple notes on that as well, on that point specifically. In the city, in the district that the county that I live in, there's 104% voter registration. That in itself is not probable whatsoever. There's no amount of there's never been that many people in the state. You can't go over 100% one. In the average in the state that ever has been registered to vote is about 55 to 60%. So there in itself is already way over the probability of it being a coincidence. Okay. Secondly, we're able to vote 35 days in advance. Why? In our constitution, it doesn't allow for that. It's one day, one vote. Make the day a holiday. Second, you mentioned about how the because the people pay taxes for to fund schools, that the parents should have a say in the education. It shouldn't matter if we pay taxes or not. It's our children. It's what we want them to learn, not what the state wants them to learn. That's another point. In the state of Rhode Island, we originally had the Rhode Island lottery to fund our schools or to help fund those schools, and now it just goes into the state's largest money laundering scam called the general fund. It goes directly to that. It doesn't go back to the schools, and then so our municipalities are taxing us on our property to go to schools and roads and bridges, which never sees the light of day. Because both those the gas tax, which is the made for in every municipality or state, actually goes from the state, goes to the general fund. And in fiscal year, I always have the numbers. In fiscal year 22, $383 million from the lottery went to the general fund. We have 39 school districts. That would have meant at least almost $10 million to every school district to fund for technology, to fund anything like that. If they needed repairs, it'd be able to fix it. It's a lot of honestly, it's a lot of bullshit. It's not right, and what they're doing is not right. And the parents have all the say. Period. No matter if they pay taxes or not, it's their children, it's their progeny. They can say what they want. They have the ultimate rights, not the state. And you had mentioned about I mentioned my point that I people have to get out and do their job, and Republicans have to change the narrative. They have to change the narrative because the one we're doing obviously isn't working. But the messaging definitely needs to be better, 100%. Work to the strengths, know what your constituents are feeling, and that means you have to go out and actually physically talk to people. I'm super extroverted. I go and will knock on doors and talk to people. What are your concerns? I want to know what you want and what you want me to do. Because I don't have a narrative, and that's the thing is most people think that most politicians have a agenda that they want to push outside of what their constituents want, which is wrong in itself. You're there to represent, not to have your own agenda going in and do what you want. We had a rep in North Kingstown that said there was a Second Amendment rally at the State House, and then we were all pissed off at them for voting on anti Second Amendment rights, and she comes out on live video and says, "This is why we vote against you." Why would you come out and say this is why we vote against this is why she votes against her constituents? Why? They have an agenda. They don't give a shit about their constituents. They don't care at all. And that's what people need to see. The Democrats don't give a crap about you. They don't give a crap about your rights. They don't give a crap about anything you have to do. As long as they can stay in office, stay in power, so it gives them benefits, they don't care. That's the only reason they're there. They're not there for any other reason but for themselves. They're self-centered, egotistical jerks. End of story. Sorry.
Thanks, David. Hey, Mega, we were talking, we were getting into the 1620s. We're getting towards William Bradford. I mean, I can do the story, but I don't know if I can do it as well as Rush. I told you I had that clip. It's a long one. You care if I go ahead and do that now?
No, actually, I would really find it refreshing, and I think everybody should hear it. And please, if you guys would just entertain us for this brief moment to just sit back and listen, absorb the information. Hopefully, it's something that inspires conversation.
Thanks. Here we go.
Time for the traditional true story of Thanksgiving, written by me in my second bestseller, 2.5 million copies in hardback. See, I told you so. Chapter 6, Dead White Guys, or What the History Books Never Told You. The true story of Thanksgiving. The story of the Pilgrims begins in the early part of the 17th century. The Church of England under King James I was persecuting anyone and everyone who did not recognize its absolute civil and spiritual authority. Those who challenged ecclesiastical authority and those who believed strongly in freedom of worship were hunted down, imprisoned, and sometimes executed for their beliefs. A group of separatists first fled to Holland and established a community. After 11 years, about 40 of them agreed to make a perilous journey to the New World, where they would certainly face hardships but could live and worship God according to the dictates of their own consciences. On August 1st, 1620, the Mayflower set sail. It carried a total of 102 passengers, including 40 pilgrims led by William Bradford. On the journey, Bradford set up an agreement, a contract, that established just and equal laws for all members of the new community, irrespective of their religious beliefs. Where did the revolutionary ideas expressed in the Mayflower Compact come from? They came from the Bible. The Pilgrims were a people completely steeped in the lessons of the Old and New Testaments. They looked to the ancient Israelites for their example. And because of the biblical precedents set forth in Scripture, they never doubted that their experiment would work. But it was no pleasure cruise. The journey to the New World was a long and arduous one, and when the Pilgrims landed in New England in November, they found, according to Bradford's detailed journal, a cold, barren, desolate wilderness. There were no friends to greet them, he wrote. There were no houses to shelter them. There were no inns where they could refresh themselves, and the sacrifice that they had made for freedom was just beginning. During the first winter, half the Pilgrims, including Bradford's own wife, died of either starvation, sickness, or exposure. When spring finally came, Indians taught the settlers how to plant corn, fish for cod, and skin beavers for coats. Life improved for the Pilgrims, but they did not yet prosper. And this is important to understand because this is where modern American history lessons often end. Thanksgiving is actually explained in some textbooks as a holiday for which the Pilgrims gave thanks to the Indians for saving their lives, rather than as a devout expression of gratitude grounded in the tradition of both the Old and New Testaments. Here's the part that's been omitted. The original contract the Pilgrims had entered into with their merchant sponsors in London called for everything they produced to go into a common store, and each member of the community was entitled to one common share. All of the land that they cleared and the houses they built belonged to the community as well, and they were going to distribute it equally. All the land they cleared, the houses they built belonged to the community. Nobody owned anything. They just had a share in it. It was a commune. It was the forerunner to the communes we saw in the 60s and 70s out in California. And it was complete with organic vegetables even, just like the communes of today are. There's no question it was organic vegetables. Bradford, who had become the new governor of the colony, recognized that this form of collectivism was as costly and destructive to the Pilgrims as that first harsh winter, which had taken so many lives. He decided to take bold action. Bradford assigned a plot of land to each family to work and manage, thus turning loose the power of the marketplace. Long before Karl Marx was even born, the Pilgrims had discovered and experimented with what could only be described as socialism. And what happened? It didn't work. They nearly starved. It never has worked. What Bradford and his community found was that the most creative and industrious people had no incentive to work any harder than anybody else unless they could utilize the power of personal motivation. But while most of the rest of the world has been experimenting with socialism for well over 100 years, trying to refine it, perfect it, and reinvent it, the Pilgrims decided early on to scrap it permanently. What Bradford wrote about this social experiment should be in every school child's history lesson. If it were, we might prevent such needless suffering in the future, such as enduring now. The experience that we had in this common course and condition, this is Bradford, the experience we had in this common course and condition tried Sunday years, that by taking away property and bringing community into a commonwealth would make them happy and flourishing, as if they were wiser than God, Bradford wrote. For this community, so far as it was found to breed much confusion and discontent and retard much employment that would have been to their benefit and comfort. For young men that were most able and fit for labor and service did repine that they should spend their time and strength to work for other men's wives and children without being paid for it. That was thought injustice. Why should you work for other people when you can't work for yourself? What's the point? That's what he was saying. The Pilgrims found that people could not be expected to do their best work without incentive. So what did Bradford's community try next? They unharnessed the power of good, old, free enterprise by invoking the undergirding capitalistic principle of private property. Every family was assigned its own plot of land to work and permitted to market its own crops and products. What was the result? Bradford wrote, "This had very good success, for it made all hands industrious, so as much more corn was planted than otherwise would have been." Is it possible that supply-side economics could have existed before the 1980s? Yes. Read the story of Joseph and Pharaoh in Genesis 41. Following Joseph's suggestion, Pharaoh reduced the tax on Egyptians to 20% during the 7 years of plenty, and the earth brought forth in heaps. Well, in no time, the Pilgrims found that they had more food than they could eat themselves. Now, this is where it gets really good. If you're laboring under the misconception that I was, as I was taught in school, They set up trading posts. They exchanged goods with the Indians. The profits allowed them to pay off their debts to the merchants in London. And the success and the prosperity of the Plymouth settlement attracted more Europeans and began what came to be known as the Great Puritan Migration. But this story stops when the Indians taught the newly arrived suffering and socialism pilgrims how to plant corn and fish for cod. That's where the original Thanksgiving story stops. Story basically doesn't even begin there. The real story of Thanksgiving is William Bradford giving thanks to God for the guidance and the inspiration to set up a thriving colony that socialism caused near starvation. The bounty was shared with the Indians. They did sit down. They did have free-range turkey and organic vegetables. But it wasn't the Indians who saved the day. It was capitalism and scripture which saved the day, as acknowledged by George Washington in his first Thanksgiving proclamation in 1789.
And there you have it, the true story of Thanksgiving. And then, it talks about really important there. It started off as a socialist experiment, right? One common share. Everything goes into the store. You get one common share, and they were basically starving. So that's when they had to unleash capitalism, which is ultimately what we have today, right?
I think it's a brilliant explanation as to why socialism didn't work and how he flipped the tables there. I mean, gosh, I could see it. A lot of people just doing this community thing, and you have people, not agreeing. Nobody can get on the same page, maybe. But if you turn somebody loose and you say, look, this is your property, this is your land, you be prosperous or not. It's up to you. It's on you. You do it, you bring it, and make something for yourself. Make something out of yourself.
What's always impressed me about that story, and I always appreciated it when Rush did it every Thanksgiving, was how fast they got to the root cause of the problem. That's a core tenet of capitalism, is when you have a problem, you find out what the root cause is as quickly as you can. And it's always been impressive to me that they figured out that it was the organizational structure of the colony itself. And then they turned on a dime and fixed it, and fixed it nearly perfectly, because you can see for yourself the explosive growth that occurred after they did. Hey guys, I've got to go, but I have appreciated our time here. Thank you. Thank you, MAGA.
Oh, thank you, Jim. Always, yeah, you're always welcome. Please come back, and I'll be talking to you in DMs, I'm sure.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Y'all have a great day.
Well, so I also find it interesting, right? Obviously, they identified the root of the problem, but uh, it we've been slowly bleeding back towards socialism by having collective stores and by and by that I mean you get your SNAP card, or you get this benefit, or you get that benefit, or so we're slowly going back that way when you know we spent so long trying to get out of that. We spent so long trying to get our religious freedom and to get freedom of private property, and we're slowly giving that all away because they're not telling you the whole story. And that's what Rush said. That they're not telling you the whole story. They're telling you that no, the Indians are the ones that saved these colonizing white Europeans. Well, it really wasn't. It was their faith in God and their willingness to work hard.
think Brad jumped up to join us. Brad, how's it going? Maybe.
Yeah, I see the spinny thing.
Yeah, jumped up, dropped down. Oh, there's a lot of movement there. Brad, hey, and then we got Terry jumping up too. How you doing, Brad?
Doing real good. I was fortunate enough to have a grandfather who was a history teacher. I'm one of the descendants of William Bradford. And we heard a lot about different stuff as we were growing up. But, I mean, I can't even begin to imagine how hard things were back then. And the resilience of people to not give up and to find solutions to me has always been amazing, and the reason why this country was so great. And it's an interesting story. I have to find some of the stuff that my grandfather had, because he was, like I say, a very big historian. But it's I mean, it's motivational and it's depressing at the same time when you look at where we are right now. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's incredible. Maggie, you had a great
It is
point.
a little depressing, isn't it?
It
Hopefully,
is.
hopefully we can see through that. Terry, you want to go?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Maggot, Sean, Marlon. A lot of really good points been made so far while I've been listening. It's a good audio. I listened to also some of Freedom's talking points. Very good. And I would also like to thank David and the other gentleman that just dropped out as a speaker who are running for their offices. I really appreciate that. The fact that you all are taking your time to do that. You're taking the lead. You're willing to take the arrows from the opposition for a greater cause, a higher good. And I've expressed before in these spaces, one of my pet peeves is, how the left is trying to indoctrinate our kids in the school systems. And, we as parents, from the minute we buckle them into that little car seat after they're delivered and we take them home, and all the love and the care and the nurturing we give them, to teach them right from wrong, not to cheat, not to steal, all the values we try to put in them, and then to see what the left has now done with the school system. Like I'm still old enough to remember saying Pledge of Allegiance in class every morning. I remember school prayer, and it's a hostile takeover now of the kids. And to me, in my personal opinion, the school system should just be apolitical. We're paying our taxes for the teachers to teach them, math, English, science, music, all of the basic, educational curriculum that they need. They don't need to be bringing in a cross-dresser to teach them, something cultural or something about gender identity or whatever. I think it's a huge overstep. And I just want to say again, thanks to David for running, and the other gentleman as well. And as always, Mag and Shauna, thank you, and Marlon for hosting.
Thanks, Terry. I just want to do a quick mic check. Marlon and Sean, can you guys hear each other? I don't know if Marlon could hear you, Sean.
Test 1, 2, test.
Marlon, did you hear Sean? He may be locked up. There's a precursor to lockup, maybe.
So
I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead, David. I'm gonna take care of this. Go ahead, David.
All right. So as to what Terry's saying, like we take the arrows from the opposition. My own attorney general has me on mute on Twitter because he doesn't like what I have to say, and I think that's just too damn bad. And what he's doing is actually illegal. As a public figure, and or somebody that's been elected in office, they cannot mute and or block anybody that's in their constituency, period. Yet he's allowed to do it. So we have somebody that's in Rhode Island, Nicole Solis. I don't know if anybody knows her. She's big into like parents have to have every right to know what their kids are being taught. I believe she's also in Moms for Liberty. I'm not sure if that's the same thing with her, but she's actually brought that up to the state. Like he's muting his own constituents. He's muting his people that are in his jurisdiction, I should say, because he's an AG. So it's not constituents; it's his jurisdiction because he's the top law enforcement officer of the land or well, of the state. So by doing that, he's literally muting the people in which he serves, which again is also against the law. It's against your First Amendment right to public discourse pertaining to your local government and or elected officials. And he's just blatantly doing it without any recourse, without any repercussions whatsoever. So there's people who've been bringing it out on Twitter and highlighting it because he's got 152 Rhode Island residents muted. Yeah, I said that right. 152 people he's got muted. It's crazy. But that's why I mean when he said that you have to literally deal with people, deal with the opposition, literally silencing you. There's not much more silencing than having your own attorney general putting you on mute so he can't see what you're saying because he doesn't give a shit about what you have to say. So, yeah, I get it. It's really kind of frustrating. The guy is a left nut. He has supposed to as the AG. He's not supposed to have any bias towards anything, but you'll see him at like moms against gun violence rallies and crap like that when he should not be there at all. That is showing bias, and he should have zero. It's crazy. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up that point because he mentioned taking like hits from the opposition.
Can I respond to that, Sean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, David, that in its purest form is socialism. I think one of the highest watched videos so far is Tucker Carlson's video with the libertarian candidate that's running in the country of Argentina. And he uses the frog illustration of the frog being in the water and the stove is turned up.
I use that too.
It's an awesome metaphor. And if you think about it, socialism is something that you gradually slip into, but you cannot get out of once you're there. It's horrible. And that's what's going on here is they're trying to suppress our First Amendment rights to speak. And I don't know how else more to say it. That's socialism.
Oh, 100%. Well, socialism is 100% democracy, which is what our founders didn't want. And I tried explaining this too, because someone was like, how we shouldn't have an electoral college anymore. I had to explain them what the electoral college does and its purpose, because they have no clue. It literally disenfranchises 2/3 of or actually more than that, 3/4 of the country, because the only people that would ever get anything done would be the socialist states like California, Pennsylvania, all the high population states would have a say in everything, and every other state would get screwed. That's its purpose. And they're like, well, no, that's not popular votes. No, popular vote don't mean squat, because the popular vote is countrywide, not by statewide. Now, if they did a statewide popular vote, we would win because there's 26 Republican states and they tend to lean Republican. But then again, it would work against us when they flip. So in order to skirt that, the Electoral College gives a more fairer, broader representation of the nation. That's why it's there, and people don't like that because, especially the left doesn't like it because it doesn't let them get their way. And I tried to explain it to them too. They still couldn't. Still couldn't figure it out, and still couldn't get it through their head.
Marlon, you want to jump in?
Yeah, real quick. So, David, I'll have to. I got to push back on the one-day vote thing, right? If the Democrats have that tool out in front of us, we need to be using the same exact tools that they are. So, I mean, that early vote action and what Scott Pressler is doing, and a lot of other towns are starting to adopt it. It is something viable that realistically, as a country, we need to embrace as Republicans.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever. I'm just saying it's supposed to be one day, one vote. And if you're going to do that, make it a holiday so people have it off. But until then, absolutely use it to our advantage. I don't see why we shouldn't. if they're going to play that game, we should be doing the same thing. I was just mainly saying that it shouldn't be that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't use it to our advantage.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure we're clear. Because I had the same notion. We all heard it. We heard it out of Trump when it first happened in 2015. Make sure you go. One day vote. We heard it, right? But the mentality is changing, and even my own state legislature and local towns are starting to adopt it. I even heard it in a meeting I was at today.
Well, and Marlon, I want to jump on that real quick, Marlon. Scott just won Louisiana by doing exactly that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, he's got the data to prove it. He's also got the data from Florida that showed that his early vote action put them over the top, and that's why it was so fast of a voter tally right in that particular state. I mean, they were done by 11 o'clock. 3 hours they took them to vote that. To compute the vote. No, but I'll have to tell you, I know Susie is in the crowd, and she would be proud because in one of my counties that are close, they were all bitching about this independent that is running and gaining steam in this one Democratic county. So they were, I was thinking of you, and he had to do the gauntlet. He needed 10,000 signatures to be able to be on that ballot, and that man is on that ballot. So we're going to see what kind of spike that makes in a Democratic controlled county. So
what did he run? What did he run for? 10,000 signatures?
Oh yeah, because of an independent party in a local election like that, they have to, and these are for assembly seats.
In Rhode Island, because we have less of a population, I'm only required to get 50. But honestly, I think the whole signature thing is actually unconstitutional on its head, so it doesn't really matter. But we have been forced to do it anyway.
And then he had to go through the process. You got to remember when you hand in those signatures, that goes through a scrutiny process in the Board of Elections, and they go and anybody that's questionable they strike off. And the Board of Elections doesn't give you the time to say, hey, David, hey, they don't give you a little pat on the butt and say, hey, hey, you're missing 10 signatures. No. They let you know until it's too late. That the Board of Elections is not there to help you.
So on that note, Marlon, when you talk about that, like our Board of Elections gives you the information right there. They do it because we have you can only put 50 on a paper, so they do it right there. Like it's literally as you do. But if it's like a governor, you have to wait because they have to go through like literally 1,000 signatures. Or no, they have 1,500. Sorry. So like we had an issue in this state where the Lieutenant Governor Sabina Matos had like 700 and change false signatures. She still got what she needed, but she had so many like inconsistent signatures that were people that didn't exist or were fake signatures or whatever. So come 24, they're going to be super scrutinous on what signatures are good or not. So we've been told from our RIGOP, don't go and do full sheets because if they find 2 or 3, they're going to throw your sheets out even if they're full. So I literally have to go through and get like 20 sheets and get like 5 on each. So that way they're not throwing out all my signatures. So,
well, that's because in your particular state they don't have statutes against independent voters, right? So it's really just a two.
What do you mean?
So there's a two. So I'm gonna say so like in New Jersey, if you were an independent, you need 10 times the amount of signatures that a Republican that has the line or an incumbent that would turn independent. They would have to reprove it, submit all these signatures, and they've done that strategically, David, to keep it a two-part vote.
That is bullshit. That is absolutely crap. That is disenfranchising voters. 100%.
That my favorite independent just came up with her hand up. Susie, how you doing?
I'm fine, and I'm not an independent.
She's a porcupine.
She's an independent woman, but not an independent.
I'm sorry, libertarian. I'm sorry.
Porcupine.
Yeah, so Marlon, so God, I've been listening for a while, so I have so much to say about capitalism and socialism. But let's talk about this ballot access BS that one has to do when one is not a Republican or a Democrat in Georgia. David, do you know what the ballot access laws are for a libertarian or a
No idea.
socialist or a Green Party? Well,
Not a clue.
okay, so I'm going to tell you Tennessee's because I don't have time to go look up Georgia's right now. But in Tennessee, a Republican only has to get 25 signatures to be on the ballot.
What?
A Democrat only has to get 25 signatures to be on the ballot. A Libertarian or a Green Party or Socialist Party, I mean, any other third party candidate has to get 5% of 5% in signatures of the total people who voted in the previous general election.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, tell me about it, David. Guess what? Ballot access laws are all over the United States. And wait, don't interrupt me.
Okay.
God damn.
He's excited.
Well, you know, I just love to hear Republican talking points that sound like Libertarian talking points. A Libertarian in Tennessee has to get 56,000 valid signatures to run. So when Joe Jorgensen ran in 2020, instead of running as a libertarian in Tennessee, because we all would have had to work to go out and get 100,000 signatures, because you know how many are going to be fake or whatever. She ran as an independent. And guess what? Independents only have to have 275 signatures. So the Democrats and the Republicans are keeping third parties off the ballots in over half the states in the United States.
Can I chime in now?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so any third party in Rhode Island isn't considered a third party on the ballot forever until they get 5% of the total population to unless they get 5% of the vote in a general election.
Correct.
So it's just as bad.
That's statewide.
They can get the same amount of signatures we have. They only are required to get 50 or 100, whatever the state rep seat or the Senate state Senate seat is. They only need to get 100 or 100 or 50. The representatives are 50. The state house, the state senates are 100. They're only required to get that. But in order to become a third party on the ballot, you have to get 5% of the total votes in a general election in order to be considered a party. But they do it just to keep the division. That's all they do. They're doing it just to create more discourse and more division. 100%.
Absolutely. And it goes even onto the whole debates. If you want to get into the whole the debates, the debates on the national stage on the at debates.org or whatever they are. They changed everything when Ross Perot took away too many votes, and was too recognized. So they went from 5% to 15%. So if I ran as a libertarian for president, I have to poll at 15% with the Washington Post, the New York Times, Quinnipiac, and two others, CNN, one other.
Jeez.
But guess what? They don't put me on the polls in order to poll 15%. So it's impossible to get on the debate stage.
Yeah. So you're like this. So the news stations here and everything won't let any candidate debate, no matter what affiliation you are, unless you have $50,000 in your bank account. How messed up is that? So people that are trying to run that don't have money and they're trying to get their name out there, they just will blatantly refuse to let you debate on their network. It's absolutely insane.
Yep. It's craziness. And as a libertarian, I've been a libertarian for 39 years now. Oh God, maybe 40. And it's drives me crazy.
I'm a conservative, but I'm way more libertarian than I am conservative. I think they cut the government by 95% and we'll be fine. Like taxes are theft and taxes are extortion. That needs to go. Like I could just go out, with a wrecking crew and get rid of most of the government would be fine. Stay out of my pocket, stay out of my life.
I hope you win, and I want to see you try to do that. I really do, because and I'm sorry to take it out on you, but Republicans talk like libertarians when they're running, and then they rule like Democrats once they've won.
Oh no, I'm a constitutionalist. and I have been my entire life, and I'm 39. So, and I absolutely abhor this state. I freaking can't stand it. Like
Yep.
I do what I say I'm gonna do. I don't sit and just talk. If I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. Like I right now I'm out of work because I'm on workers comp. I got my back and my neck are messed up, and my shoulder. I still went to a honk and wave and was holding up signs. So I mean I'm not, and I just had open heart surgery in April. I'm a hot mess, and I still go do what I say I'm gonna do. Just saying. I'm not one of those talk and do nothings. So I'm I'm
That's
I'm,
great.
I'm hoping I win.
Good. Good. Good luck. Good luck. Sorry if I got a little rambunctious there, but you all know how I get when people talking shit about libertarians and don't know what they're
You
talking
good?
about.
You good? No. I know exactly what's going on. I know exactly how libertarians are, and I'm fine with it myself. It's fine. I mean,
Oh,
Republicans are basically libertarian light. Let's be real.
no, I would say that they're Democrat light nowadays. I haven't seen
Uh,
any decent
they're
Republicans do anything for us.
they're they're an exceptions like me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I am literally a libertarian with the Republican name on it. That's it. Like I
Well,
think the government needs to stay out of everything. It's none of their business. Their job is to
absolutely.
protect us from enemies, foreign and domestic, and to protect us from people that wish to trample on our rights. That is their only job. That is it. Not to insert themselves into everything, like our healthcare and everything else. Screw them.
Good for you. Awesome.
Well, Susie, there was a bunch of other stuff that we talked about that you said that sparked your interest besides that one topic or that one issue. What were some of the other things you were thinking about?
Well, when you were talking about socialism versus capitalism, I wrote a thing a few years ago, and it's on my my wall someplace if you look for socialism. But if you don't mind, I'd like to read it. It's about 8 tweets long.
Sure. I think it's on point with what we were discussing before we got into these election issues and everything we just were talking about. Yeah, let's do it because it's vitally important. People need to understand this, that we are basically, in my mind, I think we're taxing ourselves into oblivion. We're heading down this road, and it's going to end in socialism when everybody goes broke and everything collapses. So let's hear it.
Real socialism has never been done in the same way real capitalism has never been done. The difference is almost capitalism has made it possible to double the human lifespan, reduce the amount of wars necessary, lifted millions out of poverty, spawned massive innovation, and created wonders in technology never seen in history. Capitalism is the idea that you own your own life and the labor from it, and should be free to trade with whom you consent. It is the absence of force from personal interactions, of trade, and the opposite of statism and totalitarianism. Almost socialism has been responsible for the deaths of over 150 million people, destroyed incalculable wealth, and stripped the human rights, self-worth, and freedom from millions more. Almost socialism is so susceptible to abuse that it seems not like a flaw but a feature. Socialism has always turned into totalitarian statism. It is the idea that you do not own your life or the products of your life, and that others have a claim on your life simply because of their need, which is nothing more than hijacked altruism. Consent matters. Almost capitalism allows for progress in all areas of life voluntarily. It even allows people to go off and form their own socialist communes. It comes down to live and let live. Almost socialism is the rape of the whole world by an elite oligarchy using coercion, manipulation, and eventually brutal force. You can't opt out. And since they believe they have a claim on your life, they always use force to enact their slavery. It always ends in war. Socialism comes down to who will have to die. The end.
A plus. A plus, plus, plus. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, so I get
The
an A plus
end.
on my paper.
It just reminds me of that one movie where, it was A Christmas Story, where he's daydreaming about getting his A plus, and his teacher is loving his essay, to get his Red Ryder BB gun or something. It just reminds me of that.
What a great movie reference. Good one.
Yeah. Or Relentless came up and then he took off. We've had a few people come up and take off. Definitely want to say hi to Gypsy Advocate, everybody downstairs. Feel free, JP, anybody, come up and talk with us. It's been an interesting couple hours here. Marlon, are you good, or do you got a jet, Marlon? Or are you hanging out with us for a few more?
Yeah, hanging out for a few more. We're good. Hang on to the coast. If somebody comes up, it'd be great. It's all good. I got dinner coming up here soon.
Right on.
Freedom, I keep seeing your hand go up and down. Did you have something?
Yeah, I do have a take on, the multi-party system, like people saying that independents and other parties are not being let in. I mean, it's a separate issue, but I personally believe this might not be a popular take here, but I think Americans would be best served with the bi-party system, because I've seen in multi-party systems across Europe, in Australia, that there's a lot of concessions to be made just to get coalition partners to form a government. So the ultimate goal of any political party is to form the government, is to come into power. Just like every corporation has to make a profit, and just the same way the political party has to come in power no matter what. So a lot of time, the main political parties have to give out concessions to the smaller parties like the socialists or the greens. And this is just an example, but for those concessions to happen, a lot of issues get diluted. Like if you look at abortion, if you look at some other issues, it always ends up happening is that it ends up diluting the issues. It gives out power to some people who are not like, we're not consensus based. They just have these idealistic principles that their party has. They come up with a few like wins. They have a few members that won, and just to get them in, the major political parties give out concessions to form the government. I think it ends up hurting more than it helps. So I think the current bipartisan system, as bad as it is, it needs to be cleared out. It needs new people to come in. It needs the better ideas to come forward rather than the corrupt, like, buyout system that we have of corporations, like essentially, donating to certain people who've been in power for decades. So I think the current system needs an overhaul of sorts, with new people coming in with new ideas, with a stronger messaging from our side. But it's my personal belief. From my limited personal understanding, that's what I think, that the bi-party system is the best way to move forward, because from what I'm seeing in other countries, it might be different in America, but it usually is. What we have here right now is better, systematically speaking, not practically how it's going on right now, but just my 2 cents.
Well, you got some hands out of that. So, Susie, you
Go
want
ahead,
to go
Susie.
first? Marlon.
Go ahead, Susie.
Yeah, so freedom. We've basically had a two-party system for, I don't know how many years it's been, 100 and something years, 150, I'm not sure. Since the Civil War, the Republicans came out and the Democrats. And in that time, here we are in 2023. The country is literally going to hell in a handbasket. We have Congress people who are doing early trading on stocks when they know
Is
it's
she talking? Because I can't hear anything.
Yeah, David, if you can hear me, we got to drop you and bring you back up.
Anyhow, so all of this corrupt government that we have now, and all of the disaster that our country is in, is attributable to two parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. They together, with their compromises, have gotten us where we are. So to say that having more parties is going to create more concessions, I don't know how many more concessions we can have at this point. So I kind of disagree with you on we should only have two parties. Besides that, are you thinking that it should be a law that we only have two parties?
Absolutely not. I think nothing should be mandated. It's freedom. It's a race of ideas. So the best
Okay.
ideas come forward. We don't need to stifle anyone, any party. Everything that is in the current constitution needs to be let through. Like we don't need new mandates or stopping anybody at all. I'm not for like banning parties or anything like that.
Awesome. Thank you.
So, Susie, the George Washington, the very first president of the United States, was against the two-party system because they saw the corruption that could come from it. If you had obviously without that system, you wouldn't be able to have the electoral college and all that. There would be no need, right? So, I don't know. I always thought that fact that, that our first president knew of the troubles.
Wasn't his outgoing speech all about about parties? I think his outgoing speech was about the fact that parties are going to ruin America.
I find interesting. There's a I think it's Chile, or is it a country? And there's another country in South America that has 12 parties. So I find it interesting you guys talk about parties, but there's other nations that have like multiple parties where it's a lot, and they literally every party probably gets like 12 or 15% like of the vote. It's pretty wild. I wonder how that works for them.
So David, in New Jersey, there's like 70 different parties. There's all these different party affiliations that the Board of Elections has to kind of sift through.
Damn. I'm talking about like ones that actually make it to the general election. In one of the South, like I said, in one of the South American countries, there's 12 on the ballot. I looked at one of their newspapers, and it literally has like 12 of them lined up with percentages of how much votes they got and everything like that. It's pretty wild. I've never seen that many on one ballot. It's pretty crazy to see.
They just use it, as political PACs, and you have to win the vote over the A2s, or you have to win the vote over the Nazi Party, or you have to, they're true and blue and alive right here in New Jersey.
It looks like, sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, no, it was just a quick comment to Susie. I'm told the two-party system is a mostly peaceful dumpster fire.
Yeah. Blazing on down the road.
I just wanted to welcome Austin to the floor. Austin, good afternoon.
Hey guys, afternoon. I got a question, a maintenance question. When I keep getting coming up for speaker and then can't hear other speakers, is this something where I should shut down Twitter and delete it and reboot it? Has anybody had that issue in the past?
It's usually we can reset that by dropping you down and bringing you back up if that happens. I know you came up, and are you saying you couldn't hear certain people speaking when you first came up?
Yeah, and I was in another space right before this, and I just kept losing the ability to hear certain speakers and having to drop down and come back up. So I just did that.
Yeah. Right now there's a lot. I haven't looked, but I could only imagine there's a lot of spaces right now still pontificating over Palestine and what's going on with Gaza and Hamas and everything. So it may be making the spaces a little glitchy, but
yeah,
we've had a few audio issues, and even with our co-hosts. So yeah, it happens, but sometimes you do have to leave and come back. And I even recommend people jump into another room and then leave that room. Just jump in to reset and then come in. Sometimes that helps unlock stuff. But you're here now, and I hear you. I think everybody hears you, so you're coming through.
Yeah, good. I just jumped in, so I was just listening to your talking about the two-party system, and I agree with Susie. I didn't hear David, and I didn't hear Freedom, I believe, but what I think, and from what I've gathered, it's about keeping people in boxes. Everybody's in a box now, and they want to continue to divide us into different boxes, and that's the only way that they can keep us dumbed down and distracted. They're a uniparty, as we know, and they pretty much have free reign on us at this point. And if they can continue to divide us and put us in boxes, then we're running around with our head cut off. And I'm talking, like, I get on these Twitter spaces and I'm mostly just a lurker, but vaccine issues and MAGA versus Republican, non-MAGA. And it's interesting because I still have we all have friends that have no idea what's going on in the world that are so-called Republican or conservative, and or whatever you are, and they're just like, well, an independent can never win. They just screw it up. And exactly what you're saying. The founding fathers were like, no, you should have what you want and unify behind that. And so that's my take on that. They're really boxing us up right now. I think the biggest thing that we need to unify behind, and I know you guys are all over this, it's getting the goddamn voting machines out of our counties, I've got a school vote and they want us to vote early, and it's just such a hard, where do you start? Well, we got to start there. It's happening. I know there's things happening behind the scenes, but I think that's the unifying force that we need to take, both left and right. Crazy people, pink hairs and green hairs and black, white, Asian, whatever. It's just about the voting machines.
Hey, Austin, I got a question. So you're talking about the division, and that's clear. It's clear to all of us, right? But Mag and I, we were just brainstorming last night. There's been a couple of times in American history. You can look at Bradford, you can look at Washington, where maybe we experienced some true freedom. But it occurred to me: did we ever really escape the monarchy? The uniparty, is that really not just another version of the monarchy?
You want me to go down that rabbit hole? I obviously, we were a corporation. They boxed up the North and the South. Just using that as the narrative. Let's use the box as the narrative. But the monarchy was funding both the North and the South in different ways, and I know, Russia was actually trying to do good by giving us the Industrial Revolution in the North, and obviously Russia's the big elephant in the room still to this day, and they're in their box, and they're like, how can the rest of the world not see this?
I can't hear anything again there, Mag. Can you drop me back down and bring me back up?
Yeah.
It must be.
Sorry about the interruption.
Yeah, it must be me. I don't know. There's something. I might have to reset my app.
No, it's not you.
Just Twitter glitch.
David just couldn't hear you.
Yeah, and I couldn't hear David. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that? That's kind of what I think. You're right. Yeah, I think things happen. Like, we're looking at the Queen is gone. They had that goofy ass ceremony for Charles. President Trump went over there and capitulated with them. We're going through these pains, but I still don't think we need to lose. We shouldn't lose sight of breaking out of these boxes, unifying behind a very open and transparent, as Mike Lindell and all these other people are talking about. And it's getting done. If you look at some of the counties, and I know you guys have talked about it, but that's pretty impressive. I live in one of the most corrupt counties in Minnesota, Hennepin. And, I don't know where to start here. I'm in a group with a few people, but I think it's got to be done in almost a decentralized fashion in the smaller counties first, where there's definitely more aware people, and kind of come from a grassroots level, unless something big happens, God forbid, but it might have to get people to wake up to that.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks, Austin.
Oh, sorry, Sean. Just real quick, I want to say hi to Relentless while he's here, because he was here, then dropped down. How you doing? You coming in clear?
Sorry about
What's up?
that. I had a phone call that popped right in. So, good afternoon.
Oh, I love that when that happens. Speaking of phone calls, last night I was on the phone, or the other day I was on the phone with Shane Mecklin discussing Walker Anderson's case. He had his hearing the other day. They're going to be reconvening on February the 12th. There were some things that were discussed, during that hearing regarding his case and certain arguments that were going to be allowed and not allowed and things like that. If you're not familiar with the case, we might be holding another space on it soon. What's going on with Walker Anderson in Minnesota is a two-way issue. It's revolving around guns and serial numbers and state law and federal law and all these things. And this young man is wrapped up in a really bad situation, being charged with, I think, 2 felonies for owning firearms that supposedly did not have serial numbers. Just like every other interaction with the police, you might have the police show up for one thing and then something evolves from it. And he got wrapped up into something that is going to be life-changing. It's already changed his life. He's very young, and he just got started in life, and already he's in the battle of his life. I can only imagine how much his mom is going through and his family, and he himself is suffering right now and going through this. So if you're not familiar with the Walker Anderson case, we do have some spaces on it. Just type in, look up Walker Anderson and the prosecution or political persecution of Walker Anderson. It should yield some results. But anyways, we got a couple spaces on it. Just trying to make people aware, if you were aware of Walker and what's going on with him in Minnesota. But anyways, Mikey, I'm glad you came in, Mikey. Yeah, go ahead, Austin, please.
Well, no, how did you come to how did that come onto the surface for you, that case?
Well, we started doing defending self-defense and case studies of people defending themselves and actually looking at things going on in the news. But we started with the 5 pillars of self-defense and discussing what happens when you defend yourself with a firearm. And over time, this case came to us through Shane Mecklin, I believe, and some other people. But yeah, it's been going on for months. But yeah, that's how we came about it. And then we've been trying to help him get some getting this out to the public so people can be aware of what's going on. And this actually happened before the New Mexico thing with the governor there.
What was the original charge or implication? Why was he introduced to the police?
Well, he had built a few firearms, and he built his own firearms out of pieces that he ordered and things like that, manufactured the guns, but he didn't manufacture them to sell them or to do anything with them other than personal use. Some of the parts had serial numbers or markings on them. He was shooting at an open. It was it was private property. He was shooting, and somebody called the police. The police came. They had finished shooting, and they were putting the guns away and about to leave when I believe it was either a sheriff or a police officer pulled up and blocked the driveway so they could not leave. They then told them of the complaint, approached them, and then asked to look at the guns, and that started the whole process. As soon as they started inspecting the guns, they started looking into it, and then charges were brought afterwards. And so now he's wrapped up in this.
Why did they comply with looking at the guns? That's my question.
Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. So the guns were, I believe, in view. They were either in the back or probably the tail section of a truck or vehicle. That also makes me wonder, because when the officer came up, I was thinking the same thing, is that they asked to search or inspect property. I think he complied because he's a law-abiding citizen and wasn't doing anything wrong, and that's how he got wrapped up in all of this upon further inspection of the firearm.
So do you think that they were not, I mean, were they shooting on land that they shouldn't have been shooting on? Why would...
No, they were on private property. They had the right to shoot there. It was safe. There's also a shooting range in the vicinity.
But somebody outside of the party that they were with called the cops, or somebody within the party, or within that?
Somebody outside.
Okay. So that, yeah, he had no. So this wasn't the guy that was targeted.
It was a noise complaint, basically.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Like he's not targeted for one thing or
So,
another.
Mac, I thought it was on his own property, and I thought it was his neighbor that called, and actually where he ran into the problem. Okay.
I don't believe it was on his own property. I think they were at a fellow friend's property that allowed them to shoot there, from what I understand. But
so basically the whole thing came down because there wasn't a serial number on the barrel. Every other part that he had purchased had a number on it except the barrel, because he machined it. So if he would have put a magic marker, if he would have put a scratch, anything to identify that particular gun, he would not be having the problem right now.
well, actually, once the gun is assembled, it becomes a whole entity. I mean, there are parts and pieces here, but I don't think it necessarily comes down to just the barrel. There has to be an identifier somewhere on the gun, but the state statute wasn't clear as to where it needed to be. The federal law, he didn't violate state or federal law. If you read it, he's not in violation, but there's a vagueness here revolving around the serial number, the marking, and where it needs to be displayed versus not. Does it need to be on the barrel? Can it only be on the trigger mechanism? Can it be, does it have to be exposed to,
Well, see,
before we get to that point, though, here's my question. If they were shooting out a property, his or friends or whatever, and it was a noise complaint, police called about a noise complaint, and they came over there and they said, well, we apologize for the noise, and we're done and we're leaving.
I lost him.
Hold on one sec. Sean, you can't hear anything?
No, I just couldn't hear Marlon.
Oh, okay. Can you hear Mikey?
Yeah, I was hearing everybody just fine. And real quick,
Okay.
I just posted
Marlon's dropping, coming back.
All right, I just posted one thing in the bubble, but you can, because we've spent a lot of time talking with this young man. We want to say kid, but he's a young man. He's 22 now. Just Google Walker Anderson, Minnesota. I posted just one, but there's tons of stories that you can find about what's going on with him. And it's basically they're trying to come after him, basically saying it was Ghost Gun.
Yeah, this is a gun grab thing, and they're going to make him the poster child of this movement that they're trying to go for here. They're using him as the poster child to set a precedent.
So hey,
is it Walker? Walker?
Yeah,
like walking.
Yeah, Walker. But hey, just for the record,
well, I'm telling you, it's getting so much traction, guys, that Shane is actually going to have his whip next time in the courthouse. So there's people that are politicians that are stepping up to actually show up at his hearings now. So I would love this to gain traction. I would love it if people like Dan Bongino or somebody huge would actually step up and bring this to the table and let Americans know what's going on, because it's coming to a city near you. I mean, it's always coming to you. Doesn't matter if it's happening there, it's going to start happening everywhere if they can set the precedent.
Just for the record, real quick, there are serial numbers on the trigger, on the forestock, on the The pieces have identification numbers on it. It was just the barrel. That was the prosecutor's stance. She understood that there was all kinds of identifying numbers except the barrel.
And that's what I was going to ask is what are the rules for that when you piece the gun together?
So if he would have used a magic marker and put a number 1 on it, it would have been sufficient.
This guy's about 30 minutes from me. I didn't even know. I had no clue, but obviously I don't really follow the media. I do follow Alpha News occasionally, but yeah, I haven't heard this.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, Marlon. We've discussed this many, many times, and I don't recall it being the barrel was the issue. It's the gun in its entirety is the issue, and where the serial numbers are located, if there's serial numbers at all. And the other thing is, I don't know if there were actual numbers or there was just manufacturer markings, and the definition of what is a serial number came into play too. Is it like, for instance, if I bought a gun part from you, Marlon, and you stamp the steel with Marlin, is that a serial number? It's not a number, but it's an identifier that it came from Marlin's manufacturing. There are markings on the parts. There's some argument as to what constitutes a serial number, but if you look at the state statute law in Minnesota, you're not supposed to manufacture and do this or that for the resale of guns. You're not supposed to deface a serial number or erase it or it all goes into the serial numbers and what is an identifier, what identifies that gun, where does it need to be displayed. All that's vague in the state statute, and he didn't violate any federal law. So if Shane was here, he could speak on it because we're pontificating over whether there was a marking on the barrel or not. The gun, when it's fully assembled, has markings on it. We're in agreement there. There were markings on the gun. So you're right. The prosecutor is probably grasping on to the one part that didn't have a marking on it. You could say that, maybe. I just don't think that's exactly where the case is pivoting on.
Hey, I just want to say thanks for having me up. I appreciate you guys. I'm actually going to go listen to the libertarians argue. Good to see ya. Bye.
Good to see you, Susie.
Bye. Well, I wanted Relentless to come up and talk about what they got going on coming up with Dark to Light, if he gets a chance.
Oh, looks like we might have a chance. Looks like he just threw a hand up.
Yeah, this is important stuff.
Sorry, I had to drop down because I couldn't hear Marlon, so obviously it was something on my end. So, we got a...
Mike.
The government's play in funding trafficking through the southern border, and how they're trying to remove a lot of trafficking identifying information out of questionnaires for these kids that are coming unaccompanied across the border and being put with quote unquote sponsors. So we're having a big conversation about that as well as a call to action from them to the public, because they are trying to codify some of these quote unquote administrative changes, and so we want to make sure that that gets stopped, because if it becomes law, then it's set in stone and it'd be hard to overturn, because it will get lost in the mix. So we're just having this conversation to bring it forefront onto the stage, right in your face, and and the call to action is going to be a fairly simple cut and paste into a comment section regarding this, regarding these administrative changes, if you will. So that'll be 8 p.m. Eastern on Monday on Rumble, Dark to Light 1111. You can find all that stuff on my page. I have books that give you that information, so please take a look.
Wow. The screen's jumping around for me. I saw Advocate jump up, bump down. There's been a lot of talk about the unaccompanied minors that are coming across the border, and that they're not. There's just no control going on there, and these children are just getting completely lost in the system and trafficked all over the place. And it's aiding and abetting the trafficking of children, and it's getting to the point now where it's like pretty sick and disgusting. And look, if we were talking about colonization, what do you think a porous border does? I mean, it literally allows for the United States to be colonized by outside countries. So this issue though with the children and not being accounted for is huge.
Yeah, they have these little camps, if you will, around the United States. It's not just down by the southern border; they're around the United States, and so they're either flying or busing or driving these kids around to these different facilities and playing basically musical chairs until they fall out of view, and then they are completely missing. So it is an important conversation to be had. I can't imagine anybody sitting here would be happy with it. If they are, then I don't know what to tell you. Talk to God. But there is an important conversation to be had about it. Nate and Tara and Aaron go into depth on explaining what all that means and all the background. They've done the work. They've done the research for like 2 years. So they are leading experts in this area. They will bring up U.S. code. They will bring up current language. They will bring up proposed language. They will bring up all the background, the statistics behind it. I've seen their presentation before, and it's very comprehensive and very jaw dropping. Like I didn't even know that, and I'd like to think I know quite a bit about this subject, but it's something that quite honestly every American needs to watch. That's why we gotta clean up the legislation that's out there on trafficking. It has to be a little bit more black and white and a lot less gray.
Mikey, when did you first come across Terra? I think I saw something. Wasn't it with God? What was the name of it? It was with the former James O'Keefe group, right? Project Veritas. Isn't that
Yeah,
where she really kind of broke the story of what's going on?
her and Aaron both, mostly Aaron, broke it on Project Veritas. I've been in, gosh, I don't know, like multiple spaces and seen multiple videos and interviews with Tara, so over the years. So they're well known. And you can Google them. You can YouTube, just their names, and you can find all the interviews and the Project Veritas interviews and their Tara's testimony to Congress and all the other things that they've been working on. So it's not like they're like nobody's out there that just kind of came onto the scene. They've been battling against this for a couple of years now.
No, exactly. And so, to that point, right? This is not just some like little thing. Like she actually has, from what I remember, she had experience watching it from the inside from working in the government. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, she worked for Health and Human Services for many years, and just much like Aaron, she saw things coming across her desk that just didn't make any sense. And when she started to question them, she was told to not worry about it, to just move it along. And the more and more she saw, the more and more she disagreed. And then when she finally realized that, hey, this agency is actually doing harm to children as opposed to what they're supposed to do, which is provide protection for the children, that's when she decided to become a whistleblower. And she was actually on loan to HHS from a different agency that she worked with.
Wow, incredible. Yeah, I didn't want to give incorrect facts, so thank you for helping me clarify that.
Can I just chime in for 2 seconds? I posted something on my Twitter. If you guys are following me, it's relevant to what you guys are talking about child trafficking and all this other stuff. It's the clip of Josh Hawley destroying this woman that works at the border, saying she basically knows that they're trafficking children and they're setting them up to be like basically traded like basically like stock and cattle. It's crazy. If you guys get a chance to go check it out, it's the last.
Yeah, I've seen that clip.
Yeah,
it's nuts. Yeah, that exchange between Josh Hawley and that lady was really something to watch. If you just see just watching the look on her face, the oh shit, they got me look, and then admitting some things to Josh Hawley was really pivotal, or not pivotal necessarily, but it was alarming.
It's the I am screwed face, because she literally is. Multiple felonies. It's nuts.
So in short, we got to do something. I tell people all the time, you can get involved in your state, contact your county sheriff, get involved with passing out flyers for missing persons in your county, get involved with, depending how involved you want to be, get involved with a anti-trafficking group that actually goes out and does boots on the ground work to canvass neighborhoods to find some of these youth. Or if your thing is legislation, find out what the legislation is in your state on trafficking. It's easy. You can find that out. You can talk to your representative. If your representative is not somebody that you agree with politically, it doesn't matter because this is not a political thing. What it is a human thing. And so you should be able to have that conversation, find out what your trafficking legislation is as far as sentencing. I would tell you probably 70% of the states are less than a felony X. They may be felony 1, felony 2. And to be honest, they could be a misdemeanor. Illinois was a misdemeanor prior to April last year, and it was pushed up to felony 2. So that's what me and my partners have done out here in Illinois. So start asking some questions. Start demanding felony X. Felony X gets, no bail bond. They're not going to be able to bail out of jail. And they will, it will have the max amount of time served. Demand that. Write legislation. Get with a couple friends. Draw it up. Present it to your state rep. Get it done.
Hey, Mag, I was able to find that clip from the bubble down below. It's only 1:27 with Holly going after HHS. You want to bump that in now? Okay, let's go.
Oh,
And
yeah.
every child gets a Know Your Rights presentation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that before or after you release them to labor traffickers?
Senator, every child that comes into our care gets a Know Your Rights presentation, as well as...
Have you read these New York Times reports, these stories, the series of stories the New York Times has done on the children who are in your care? Have you read them?
Yes, I have.
Have you read that children are scrubbing dishes? They are operating heavy machinery. They are delivering meals. They are harvesting coffee. They are working construction. They are working as housekeepers. They are working overnight shifts at plants where they are not paid. They are not going to school. They are not cared for. They are not giving meals. Almost all of it illegally. Are you aware of that? That's a yes or no.
Yes.
Do the Know Your Rights presentation help them in those situations?
Senator, ORR...
That's a yes or no, I think. Do you really think that you're helping these children by releasing them to labor traffickers and, yes, sex traffickers? 85,000 children whom you have no contact with, and your answer is we gave them a presentation before we turned them over to these people who are exploiting them on a scale not seen in this country for 100 years, a century. At every child.
So there you have HHS can't. Yeah, they just totally admit it's true. Yep, we're aware.
And that's the basis for what Tara and Aaron did, right? And they've been putting this together. That is the basis on just that kind of exchange. You tell me, I don't want anybody to explain to me how a 5-year-old from maybe most likely, at least 50% of the time, I'll say, an impoverished country, very uneducated, is going to understand a Know Your Rights presentation. And then, as a 5-year-old, be able to, even if they did understand it, be able to hold up their rights to these adult quote unquote sponsors. How far is that going to go? It's a check in the box bullshit excuse. And they have nothing. That lady in their group in HHS, they have nothing to protect these kids. And if you don't know already, you will know right now, the United States is the biggest buyer of trafficked children. In the last 40 seconds, multiple children have been trafficked. We used to say it all the time. 2,300 children a day go missing. Now it is much higher because of this trafficking that is occurring across the border. And they're not all from Mexico. They're from Senegal. They're from Mauritania. They're from China. They're from Venezuela. They're from all different countries that are coming across the southern border. So don't get it twisted that it's just Mexican children, because it's not.
Freedom, you want to jump in?
I honestly think it's horrific tragedy what's been happening at the southern border. I still remember like this news clip from 2019 that said that when the people who were shortlisted to be screened, I think 30% of the children that were claimed to be with their parents were actually not. So they were actually being trafficked by somebody who was just claiming to be their parent, but they were not. So it was DNA testing that brought out these facts. But sadly, all of that checks and balances, all those filters have been removed by this current administration, and I think it's by design. I mean, you'd be mistaken to think that people higher ups don't know what's been happening. I mean, it's general knowledge at this point of time that this kind of tragedy is unfolding each and every day in this country. America is supposed to be the
And let me,
beacon of hope.
I'll expound on that, on exactly what you just said.
Yep.
Unless somebody's speaking and I'm not hearing them.
Well, did you heard freedom, right?
I did, and I was gonna expound on
Okay.
that.
Freedom. Just let him do that, and then jump back in, please. Sorry.
Okay.
To expound on that, in 2021, they reduced the amount of DNA tests that they had previously done in the previous administration. They said, we are still conducting DNA testing on these children that came across. In one full year, do you know how many they did? Now they were doing like at least 3,000 to 4,000 a year before that in 2020, which is still not great, right? But we didn't have as many issues with this, and we'll be able to show the statistics to prove that. In 2021, after an 846% increase in unaccompanied children across the southern border, they did 12 DNA tests. Last year, they didn't do any. So yeah, let that sink in. I mean, I'm just at a loss with how not just incompetent and irresponsible and unaccountable this administration is, but how dangerous they are. And how many kids today are being sold 10 to 15 times a day for sex and being auctioned off at night in dark web auctions. It happens every single freaking day. So if I sound angry, it's because I am. Because what if that was your child? What if that was your best friend's child? What if that was your neighbor's child? Think about it that way, and what you would move heaven and earth to find that child. And then go do the thing to stop it. I will sit back and cool off for a minute.
It honestly is heartbreaking knowing that this is occurring on this very land that is claiming to be the beacon of hope. I think it's tragic that it's been allowed to happen, and I think the people who are speaking out are honestly, they hold a moral high ground, but we don't have the authority to make change unless something is done at the very top, and there's no willingness at all of the current administration to change the status quo. I think they're working towards loosening any other checks and balances that might be in place just in the name of equality or some other BS that they come up with. And I think this open border is inflicting more pain than any other economic policy or any other social issue that's been happening. And there have been a lot that have the ability to significantly alter the course of the future of this country in a very negative way. But I think this open border, this flow of people unchecked, and we have honestly no profile on who that is. It might be a terrorist from Hamas, from Hezbollah, who knows what, a criminal or trafficker. And not just the people that are coming in, it's the drugs that are flowing in and taking lives every day in neighborhoods across the country. And they're inflicting the most damage in, I think, in minority communities and people who've been economically left behind. The Rust Belt, the West Virginias of the world that these Democrats pretend to care so much about, like they claim that we are for the fallen or the left behinds, but they're actually inflicting the most pain on these communities with these policies. And I heard that some city has been like starting to recruit police officers who are illegals. So I mean, I don't see how much we can tolerate before something has to dramatically change. And I think the only way right now for us is to organize, is to speak out, and it's honestly is to vote the right people in who actually care and can do something about it. And I think it's heartbreaking, and it's a tragedy. I mean, I'm ashamed as a man to be just sitting around and this happening in the country that is the United States of America, that has been the policeman of the world. We can't fix our own problems. How can we claim to actually go out and fix countries and build democracies and all these other BS words that we claim, and it's just plain BS. I think that we claim to be the policeman of the world. I think the internal issues need to take precedence over whatever war is happening around the world. I mean, these problems have been existing between these countries for like decades or centuries. And if it were to be solved by the U.S., they would have been done way back when U.S. was the one power in the world. It was the unipolar system. The U.S. had like free reign for a couple of decades, and those issues were still there and still there now and still be in the future, because the people and these mindsets don't change, and we cannot essentially change what's been in their entrenched in their DNA. Like Hamas is gonna be a terrorist because that's what they do. It's in their DNA. So I don't see how we can help before we help ourselves, and God only helps who help themselves. So I'll rest my case there.
Hey, can I jump in there real quick? So I think you're right. And so, but when we've been talking a lot about colonization, right? And we're watching all these protests happen all over the West. All these people are saying that we must resist the colonizers. That this is specifically this pro Hamas rallies, I'm going to call them. Where they're just mad at Israel. Israel's colonizing them. But I've got a great audio clip, and I want to bring this. This is from the Imam, and I think it's worth playing right now because he's saying you guys invited this on yourself. So let me go to that before we go back to Austin.
Macron, the president of France, recently said the Islamic world is in a crisis. In my opinion, yeah, we do have problems. We do have Boko Haram, we have Al Qaeda, we have Taliban, we have problems. But the broader picture, Islam is very successful, it's growing very fast, and we're doing really well. Dubai is not in a crisis. Abu Dhabi, the UAE, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait, there's no crisis there. The Muslim countries are doing good there. Only some places there's a problem. I say, no, you are in a crisis. You went to the Muslim countries and you imported the garbage that the Muslim countries wanted to put in prison or isolate away from society. You went and you imported them. Why? For cheap labor. But these Islamist extremists, they don't want to work. They want free welfare. They want to marry French women, blonde hair, blue eyes. They don't have time to work. So look at Poland. They don't complain from Islamic extremism, not a single terrorist attack in Poland. The question is, Tina, did the extremists become stronger or the West become weaker?
So that brings up a lot of great points, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he touched on Boko Haram. I mean, and like, what about Burkina and it? I think we're witnessing the not deglobalization, but decentralization and essentially the outing of the deep state worldwide. And in my opinion, that's essentially what we're seeing in Israel, as Israel is a pretty new nation. And, it's very biblical. I mean, it was Palestine before that. And, I don't know, I'm not super in tune with the Bible itself and those stories, but I certainly have been digging down into the last 200 years, and it seems like we're getting a reversal of a lot of the deep state, if you will, just to not go any deeper on that. But what I wanted to say to Freedom's point is, and to my point initially, is if in child trafficking and everything, the boxes, if we don't get rid of the voting machines in our country, then we don't have a voice, and all we're doing is spinning our wheels in these spaces. And I love your space, and I love the opportunity to speak, but we've got to get that. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but just got to vent a little bit. And as soon as we get honest, open voting, the world, they have it in France, I guess, but maybe they're able to propagate that population better than they can here. I mean, you look at what Obama overturned in the Smith-Mundt Act, and the ability for the media to essentially lie to us without any retribution. Which, if you look in the Smith-Mundt Act, it was formed in the 40s. So the Secret Service or the OSS or CIA, which turned into the CIA, couldn't use their tactics on the American people. Well, they snuck that through in a bill, and here we have propaganda all over the place in our country, creating chaos, and that's on purpose. But I think we're seeing the reversal of that worldwide, and we'll see that, and we're seeing that here. It's kind of a slow burn here,
It's totally a slow burn, right? And that's where we were talking about kids. Even maybe I didn't. I don't believe I did until I heard it. And I'm not going to replay that clip. It's just too long. The true story of Thanksgiving, right? And socialism. And we made a quick reversal from socialism. But so just by taking that away from teaching people.
I can't hear Sean. Did I cut out?
Oh no, we're
Yeah,
gonna have to.
I can't hear you, Sean. I'll drop him and bring him back, or you can do it. We're gonna drop you and bring it back.
Yeah, we'll bring you right back up. Hang in there.
Sean, you're also rubber banding a little bit.
Oh well, thanks. Good to know. So, but we're removing teachings from schools, right? Removing the actual story of Thanksgiving. And why wouldn't you want to teach everyone that in America that socialism is bad? And William Bradford found that out in one winter and changed it, which drove this huge economic success that became America. Like as we keep taking that out and we tell everyone that colonization is bad and we must resist colonization, but then we're backdooring it and we're being colonized ourselves by people that don't believe in anything that we believe in. It's really bizarre to watch all of this happen, and it's been a slow burn that me and MAGA we've been trying to bring to you. It's been happening for a long time, and all these stories kind of interconnect. But it's being done clearly for a reason, but it's also being done as a way to destabilize the United States, the West, which obviously they don't like the West. They don't think the West should have the power it has, and they need to be knocked down 3 or 4 notches so that they can suffer the way that others have suffered, which is just a weird thing to me. Why wouldn't you want to be successful the way that American greatness and capitalism has provided to our people? Why wouldn't you want to achieve that? Why would you want to make more people suffer? It's really, really bizarre.
I think that's our intelligence community that's propagated that throughout the world. I don't think it's actually, if you're insinuating that the Muslims or Islam is at war with us or not. I think you're saying that they're not, but we're at war from a much deeper faction that wants total control of everything. Unless I misinterpreted you, that's my interpretation of what's going on.
No, you're correct. I don't think it's the Muslims per se trying to attack us. Obviously, radical Muslims will use every opportunity they can, and they will. But I don't think the Muslim world is trying to attack us. I think you're right. I think it's the West itself has just collapsed on this whole moral DEI thing over the last 60, 70, maybe 100 years.
Well, I mean, Obama and his and John Brennan, and you could even go, and hopefully I don't trigger anybody, but the Bushes behind them were the creators of ISIS. And Hamas is a faction that's likely created by Israel and Mossad. I mean, and if you look, I mean, the CIA and Mossad are the two biggest intelligence apparatuses in the world. You know, and then obviously they connect in Five Eyes and Nine Eyes and 14 Eyes, but they're the tip of the spear. And that's why, you know, I think that's, you know, I don't know, you can kick me out of the space, but if I'm going too far, but for our own country to kill, you know, COVID, thousands of its citizens, but then you go back to 9/11, you know, just 2,000 plus. And then look who's behind that. I mean, we're tied into that, and they're tied into that, and it goes back to even before that when they created Israel and they took down Israel, took down the USS Liberty, and they're on record of bragging about it and talking about how they hate Americans, and these are Israelis, and that got covered up by then I believe Lyndon B. Johnson, who, you know, you can go down that rabbit hole, might have been behind JFK. So all of this is intelligence warfare. I believe that we're seeing we're just living it out. It's got to play itself out because there's just so many operatives and so much deep state throughout the world.
So, Austin, again, let me ask you, because I think you're onto something. But again, we've had some great chances in this country, even before it was a country, to see freedom. But isn't it striking? Doesn't it really just make you think we're still under the monarchy? I mean, the CIA. What is the CIA? They control how much of our lives right now?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I'll say yes and no. I think we've already won. And I know I'm shaking the trees about the election machines, but if we don't get our election machines locally, this will all happen again. If we don't wake up enough and get enough people around us to look around and say, this isn't right, I'm not okay with it, then it's just going to kind of groundswell back up. But the monarch, you say the monarch, but if you look at if you're talking about the British monarch, I mean, they're actually German. The ones that were allegedly currently in there. I mean, there's Germanic, and I mean this is like a 700-800 year battle that we're in, that is playing out to the end of their control. Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, we know the CIA is kind of the not only intelligence but the military faction of the monarch, which is, you know, the Bank of London, the London itself, and then the Vatican. I mean, they've controlled us with religion. That was the first box that they put us in, was religion, and then we broke out of it with the printing press, and then, you know, and then we get to after the printing press, then it was like, well, we better divide up all these religions and create this chaos and create religious wars, and that's what we've been in since that was created. And then we got the Industrial Revolution, and they had to break that up and control that, and that's what the Civil War was. So, yeah, no, I mean, the monarch, sure. I would say it's maybe the Committee of 300, or you could even say the Illuminati. I think that's just a cover. I think that there's a bunch of families, a bunch of people that are behind the scenes, and even Trump said it in his speech in August 2020. He said, "I got to go away for a while because there are a lot of families or people that you don't know, that you've never heard of, that want me to go away." So I mean, yeah, I guess you'd call it monarch, but I think you'd call it the people that are sucking the interest off of our money, the our debt, our debt-based monetary system for centuries. If that's what you mean, maybe I went the wrong way.
Oh, no, I'm following you. Freedom keeps throwing a hand up. You want to join in?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And I would like to add to that. I think my personal understanding, I've I've kind of learned that it's more about subjugation of the population rather than anything else. It's a purely a power play, like having rule by decree. They don't anything that's in power. That does not like opposition, be it either from the citizens or competing parties. They want rule by decree. So even if you change the players, the system is such that it is meant to be that way. Even if you take away a bank or, like you said, a family, it's more about how the system is built to be interest based, debt based monetary system that incentivizes endless collection of money, and for that money to keep collecting without any resistance, they would like to have a continuous grip on power. They cannot be having an uncertainty, because capital goes where it's treated best. It does not like uncertainty. It does not like politics. It just wants to be collected. And when you look at both of the parties, I'm talking America specific because Europe is different. There are some old money families. There are more legacy businesses. So I think in the current system, like in 2023, if you just look at the US, you see how Facebook funded all of these local election offices, like Mark Zuckerberg Foundation donated $100 million to all of these different election offices under the guise of providing them with sufficient resources. I mean, everybody knows who supports what, and if you look at who these donations went to, I think most of them were in democratic in Democrat states or cities. So, and if you look at the current ruling elite, what do they don't want? They don't want more regulation. They don't want any resistance to their rule. If you look at Google, they don't want to be broken down. If you look at Amazon, they don't want any antitrust laws. So if you look at the current system, it's in their best interest to not be for the government to not be working for the consumer, because 70% of the American economy is consumption based, and we're all consumers, and most of it being consumed on personal debt, on credit cards. You look at these major things, you look at the financial system, you look at the banks, you look at the online e-commerce, like the tech giants, and I think a lot of it has changed since like Elon Musk took over Twitter. A lot of things have came out, like the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story by Facebook. If you look at the current context, not just conspiracy stuff, the Bilderberg or the Rothschilds, it's a different thing. They had influence to a certain extent, and I think they still have that influence now. But I think if you look at the major players, the people who are most dominant in the current landscape, who have the most control on you. If you look, you're using an Apple iPhone or you're using a Google Android phone. So these are the people who are currently the I would say the elite, or I would say the entrenched ruling class. They're the new Rothschild of sorts. So these are the people that we need to hold account. We need to hold to account all these big tech companies, all the pharma companies with their drugs that they're pushing. You look at the vaccine makers, the Pfizer's. You look at the banks with their interest-based system, these high interest rate on personal credit cards. They would give out loans even if they know the borrower isn't gonna pay. It's very easy to get a personal consumption-based loan, but it's very difficult to get a business loan. I think, why is that? If you really need to question what's happening right now, the things we interact on a daily basis, the things that we consume. So I think if you got to look at like a very realistic like perspective and how things can be resolved from a solution based perspective, I think we need to hold to account these politicians. I think these are the new, quote unquote aristocracies, all these people who have been like bought out through political donations, through board memberships. You look at a lot of politicians, once they quit office, they join the boards of Boeing Defense. They join the board of Lockheed Martin and other all of these companies. So I think these are the new, quote unquote, like the Rockefellers of the world, in the George Soroses of the world. These new money people, who are essentially controlling the U.S. economy by through these politicians. So I think it's on either side. It's on the Republican side or the Democrat side. Doesn't the party affiliation doesn't matter. Is the people who are enriching themselves that are in power, and the people are failing to, I think, to a large extent, see what the actual problem is. And the problem is that the current system isn't working for I think 80% of the people. And for the people who it's working for, it's so good for them that they don't want to give it up. The Jeff Bezoses of the world, he owns the Washington Post. He controls essentially your media. You look at Ted Turner, CNN's old owner. So these are the people that really need to put the spotlight on. Who need to be brought out in the sunlight for disinfection of sorts.
Those are the same people that are selling humans.
And freedom. You're talking about all the big corporations. Well, how do we get the big corporations? How do we make them less powerful? We go back and retract Citizens United versus the United States. We get rid of the ability for big corporations to fund our politicians. Not also on top of.
Austin, I think you're right, but I'm trying to tie a couple things together here. So I think when we started this conversation, we were talking about the Puritans and the separatists, right? And they left England because they were being oppressed, literally to death, because of their religious beliefs, right? And so, when I'm talking about the monarchy, have we not just slid right back into that just 400 years later? Have we not just given all control over to the government? That's what I'm trying to get at.
And by extension to the big corporations, like the government is beholden to these big corporations. Who's the government? It's the elected officials. It's the Congress, it's the Senate. And they've essentially been like these special interests, these super PACs that have all this money flowing in from the big corporations. So I think it's a corporatist war. The new monarchy is the corporations who kind of have a chokehold on the elected officials and then the bureaucracy by a large extent.
Who used Obama as the vessel to get passed through Citizens United. Obama, that administration sued every county in this country if they did not institute electronic voting machines. So, I mean, big corps behind these machines. Hence why they sued Fox. I mean, it was a kickback to Fox. Shut them up, we'll pay you back off.
Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, I gotcha.
All right. I'm gonna go chase right now. I heard.
He's rubber banding pretty bad.
Hello.
Yeah, your rubber duckies got smacked off. Your rubber banded.
David, you want to try and reset your Wi-Fi maybe, or maybe you're just traveling probably, right?
Hey man, I got that clip you sent me earlier from the son of Hamas leader. Do you want to jump that in now while we get reset everybody and get people up?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to thank who sent it to me, but they're not in the room anymore, I don't think. But they were nice enough to send that to us.
Yeah, it's a pretty good clip. So let me go ahead and play that while we get everyone fixed and bring everyone up. There are a bunch of movements coming forward in the West, angry in the streets, protesting. Some call themselves pro-Palestine. Some call themselves free Palestine. Others say end occupation. What occupation are you talking about? Do you mean end Israel and give Hamas what they want? Give Hamas weaponry, territory, soldiers, army, so they can mess more with the global security? Are you totally blind? How can't you see the things in common between the West and Israel? And how can't you see the violence and the brutality of Hamas movement? Or it's your hatred? You have nothing to do with Palestine. You're just projecting hatred and inflicting emotional pain on the Jewish people as they mourn a modern day Holocaust. Do you think this is how you help Palestine? There is no such a thing as Palestine. Palestine what? Yasser Arafat Palestine? PLO Palestine? PA Palestine? Hamas Palestine? Islamic Jihad Palestine? What Palestine are you protesting for? You have no idea what you're talking about. I am being emotional. I have the right to be emotional because I speak on behalf of the children. As a Palestinian child, as a child of the land, I qualify to talk about the subject. But you have no idea what you're talking about. You never been there. You did not live the pain of that land. So what are you protesting against or about? What is your problem? Let me be clear. This war will go the way we want it to go. Your opinion doesn't matter. Even if you were a majority, you don't matter. Not in this war. It's not your business. You protest against your politicians in London, in Paris, everywhere, wherever you want. That's your business. But in the Middle East, we deal with business, the Middle East style. The Middle East style. We are going after Hamas leaders. And we're going to kill all of them. And nobody can get in the way. Those are criminals. Those are terrorists. They have lots of blood on their hands. Hamas prisoners in Israeli prisons must be executed. We are going to destroy Hamas infrastructure. And that's the answer for their brutality. There is no way around it. As you see, I'm not politically correct. I'm not your type. And I will not be. This act of Hamas did not only bring the wrath of Israel against Gaza, it brought the wrath of God. And you will see God in action. Powerful. Wow.
Can you all hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey,
Yep.
I like this guy. We need to stay out of everything. Screw it. Let them deal with their own stuff. 100%. I don't know if that sounds, again, he's not PC. I'm not either. I think we should stay out of everything. We're not world police. Let them take care of their own. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody agrees with me or not, but honestly, we don't need to be in everybody's business. We just don't. We need to have our own stuff to deal with. Our own homeless, our own vets. I mean, look at Maui. That's not talked about anymore because it's swept under the rug. It was just there to be a distraction, although it actually did happen. But it's.
And what about East Palestine? Nobody's talking about East Palestine. Nobody cares about it anymore.
That's the thing. It's all smoke and mirrors. Everything they do is is it called black flag or what is it called? False flag. Everything's a false flag. It's just there to make people politically motivated. That's all it is. It happens, yes, but it's only there to garner a political response. or a hateful response. That is it. I mean, like I said,
Well, David, let's look at what is Palestine, because it's really, I think, in the 1940s, it was meant to be an insult to Israel as a play on words from
right,
Philistinian.
yeah, the Philistines. I know. And the thing is, people say, "Oh, Israel's so hateful and everything." They're not. They try to give them every concession they could, but Hamas is like, on the PLO, like, nope, no two-state solution, nope, don't oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Don't negotiate with Israel. No, there are three no's. They literally just like, nope, nope, no matter what they do, no. Like, they didn't even want to work out anything. They're so hateful and just evil. It's just not even funny. It's just really not. And when they did concede land to the Palestinians, they gave them every good piece of, like, basically most of the good pieces of, like, farming land. They gave them a lot. They gave them more than, and then they still waged war on them. And then they wonder why they're bitter. And they still gave them a benefit of the doubt and gave them good land. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. They never stole any land. It was literally all given back to them, and they just still wanted to fight them. It is insane. The way the left, like, baits and switches everything and twists people's words and spins the truth. It should be unnerving to everybody. It really should. It should be literally a wake up call, and, like, people have to, like, literally go out and find the truth, because the left media and the bought out media by the left, I mean, someone was talking about the elitist, the families that pretty much run everything. It's literally owned all by them. Let's be real. None of it is actual factual evidence. And that was, and someone mentioned the Smith-Mundt Act, which I've mentioned that a couple of times on Open Spaces, which was repealed by Barack Obama. So the news media was able to propagate propaganda. They were able to put out propaganda without any recourse or any wow, I can't think of the word. Wow. Wow, this is the first.
Well, they can't be sued. They're not liable.
They're not liable, and then
Retribution.
yeah, they can't be called out on it. Basically, they can't. There's nothing anybody can do about it. They can do whatever the hell they want, if that makes sense. But yeah, no, like I said, we are not world police. We need to be pulling people out of country. We don't need to be everywhere. It's not our job. I mean, we have our own problems to deal with, and yet we can't even do that. But we're giving money to people to fund their border, yet we're having our own people or other countries like, oh, you shouldn't be blocking off your borders, but they can secure their own borders. But if we do it, God forbid, like, let's tear our heads off, right? Makes no sense. It makes zero. So it's double standard on the left all day. That's all they do is double standards. Is double standard this, double standard that. And when they're called out on it, it's, oh, well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense to them. I don't know how. I don't know. I'm just at a loss. That's all. But anywho.
Well, so David, Viktor Orban has been very pro-Trumpy in this way. Yeah, I said Trumpy. Ha ha! Everyone have fun. He is Hungary, right? He has supported Trump's no tolerance policy for immigration, and he's done the same thing in his country, in Hungary.
Oh, you talking about Poland? That guy?
No, I'm talking about Hungary.
Oh, Poland, same thing.
Yeah, no, Poland, Hungary, both are doing the same thing, right? They have another issue, the European Union. We'll get into that in a minute, but they have fought all that. Yes, they have taken in Ukrainian refugees, but they have a zero tolerance policy on immigration. I mean, you have to either come legally or you can turn around and walk away from the fence, because we're not going to let you in. Right. And that was, remember how much Trump got just bashed when he shut down, just over COVID, shut down people coming in from, China or the just the Southeast, basically. Like there's countries that have been doing it, and they've been proving it works, and they don't have terrorist attacks. They don't have any of these problems that all of the West has invited into their countries, including the United States. And I really like Poland and Hungary's policies on that. And I don't care. Like I probably can find it. It was an awesome audio clip, but like they were interviewing the head of Poland, and he said they're like, well, don't you think that's like racist? Or he goes, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I literally do not care.
It's so good. I fucking love it. But let me. I appreciate you guys letting me go in and talk. I'm actually heading to a party, so I will. When you guys do another space, I'll try to get on. But you guys have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks, man. Good to see you.
You too, man. Have a good one. Have a good one, everybody.
You too. I'm trying to bring Paul up because Paul has he has the same love of these two countries that I do and their policies.
Just real quick, I wanted to thank David and say I really appreciate his style. Appreciate it greatly, David. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us for so long today. And Sean, you got some style. I don't know if it's Middle East style, but you got some kind of style going on. It's pretty fly. What's up, Alex? You're up here with us. Hopefully you got a mic, Alex. You there? You good?
Yeah, I'm at the liquor store, but I'm good.
All right.
I hear you loud and clear. Trying to figure out what I want. But yeah, once I get home, I'll throw my hand up because I want to talk about that clip and the beginning and one thing that he said and talk a little bit about what I tried to on Thursday before X didn't like me. So I will be back. But I was listening a little bit earlier when I was out with the kids, and it seems like y'all had a pretty good conversation thus far today. Lots of topics, nice flow. So yeah, BRB.
Sweet.
Yeah, awesome.
She's on an Althea run, I think.
That's right. That's
No,
right.
I'm on an Alex run because I just spent 4.5 hours outside in the heat at a trick-or-treating, then bouncy house, and I don't even know, like one kid's one way, another one's another way. Mackie, where was he the whole time? He found some girl he was hanging with. So yeah, this was for Alex.
Wait,
Not for
was there some mom wine time at this thing?
No, it's outside in front of a police station. But when I walked into the liquor store, they had a test tasting thing going on. New company from Georgia. Very good old fashioned. I just pounded back. And now I'm standing in front of the case looking at different Lawson Brewing Company beers because I feel like a Lawson sip of sunshine, but I don't see it.
I've heard of Gangnam Style, whatever that was, but
did you just say Gangnam Style?
Yeah, I've heard of that style. Yeah,
When in doubt, just get your
getting
old English
jiggy with
800
it.
and be
I've
done.
heard that. What, Mikey?
When in doubt, just go get your old English 800 and be done.
What do you want? Dude, I can't. I found the Lawson sip of sunshine. So give me 15 minutes and then I'll be home.
Gang, gang.
Bro, the only hood you're from is Mr. Rogers. Don't even bother.
Dude, seriously. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm from. Freedom, you kept throwing your hand up.
Yeah, I also wanted to add on that point of racism being used sort of as a weapon to shut anything down that's not according to your own thought process. So I think this thing of racism being really, really overused at this point in time. A lot of things that may have gotten like systematically entrenched in the system by Jim Crow, a Democrat or whatever, like that's been undone. Like most of it has been undone, and the reverse has been overdone to a certain extent, with the affirmative action and all these other things. So at this point of time, in this current present times that we live in, racism is just most of the times, or 99.5% of the time, is being used as a weapon to shut anybody down that's not essentially like towing the line of whatever the leftist want to get done. So I think we got to be careful about that. and not be afraid to really like be affirmative about what actually we think, and not worry about like who's gonna say what, because we definitely have the moral high ground with whatever things that had happened under Trump and how it's been going right now. I mean, wanting world peace and avoiding wars is definitely not racist. For everybody in America, regardless of your race or color or background, to prosper, that was happening under Trump. The wealth inequality was reducing. It was almost full unemployment, and the unemployment rates for minorities like blacks and Hispanic was at a record low right in February 2022, just before COVID hit. So there's been successes. He was able to like really get down the border crossing numbers. The border was secured. There were things done in direction to making it more secure. There was a debate, there was a discussion towards constructive things. And now all we're talking about right now is this war, that war, Russia war, Hamas war. And you look how the narrative in the landscape has changed so dramatically from something constructive, like, building our economy, strengthening our military, to now like preventing, like from the offensive, or else from the construction phase, we're back to the defensive phase. We're essentially to a survival mode, which is, I think it's pretty pathetic. Like for US being the most powerful country, we should be the leader rather than, trying to like kind of keep things together and just get by and survive.
Did you just use Old English 800 as a pivot point and segue to racism back into world politics?
Probably, but I just speak whatever enhances freedom. So
Based.
I was like,
1776.
man, I feel like I'm in a game of Candyland. Like we just went down like the really swirly slide. I was like, holy cow, how did we get there?
It's always the oldie.
It is.
Uh, we're just goofing off. I see a lot of people coming in that are great friends, including the ones that are on the panel. But we got Paul in the house now, and just hang on, Paul. We'll get to you. Snickers stepped up. What's up, Snickers?
Hey, how's everybody doing? Freedom, I'm 100% right there with you. When someone starts screaming racism around me, sorry, but I laugh anymore. That does not even have a serious meaning anymore because they've overused it so much. And I just don't even put up with it no more. I just keep going with whatever it is I have to say. They scream racism to me anymore. That's their problem.
And you should be free to say what you want without any fear. So yeah, that's it. This is America.
Well, the media and misinformation and video clips. I mean, we have been just smothered with data coming from all different places and sources and videos and information and misinformation. And I don't like to say disinformation too much, but it's just, narratives being played out, swaying public opinion and making people upset. Like, good example, last night somebody posted a video showing people what appeared to be maybe protesters, and they were going into, it looked like they were going up into people's houses, and they said, oh, it's on, it's happening, the purge is happening. It was a video from like 2020, and the homeowner was trying to let people in their house to let the protesters escape the curfew that was imposed on the city, or something weird like that. So initially, when you see these videos, you just have to you really got to like take a moment. That your initial gut reaction, you got to take a second, think about it, and then do a little bit more research. Maybe even just Google in, like, if somebody puts a title or something, or you see the title of the video, look it up. There might be some more information there. Make sure you're looking at the date of these videos, because I am noticing a huge, when I say huge, reinsurgent of videos from 2014, 2016. I mean, we got videos that are like just making people think that, oh, it's happening now. No, this is all stuff that we've already seen in videos, and they're just recirculating them back into the mix again one more time, and people are seeing them maybe for the first time, and they're going, oh my God, it's, you know, something bad is happening right now. And with the main shooter situation that happened, that's a whole other thing. I mean, that we went through a long stint of school shootings. We went through all these other things going on. Now we're back to shootings again. We've been paralyzed by war looming, World War III, and now we're back to, you know, mass shootings again. It's just like, it has not stopped. This has not stopped or given the Americans, just an American citizen, everyday citizen. If you look at any media, you are completely over inundated with these things, driving your opinions, pulling on your heartstrings, molding your opinions, molding your mind to believe certain things. So the programming has been in full force and effect.
Essentially guilt tripping you and manipulating you to kind of, you know, force down their agenda down your throat by hook or crook.
I think just they're looking for an instant reaction from people and what works.
I think they've been trying to ignite a spark. I think there are people that really want the United States to work themselves up into a fervor or a boil and just chaos. And they're hoping, I mean, there's a lot of people hoping that this conflict in Israel is the spark that sends the United States and other countries across the world into complete chaos. I mean, and you could see the movement trying really hard. I mean, they're really trying really hard, and they've captured the youth, they've captured people's minds, and people are protesting. And you would think that we are sitting on a powder keg, is what it feels like. It's scary, you know, when you see this much protesting going on across the world right now, especially in the U.S. And you
Right,
see
Meg.
people trying to escape with their lives, driving through crowds. I mean, yeah. Anyways,
No, you're right, Meg, and that's. I really think that this whole thing, you know, we've talked about it. It's been a slow burn, but I think they're doing it for a reason. You know, you're starting to see, you know, calls outside of World War III that it will be World War III plus, and I mean by plus, a civil war instead of the, you know, inside of the United States. I mean, they're just really trying to incite anger and hatred and violence, and it's concerning.
I mean, war's definitely good, not good for the climate change agenda. So I think they're off. There's, you know, anybody on the left that's trying to, you know, do wars just for like justice or whatever is not good for the climate. Greta Thunberg.
oh no,
We've
you
got.
didn't say that.
Yeah, we're not going to do it right now, but we've got a clip for that. We've got a clip for everything basically. We've got a clip of Greta. So, you know, vegan grenades.
Vegan wars. Hey, we got Rebel. He jumped up, and Paul jumped up. Let's go to Rebel, and then we'll go to Paul.
Good afternoon. I have a question. Anybody else feel like they're being trying to be shoved into a little box? Because at this rate, we're going to be outnumbered by the illegals, and they want to give them ID cards and voter registration and put their kids in school. You know, all the things that we need paperwork as American citizens to do. I mean, they want to give them jobs as police officers. And they can't even speak the language. Our schools are eliminating math, English, and reading as required graduate itinerary because they can't keep up.
Rebel, did you finish? Okay, I just wasn't sure. Yeah, it's very concerning. Sean, did you want to react to that or move on?
No, I mean obviously she brings up great points, but let's. Paul's brand new to the space for at least the Saturday show. He's always on the drive, but Paul, let me get your reaction.
Yeah, so this is great. I didn't know this was happening, or I would have been participating. But I got a couple of points I'd like to bring up, and I'll try to use my inside voice. And I think Mikey can back me up on this on the main shooter. But I love the way the media is trying to portray this guy as a tier one, super mega survivalist, Delta Force, because he's a firearms instructor. He's Army National Guard. He's Army reservist. Yeah, he barely makes the physical requirements. And okay, he's got a sniper tab. Okay, that's good. And he was accurate enough to kill 14-year-olds at the bowling alley and stuff. But this guy is not a top tier guy. He's just not. I guarantee you the game and fish and wildlife guys in Maine, their SWAT team, and the Maine State Police SWAT team all have guys that have way more experience than this shit eater has. It's just no doubt in my mind. Really, no doubt in my mind. And as far as the Middle East things go, so if in my view, the Palestinians are the Albanians of the Middle East. The, the, there's a reason that every single Middle Eastern country won't accept Palestinian refugees. Why? Because they're bottom feeders and they drag down the economy. They drag down everything. And I'm talking a one each average Palestinian. I'm not talking about Hamas. Hamas needs to have their heads cut off and put on a stake. There's no doubt about that. But I'm telling you, the reason Egypt, who has a border with Gaza on the south, will not take Palestinians because the Palestinians drag the Egyptian culture down. And it's the same with Syria and Yemen. And Syria and Yemen are not much better. But it's just amazing to me how the mainstream media, well, all of media, it doesn't matter if they're mainstream or not, all of the media are just giving these guys a pass. And then these uber liberal professors in all of these top tiered universities have created this whole generation that is pro Palestinian. And I, I mean, come on now. You got to look at the facts. When I was a human rights investigator in the Balkans, when we went to the southern Balkans, which was all Muslim controlled, there were probably a dozen cities down there that were controlled by mujahideen. And they ran those cities literally from back in the 70s when Tito ran Yugoslavia and everybody else in Eastern Europe used to go to Yugoslavia for holiday because it was such a nice country and it was pretty laid back, as far as communist countries go, to just just run down garbage cities that were controlled by the Mujahideen. And it's just been the same for 1,000 years. I mean, that's the whole issue in Kosovo between the Albanians and the Serbs. It's the same. These people are the same, and they've been the same throughout millennia. And I'll park it right there.
Thanks, Paul. I'm so glad you came up, and I'm also glad you used your inside voice.
Thank you. It was hard, but I was able to do it.
Well, you did a good job. So, but no, it's not just Egypt and Jordan and Syria. What there's like, I believe, 22 Muslim nations that are refusing to allow a single Palestinian migrate there, right? And that's something that, like, I don't know if people are paying attention to. They're all like, free Palestine from the river to the sea, which we already know what that means. It's just destroy Israel. But, like, you got 22 nations that are refusing any migration from Palestinians.
22 Arab
You got to
nations,
really look at that.
22 Arab nations and 50 Muslim nations. And none of them, down to the country, will not accept any of them. And there's a reason for that, is because they are pond scum. And everybody knows it in the Muslim world. Everybody knows you do not want a Palestinian in your country. When Egypt, when Israel vacated the Gaza Strip and left everything for the Palestinians, the first thing the Palestinians did was destroy all of the synagogues. The second thing they did was they destroyed all the Israel built greenhouses, which Israel built so the Palestinians could have a source of income and where they could grow and export produce. And they destroyed them. Why? It's because Israel built them. That's the level of hatred.
It's not just not accepting. If you go back in history in the 70s, you look at Jordan, it's a Muslim theocracy. It has a king. So what essentially happened was they accepted a couple of thousand Palestinians into their country. So what these Palestinians did was they started forming these gangs and started terrorizing the native Jordanians. So after a couple of years of this happening, the king of Jordan essentially ordered for the Pakistani army, another Muslim country, mind you, to come in and essentially annihilate these people. And thousands of Palestinians were killed by a Pakistani army that is a Muslim army under the orders of a Muslim king. So you look at what the reality is. And I was just like watching the news a couple of days ago, the GB News. They had a statistic on, like, from Denmark. So Denmark, what they did was, like, a couple of decades ago, they let in like 1,000 or some Palestinians in, and within a few years 60% of them had a criminal record. And this 60% was out of the few people that survived. Some left somewhere in some other place. So 60% of them turned into criminals. And like, Denmark has a huge welfare state. If you can't not make it in Denmark, you ain't gonna make it anywhere else. They've got a small population. They've got a very robust economy. They're the Vikings, the Scandinavians. They're rich, but and they gave a very cushy life to these Palestinians, all the benefits and the entitlements intact. They still could not make it. They chose to turn themselves into criminal, not for survival, mind you. They had all that they needed to live a life of dignity, but out of instinct, out of a habit. And old habits die hard. If you're a criminal in your own country, you're gonna stay a criminal in your new country, like whatever that is. So it's not gonna change until something gets into you and changes you. So that's what it is. Is the reality that these Arab nations know of, that's preventing them from accepting anybody in. And in fact, Egypt is building a huge wall to stop any migration from Palestine into their own country.
Chirag, that is such an excellent point. And what amazes me is that here in the U.S., our universities and our media refuse to recognize that, and they continue this anti-Israel, anti-Jew rhetoric that gets all these people fired up for these people that
For the leftists, it's just pure masochistic self-hatred. They hate America so much, just like the Hamas hates Israel so much, that they cannot accept anything that America favors. Anything that the Americans favor, they'll go against it. Americans favor drinking water for staying alive. The left would protest against it. No, don't drink water to stay alive. You should die. Why? Because the Americans want it. If Trump says that water is a good thing and it should be drank every day, the left will start protesting it. They will say it's racist to drink water then. That's what the mindset is. You can just change the subject matter of it. The talking points would stay the same. Anything that the Americans or anything that a sane person is for, the leftists would go against it. These Harvard types would go against it. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter if it's Hamas, if it's Hezbollah, if it's the Mujahideen. It's the same.
Yep, it's exactly the same. Those people have been the same for 4,000 years. They've actually been the same for 4,000 years, and no matter what olive branch or hand up is given to them, they fuck it up. Oh, are we kids in cars on Saturday?
But
we're
Paul, that's Middle Eastern style. So I think that's what you're describing.
Yeah, but I gotta say, so there is a big, huge Muslim community in Detroit, and there's a huge Serb and Muslim community. Serbs are Orthodox in Chicago, and they coexist with no problems. There's third and fourth generation immigrants who are in the U.S. now, and you see that when in Detroit they try to introduce CRT, and thousands of American Muslims showed up at the school board meetings and all that kind of stuff and said, "We are not doing this." So that it's not your regular one each Muslim who wants to, peaceably coexist and live, with everybody else. It's these radicalized bottom feeders. They're just ghetto dwellers. They're just gutter scum. Like Trump says, that's 1,000 years old that they've had that upbringing within their society, in their specific culture.
So, Paul, are we not now big? We've got all these angry people, right? They're protesting everywhere. I call them rallies, pro Hamas rallies. Are we not now just being colonized by the same people that they're all against colonization, all against, they're so angry, but are we not now being colonized by people that just hate us?
Yeah, we absolutely are. And the current administration is letting literally millions of those people walk across the border. Here in Texas, we're
Man, did somebody swat his rubber ducky off? I'm losing him.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah, that's exactly right, Sean, because if you look at Texas, for example, we're probably 50 or 51, 52% Hispanic. And the 52% Hispanics that live in Texas are all hardworking. Most of them are agricultural, or they work in the services industry. And they just can't wait to be an American and do the right thing. But there is a small percentage that have, nefarious things that they want to do once they get into the U.S. And those people coming across the border were not, I listened to Ted Cruz the other day, the thing where he went down the border and he saw about 150 people crossing. That was the bridge where the fish crossing is. And it was like 7 minutes. They had it down to 7 minutes to cross in terms of violence. Oh, now, that is not, and excuse my, excuse my funniness, but that's not.
So, Paul, I just posted up top. It was sent to me by Viviana through someone else's work, so I'm not taking any credit for this. 22, and this is not so Islam. We've already had the discussion about this. Islam is not technically violent. It's the radicals. We've talked about that. We've already gone through that. So, but I posted up. There's 22 stations, training camps, basically inside of the United States. There's one here in Plainfield, Indiana. I've known about it for probably a decade. But there, and we've just been so that goes through Trump, that goes through, like, if you look at it again, and I'm not blaming Trump, I'm not blaming Biden, I'm blaming the whole monarchy, right, of inviting these people in, and allowing them to train in our country. It's insane. We're being colonized.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. It makes no sense at all. And we know where all these locations are, and we should immediately um, do what's expected of us to uh, eliminate the threat. You know, I saw where Governor Abbott the other day is uh, calling for an investigation of that colony that
Yeah,
it was
Colony Ridge.
Colony Ridge that Brandy or somebody had brought up. Requesting an investigation there because of all of the illegals that were going there and getting these high interest, low no down payment loans and just putting up these different things, tents and single wides and all this other kind of stuff. And uh, and it's great that he's calling for an investigation, but it just needs to be shut down. And the reason it's not being shut down is because I can't remember his last name, but Trey and this other and his brother were the largest donors to Abbott's campaign, and they are the property owners there. So therein lies the rub, brother.
Sad. It's so sad. Rebel, you want to jump in?
Well, just this past week in Chicago, they were talking about building sanctuary camps, and the folks erupted and went nuts because they were talking about putting it. The people from the neighborhood are like, no, nobody asked us, excuse me, because without even talking to the community. They're trying to get a camp for 2,000 people, supposedly family members with children. And I think we've all seen plenty of footage of what's coming across the border, and it is not families from any country.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, Rebel. It's really funny you bring that up because I think it's funny when the media show, they're kind of outing themselves when they show all of these bombed out buildings in Gaza and stuff, and the only people milling around and the only people digging through the rubble are military age men. There are no women, There are no children. There is nobody around except for 18 to 25-year-olds that are walking around in those cities. And it's the same in the U.S., Rebel. It's exactly the same. So you're spot on.
Actually, my favorite footage of over there is when you see the reporters in the combat helmet, shrapnel vest, telling you how hard it is and how rough it is and how it's been a detriment. But I'm not saying there's not a war, but they're standing somewhere safe because you see somebody riding a bike behind them, just pedaling along, shorts and a t-shirt, not worried about anything. It's like,
Yeah.
really now? I'm not saying there's not a war there. I'm just saying, if nothing else, these reporters, air quotes there, because they are not reporters, we all know that, but these reporters are too chicken snot to get close enough to actually report on the story anyway.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, and we're probably going back 10 or 12 or 15 years when Kosovo was a big thing. And Geraldo Rivera was over there and he's wearing his Kevlar helmet and he's got his body armor on and he's, talking in low tones because he's behind the lines with the Albanians and stuff. And he's going to try to interview a couple of these, soldiers that are there. And out of the blue, this guy comes out and goes, Hey, you're Geraldo Rivera. Hey, I know you, dude. This guy was from New York. He was from a borough in New York. And he's like, Hey, Geraldo, how's it going, bro? and, it's just so silly. It's so silly.
Well, do you notice? And again, I'm going to go to really. I know some people in here hate the word programming, but I'm going to go to programming. Do you notice how we don't see any of that crap unless you really dig in? You got to go find open source Intel accounts on whatever platform you're on, Twitter or Reddit or whatever. We don't see any of that. We're getting totally bombarded with what's going on in Gaza. There's something to be said about that.
Yeah. So here's the counter to that, Sean. It's so funny that from the first 24 hours, we had all of these, man on the street videos and all that kind of stuff. We have not ever, up to this point, had any of that in Ukraine. There's been no reporting, man on the ground behind enemy lines, doing the, this is front is moving forward. These guys are pushing back. No, we've got guys in a studio back in DC with a map and a pointer saying, yeah, they're doing this down in Crimea and they're doing this over here and that kind of thing. There's not been any of that for Ukraine. And I forgot who brought it up, but even more so, there's been zero reporting on Hawaii, which is absolutely one of the worst things that has ever happened to any state in the United States. And it's just fallen off the radar. It's no longer anything.
Well, don't forget East Palestine, Ohio, right? I mean, yeah, it's been absolutely nuts the way the news just churns this up. Rebel, you want to go?
Sure, but I'll come out with a squeak instead of a clap of thunder because I was going to mention East Palestine, Ohio. But anybody also notice that you cannot find any footage on social media unless you search for it? from Hawaii. They have internet service, they have phones. There is no way we would not be seeing more of it, especially with a basic hashtag like Hawaii. That should bring up more than footage from 2 weeks ago from bought out journalism. I'm talking independent people. Something's not right there.
Good point. So you had Nick Sordico, you had James of Keepco, right? And they did, both of them did independent reporting, and mostly it was that they weren't allowed access, right? So it's a wow. They just again, just, well, let's change the topics, but that's what they're doing. Let's change the topics. Let's make it happen so fast that we don't see. Again, I'm going to go back to the title. We don't see that we're just being, all the things that people think they hate is happening to them right now. You're being colonized.
Would you ban drones in Hawaii? Why on earth would you do that? You should have reporting that shows, hey, look at this forward progress we're making. Not only was it horrific, but we are now using local Hawaiian assets to come in, clean up the area, make remediation an option and all that kind of stuff. And they banned drones. They got military folks out there blocking off where, you can't go into the burn zone and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, and I don't know if we'll go there, but I've been trying to get MAGA to engage on this for a couple of days now.
Really? Okay.
Hawaii's under military occupation, is it not?
Oh, well, yeah, I wanted to touch on that because we talked about some history of how we got here to America and how we even started the United States. We started the space with Puritans, Pilgrims, and Patriots. And when we talked about colonialization, I put a definition up there: the act of taking control of an area or country that is not your own, especially using force and sending people from your own country to live there. And when Sean and I were talking about the space before we did it, we briefly spoke of the Native Americans. Okay. Now, Native Americans the category of Native Americans also, it includes the Hawaiian Islands, but the Hawaiian Islands were also colonized, or you could say they were taken by force by the United States. And so when you look at the Native American people, they ended up with reservations and treaties, and the Hawaiian Islands, if you look at it from the 30,000, I don't care how high you have to go to see it, but it falls into the category, the Hawaiian people fall into the category of indigenous, basically American or Native Americans. They weren't Americans, so we made Hawaii part of America. But anyways, it's technically a preservation or a reservation. The Hawaiian Islands are a reservation.
Yep.
I stumbled through that terribly. I'm sorry. I'm just had a brain fart there.
No, but you're absolutely right, MAGA. You're absolutely right. It's a reservation.
Well, the Hawaiian people have been assimilated over time.
You're all awesome, and God bless.
All right. Cool. Thank you. Austin, you really brought a lot to the discussion today. Advocate, why don't you jump in and then we'll keep going on the what's going on with Hawaii and all that.
Well, no, if you want to finish that, because I was going to switch gears, like I said a little bit earlier, and just connect something back with what was mentioned in the clip that you guys played. But when you just mentioned reservations, how they were all put on reservations, it clicked in my head. So we won't have reservations here, now, if they get their way and they win. We'll have 15-minute cities. Think about it. It's just the new age version of that in my mind. I don't know why I thought of it like that, but I did. And what's happening in Hawaii kills me. My cousin Craig and his wife Carla were both stationed in Hawaii when they were in the service, and she is native Hawaiian. Her entire family, born and raised there, every generation, and they lost everything. She had family members and friends she had her whole life. Pass away. I almost just started crying. Sorry. That passed away with all of this. So, yeah, it's near and dear to my heart when for that reason. Not that it isn't, because they are people, they are Americans, but we do have a direct connection to it in our country or in our family. And they haven't been back up here in Massachusetts that long either. They both left the service. They got out, I want to say, maybe a year and a half ago. So yeah, when you're looking at the time frame, it really wasn't too far before this all happened. So yeah, but yeah, no, finish your conversation on that, because like I said, I wanted to touch upon something else. And I see Paul's hand turning blue. Paul!
Yeah, Alex. Thank you, darling. So, if you could, there's a lot of folks in the room and a lot of new folks and stuff. Could you run down what a 15-minute city is, please?
Sure, unless the host or other co-hosts want to take that. I don't, whichever.
Well, we can totally do that, but like I've been saying, I was trying to engage Matt on this. There's something we've gone over, and Matt has more knowledge of this than me, but I do have some knowledge of it. Like, Hawaii is literally an occupied land, and so he's posted this. We brought the story to you. Hawaii was occupied, I believe, in the 1890s, Matt, by the U.S. military, and so it's really interesting. So when you look at what happened in Lahaina, right, and you're not getting the response you would get out of the government what you would think. But
Lahaina.
do they have to? Lahaina? Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, yeah, you spent some time there. I have not. Uh, you're not getting the response of the government you would think, but if you look at what's going on with their basically the contract that brought them to statehood, they're occupied. They're militarily occupied by the United States. Am I wrong, Maga?
No, I'm actually just getting the stuff together to put it into context here. So I'm going to be posting some stuff to catch people up. You're pretty close on the years and things like that. Just give me a second to put everything together. I'm going to get it together so we can look at it.
You got it. Thank you. Yeah. So when you look at all of this, and it's going to be an interesting trip through time, really, because when we took over Alaska from Russia, right? We can all talk about that. That was a purchase, and it was $7 million in today's money. If you look at that, it was about $199 million in today's money. Pretty good grab of land, right? But that was a purchase, and we purchased that from Russia. So when we come up to Hawaii, there was no purchase there. So we'll get into that. And if you guys want to fight me on Alaska, we can totally do that. But I believe Alaska was a good purchase because of the Balkan Islands. And the Balkan Islands was super important in both World War I and World War II is just showing off the ability to detect incoming threats from the East. A really important purchase, I believe.
I just want to jump in here because I heard what you, I don't know if it was you or Matt. One of the two you all said that Hawaii is a reservation, and I would just caution you on utilizing uh, that statement, just because I, I'm familiar with reservations. I have heritage on reservations. I would tell you that Hawaii and the islands are not a reservation. Reservations are ran very differently. They are.
No, that's understood. I'm sorry if it seems like we misappropriated the word. No, the
Yeah.
American people, we colonized the Hawaiian Islands, and there was a treaty, and the American people come and go and can go to Hawaii, visit, do whatever they want. So they do not have a reserved space only for the indigenous people that, like American Indians do on their reservations. I'm just saying the treaty and the way that it was done. It's similar to how other colonization happened with American Native Americans. That's kind of why I was stuttering, because it's a fine line you walk when you start talking this stuff. So yeah, it's not preserved like a reservation for a Native American Indian or other treaty, but it
Right,
was
'cause the
taken by
treaty for the Native
military. It was taken by military force.
Yeah, the treaty that made Native American Indians was, let's just call it what it is, was complete BS. And the indigenous tribes of America really caught the short end of the stick, and that's putting it very mildly.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but what I'm trying to tell you is when we were doing our research for colonization, the Hawaiian people were right there with the Native Americans. They were considered they're considered Native Americans. So I know that they're island people, and then there's Native Americans that were here on this land, on the mainland. Yeah, but they put them in the same category when it comes to Native Americans.
Yeah, and no, and I misspoke. It was not the Balkan Islands; it's the Aleutian Islands, right? And that was the chain of islands that comes out from Alaska. And a similar thing, really, after I already posted about this. After we purchased that, obviously we got a good price for it, but we used that as a military base during World War I and World War II with the Aleutian Islands. And we really, if you look at it, we kind of colonized them. We told the people we were going to use their islands that, to protect the United States. All good, you think, right? But there was a lot of devastation that happened, a lot of economic down value that happened in the Aleutians through that because we just basically took it over.
And if I remember correctly, we only took it over for one particular island in the Aleutian Islands, because most of the rest of the Aleutians are uninhabited. So
sorta. They're inhabited, but you're right. We just set up military bases sporadically through the Aleutians. Paul, you want to jump in?
So from a U.S. government point of view, when they let out contracts, they have several different socioeconomic standings that they use for letting out contracts. So one of the main ones is woman-owned small business. Another one is contracts are usually minority owned, and they have
Yeah, so WMBE is the phrase, right, Paul? WMBE.
yeah. So they have So among those is Alaska Native, American Native, and Hawaiian Native that they use. So when they let out RFPs, which are requests for proposal, they say this contract is going to go to somebody in this socioeconomic uh, uh, view, which is either an Alaskan Native, a Hawaiian Native, or an American Indian Native uh, contract, and they have to meet these certain specifications and stuff. And so, yeah, Hawaiian Native is also part of the small business socioeconomic um, thing that they have for letting out these contracts.
Yeah, I'm totally familiar with that. 100% agree.
Yeah, so we have, like Choctaw Defense, we have Arctic Slope, which is an Alaska Native. We have Echelon, which is a Hawaiian Native owned. Um, there's all these different companies that meet these certain small business requirements, even though like Choctaw has, 18 to 20 companies under Choctaw Defense, so that they can meet those. And Echelon has, 14 or 15 of these Hawaiian owned uh, native companies that they can bid on these contracts and stuff. And like Arctic Slope is an Alaska Native, and there's endless possibilities there. But that's how the U.S. Contracting Command puts out these proposals for work. So, in other words, if you're General Dynamics, let's say, you can't bid on this missile defense system because it's coming out under an 8A or a minority owned company. So General Development will go out and find an Alaska Native company or a Hawaiian Native company or an American Indian Native company, and they will team with them in order to bid on that kind of work. And
right. Well, you're right, and Paul. Let's so that people that don't understand, it's like it's just some arbitrary number. Like we will say when we're doing the RFP, we will say, "Hey, we need it to be 22%
yes.
this." And so these companies, the big companies, they go out and they just find, well, I'll subcontract with so and so and so and so and so and so, and they put that in a proposal, and that will be 22% of the work.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm consulting with a company that is Hawaiian Native. We've been approached by Leidos, Amentum, General Dynamics, Raytheon, in order to team with us, we don't certainly have the capability of what the government's asking for. So we go as a prime so that they can meet the socioeconomic standard, but we let Momentum, General Dynamics, Lockheed, and those guys do the lion's share of the work. And they give us, like you said, if it's 22%, so they give us 50 butts and seats, or they give us 60 butts and seats so that we can meet that arbitrary requirement from the government. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to be sarcastic here, but welcome to the monarchy, right? They're telling you what you have to do in your business.
Yeah.
Telling you exactly what you have to do to run.
Yeah, it's all smoke and mirrors, bro. It's just all smoke and mirrors.
Maggie, you loaded up because I really love this story about Hawaii. Like,
Oh, yeah, I put something up, and of course, you can't always trust Wikipedia, but I just wanted to just touch on the Native Americans and the first Americans or indigenous Americans. And Paul kind of touched on it about the indigenous people in different portions of the United States, from the American Indians to the Alaskan Natives. And it defines a Native American as all people indigenous to the United States and its territories, including Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islanders. And we know of the American Indians and Alaska Native and also Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islanders, including Samoa Americans and Chamorros. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. But my point to what I was trying to say is, if these people are indigenous and they're supposed to be protected, and why is it that the Hawaiian Islands were just not preserved for only, or reserved for only, the true indigenous people that were that are of the islands? I mean, you only got a limited amount of space, and to just basically not preserve that or reserve it for them is there's like, we pick and choose when we're gonna do certain things, and I just don't understand how we got here, exactly why they did that. But yeah, it was military occupation. Let me get back to that. You had your dates pretty close. Gosh, I just forgot the exact dates. Give me a second.
So in government contracting, there are regulations that are set out by the FAR. And the FAR is Federal Acquisition Regulation. So what they do is, over time what they're trying to do is keep the top 3 defense contractors from bidding and winning everything. So they say, no, we got to meet these minimum requirements. And so our minimum requirements are, you've got to be 20% small business, or you've got to be, 30% of this and that.
So Paul, no. I think, like, you and I probably should just host a entire space on this. We could probably go 4 hours just with me and you explaining this whole thing. So I'm sorry to cut you off.
Indeed, brother.
Sorry to cut you off. You and I obviously have some expertise in that. I'm coming back to colonization. That's really where I'm trying to draw this from. And how maybe America colonized Hawaii.
Yeah, it was 1893 is when troops and military force was used. The annexation happened a little while after that, but the Queen of Hawaii,
Queen of Hawaii, she She made the deal, right, MAGA?
Under protest and threat of military action, she surrendered under protest until which time the Hawaiian Islands could be returned to its rightful people.
Well, that got some hands. Freedom, you want to go?
Yeah, I think Zuckerberg is now trying to be the new chief of tribe in Hawaii. I just put the article on the bubble where it says that like Zuckerberg, I think, threatened hundreds of people by lawsuits, essentially forcing them to sell the land that they'd owned through ancestry to Zuckerberg, essentially to expand his own, 1,500-acre land purchase that he's been trying to make in Kauai. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's Kauai. Sorry if I misspelled it, but it's in Hawaii. So essentially, what he's doing is he's trying to, block off access to all these beaches. So, and it's even if the Guardian says it's neo-colonialism, it's something because it's leftist as you get. So, I mean, it's definitely worth looking into. And, this is a new example of the monarchy system, the uniparty that essentially you were saying, they're trying to wrestle control out of the hands of the people and have it for themselves. And they're never satisfied. It's always more for us and always less for the Americans and the little guy, essentially.
I don't understand what you're saying though, Freedom. Are you saying Zuckerberg and others are trying to overtake or purchase these plots that have been destroyed by the fire and stuff? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not. There are no do-gooders among these bandits of tech billionaires. You look at Bill Gates. It's not just about Hawaii. The biggest landowners in the U.S. at this point of time are Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Ted Turner. And there are no do-gooders in any of these names. What they're trying to do is trying to take control of all the essential resources, all the fertile land that grows crops, that has the water and everything that is of use for human survival. They're cornering off, and they're essentially gaslighting you into and saying to you, don't eat beef, don't eat anything that gives you vital, like, vitamins and all these other nutrients. Eat the fake meat, while all the while that we have control over all these farmland, all the grazing land. So that's what it is. It's essentially a new form of colonization, where when the British went to India for spices and all these other like lucrative, commodities that came out of the land. These are our own people amongst us that are trying to essentially take control away from the people and buy lands for no good reason other than to have it for themselves and their own little group. And telling you,
to be
yep.
clear, what Chirag is saying is he's trying to buy up and take over lands on Kauai. And
yes,
in doing
Hawaii.
so, he's trying to prevent people having access to certain beach, and that's actually illegal. In the state of Hawaii, all beaches are public unless there's no land access, but then they're still open to sea access for use. So that's the problem with what they're trying
But
to do.
most of these small landowners, like you said, it was a tribe. So most of these Pacific Islanders don't have the resources to start litigation against them. They essentially don't have any other option than to surrender in front of these billionaires. Do you think anybody's trying to take up a fight with a billionaire with like hundreds of millions at his disposal just for these legal fights, because he's spending a lot of money for buying these island properties? And not just one, it's one of the examples of this sort of land grab. It's also in the mainland US. You look at Wyoming, you look at the other states, all the Midwestern, like, the grain bowl, essentially. They're trying to take control of that.
Well, the Hawaiian Kingdom understood governance, and they had governance. It's we stepped in, and then they yielded to ours. Angela, why don't you jump in and just go for it.
Sure. I just wanted to talk about actually the some of the names with the Indigenous Peoples Act, because my family was in America before it became the United States of
You need your
America.
mic, Matt.
Sorry. I don't know if he couldn't hear. Can you hear me okay?
I think we're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was just saying, I had family here before it became the United States of America. And based on the language that they're using, anyone here before the formation of the United States of America is Indigenous peoples.
That's interesting. So you would think the separatists, the Puritans, they would
Correct.
be indigenous?
Apparently, based on the wording of that language, yes, we would.
Great point. Great point. So, I mean, we walked all the way from 10,000 AD to now. So we've traveled a long ways in this space. But that's a really wow. I like it.
Yeah, Angela, before you came in, we've been talking for hours. We started at 10 and we actually went back to the early Puritans and Pilgrims and discussed, even before that, Vikings and other people that were here. And we went through, like, gosh, so much stuff today. But that's interesting what you said, and that's a really great point.
The craziness with my family is I can trace back to Vikings as well as American Indian. It's a little of everything when you've been here that long.
That's incredible. So do you think your family colonized America? Like, I'm just gonna throw that word out there because obviously we're like that's a thing, right? Like, if you watch Twitter, you watch Facebook, you watch the news, there's always these. This last 2 weeks, we have this total resist colonization, right? Like, so were you a colonizer? Was your family a colonizer?
So I believe the word colonization means taking, abusing, and taking advantage of another population. And when my family stepped on these shores, they stepped here to become something new and different in order for opportunity. And I think that's the difference between the original peoples who came here and immigrated here for hundreds of years versus what's happened in the last 20 or 30 years. They've come here to take. We came here to be. My German ancestors dropped their language. They assimilated immediately. They didn't pass down any traditions because they are now American. They passed down American traditions. So I don't believe we came here to colonize anything. We came here to become a part of something. And we became a part of something that was beautiful, that was being built by many peoples from many other different places. And as long as each had a spirit of hard work, you do you, boo. I didn't get in front of your mess. You didn't get in front of my mess. We each helped and we built and we worked. And it was on the spirit of our efforts that the country was built, period.
Well, there was the Vikings, the Russian, the Spanish, the French. I mean, there were so many people that were discovering new lands and forging their own way. You know, blazing their new path.
I would say if Europe tried to take over and make America theirs, they would have been colonized. But, we broke free from that, didn't we? So, no, it wasn't colonized.
Aha. We broke free, but what parts remained? We talked about, when we were talking about the Puritans and the Pilgrims and religion, there were still some ties to the church in Europe and things like that. So, I mean, we can say that yes, for a time we were doing our own thing and possibly free, but there was always a struggle to have that taken away, or maybe to put something in place to I don't know how, just have a sleeper in there to keep the connection going or keep some level of control or influence.
Maybe the squishy liberals who want someone to take care of them are the holdouts. I don't know. Because those of us who believed on working for our livelihood and for our country were building something new. We weren't trying to hold out. I've said my family's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. And I hear people today going, oh, but in Europe, they do it like this. Well, you bet your butt they do it like that. And that's why you all want to be here, because what they're doing isn't working. Why would we want to go back to that? I had a sweet cousin who immigrated here from Denmark. She didn't become a citizen until February of 2020. So I still have family immigrating hundreds of years later. And, she came here for the ability of getting health insurance for her son. He was born with a chronic condition. And in the country of Denmark, if you are born with an incurable condition, you will receive no care for that condition. And so she came here in order to buy him health care. So no system is perfect, but even in today's day and age, she left the socialized system in order to come here to provide a life for her family that needed help.
No, I get that. I know that we wanted to separate from, but I still think that the claws have always tried to ring it back in or regain control or influence and to be involved, even though we blazed our own path and broke away.
And I would say our forefathers predicted that.
Right, and I believe connections to the church were part of how that remained a threat.
And I would say our forefathers predicted that, and that's why they said we'd have to fight to keep it. And it's also why they created the separation of church and state, because in Europe, the church was part of the government. The church was subject to government rule and government ordinance and oversight. It somewhat still is. It's actually a state church in some places. So, yes, there was a very good reason why they didn't want the church to be in charge here.
Well, the Puritans retained that connection to the church while the separatists did not. But anyways, good point. And Sean might be able to jump in. And Alex, are you okay now? You had some connection stuff going on there.
Hanging. Hold on. Alex? Any? Alex? You there? No, she's not there yet. So, no, and that's the whole thing, right? So the separatists, when they fled to Holland and then ultimately fled to the Mayflower, right? Like, nobody called them pilgrims. They would not show up in William Bradford's writings. It didn't come up until the 1800s that they were actually called pilgrims. They fled for their own religious security because they were going to be killed for believing something different from the Church of England. And, it was really important to look at that. That's why they migrated. And that's why they took these tiny little boats across the sea to basically half of them died and just start anew, right? They were fleeing basically what would you call it? Tyranny.
Religious
Right?
persecution.
Well, it's religious persecution.
Oh, tyranny. Yeah, for sure.
But it's tyranny, right? It's tyranny from the government. Rebel, you want to jump in?
Well, that brings up an interesting question. If they were so determined to separate church and state, then why did they so entwine?
They weren't. No, it's always been, America's always been
Yeah.
A Christian nation. So I hear a lot of that. We can dive into that if you really want, but no. All they said is there was going to be no forced religion, like what happened in England.
And the church and the government could not control the direction of the church.
And
Period.
what's
That's
happening in Ukraine, where they're trying to dissolve the Orthodox religion because of a false pretense that it is all bad actors.
Well, and that's Zelensky, right? And if you look at that, go with Biden. If Biden is supporting that, you got to really take a good eyeball at that. He's shutting down churches and imprisoning people. Where we've seen this before in history. I mean, it's in the Bible too. Like this guy is not somebody that we should be supporting
At all. It's not even close, Sean. And I just don't understand that our elected leaders continue to support that bullshit because he's a gangster. He's not even a good gangster. He's just a low level gangster that's trying to, you know, manipulate outcomes in his country so that he can line his pockets.
Sure, and then we can go deeper into that. I mean, he was installed basically by the deep state or the CIA, right?
Oh,
And so,
CIA installed him. Yeah, yeah, straight up, it was the CIA.
well, and then okay, so Paul, let me go back to everyone wants to go with Putin's the bad guy. Is he really though?
Dude, he's not. So listen, the people in Crimea, which is where they first took hold, the Russians first took hold, are all Russian speaking. And I can tell you, it's the same way in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia had a Muslim sect, they had an Orthodox sect, and they had a Christian sect. The Christian sect was mostly Croatians. It is exactly the same in Ukraine. There are Hungarians that speak Hungarian that live in a certain part of Ukraine. There are people from Poland that speak Polish in a certain part of Ukraine. The Russian speaking folks were down south along the coast with all the ports that are Russian speaking. They consider themselves Russian. It, 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 it I'm flummoxed that people don't understand this.
Well, Paul, so let me bring this up and tell you some personal history of my family. So in the early 1900s, like 1920s, 1930s, my family actually, that's how I got here. I'm third generation. My family fled Germany to Russia for safety. And they were able to get a ship out of Russia to come to America for more safety. So they fled. Think about that. They fled to Russia for safety out of Germany in the World War One era. Think about that. That's really incredible when we look at the world and we just go Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad.
No, you're absolutely right. The Ottoman Turks, they had a heavy influence in Germany and Austria. You know, the Austrians were, man, they were brutal, brutal people. I got you.
But how quick did we forget all of that, right? Or were we like Alex, well, were you indoctrinated? Were we retrained? Like, like, what's the word you want to use? Because they taught us that all of that was it was our fault.
My
'Cause we
cousin would say
colonized.
our history books sucked in the US with understanding world history. Really sucked.
Well, you know, I'm really thankful that Angela, you joined us today, and everybody that came up. I want to hear from Alex if she's there. Alex, you there? Still trying to check in on you. All right, I'll DM her and see if she's got a mic or something like that.
Probably kiddos.
Yeah, those kids, man. Yeah, keep you busy.
For
That's
sure,
an
right?
understatement.
For sure. Well, what Angela, like, so my family didn't immigrate into America when it was the 1600s, the 1700s. We've already gone through that time period. It was the 1900s we immigrated into America because we were just it was terrified. We had to evade an occupying army. So we went to, again, I'm going to bring this up, Russia. Everyone brings up Russia is the bad guy. Russia's the occupier. Russia's this, Russia's that. Well, no, Russia actually helped my family flee to America. And I have documents about that. I literally have documents through doing one of my cousins. He's quite a bit older than me, but he did a whole genealogy and history report on us, and it's pretty amazing how we fled. So my grandfather came on a boat when he was 4 years old, only spoke German, had to learn English, assimilate. He had to get into the school system, and he was so pro-American, he ended up joining the Air Force as a mechanic to just fix their engines on the airplanes.
They
And
also could
here we
earn
are.
their citizenship that way.
Sure. But am I wrong? So like when we look at, like, when immigrating, those are the people you would want. Why are you allowing all these people that just hate us to colonize us?
Again, as I said before, it used to be that people immigrated to the United States to become
So
American. Now it seems they come
my
to
last name is
take.
Gant.
Hey, Paul, hold on. Could you hear Angela?
I cannot. I'm sorry.
No worries.
No worries, let them jump in. It's fine.
All right, Paul, go ahead, and then we'll drop you and bring you back up. But go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So my name is Gant. Gant is the French word for glove. If if we're going way back, my family were glove makers in France who fled Louis the 14th or whoever and went to Scotland. And from Scotland, we immigrated to the U.S. and immigrated from, well, not immigrated, but moved from New England down to Texas, with Conestoga wagons and stuff. And so history.
I lost you, man.
Mine keeps going up. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I got you. I lost you, but obviously, I want to hear that story.
Sean, what I love about his story and what you were sharing as well is how many
Can you
people.
drop me and bring?
Please, Angela, I got it. Go ahead.
I was saying how many people are here in America who really don't know their story. They don't know how they got here. They don't know the struggles, their family, the sacrifices, what they gave up, who they left, and what they did to become American. The pride is gone because the story is gone from so many of us. I spent 20 years trying to learn my story because I had relatives that either didn't know the story because their parents were too ashamed to share what they left or what they gave up or what they were running from. They didn't pass it down, or they were running from what they perceived the family to be. Like my grandmother was ashamed that her husband was American Indian, part American Indian. She was ashamed of that. She didn't want her family to know, so it was kept a secret. And how many of us don't know? I love these stories. I really do.
Yeah, a few people that came up described their ancestry and connection to the Mayflower, and we've had a lot of stories today on that. Your story is fascinating as well. I think everybody, it's a melting pot of great stories and people triumphing over insurmountable odds to create the fabric of America that we have now and where we're at. So it's an incredible story. And we even, I mean, when you think of the hardships and how many people died and the odds that they were up against, it almost makes you feel, it makes me feel like it was divine, that like it was ordained or some kind of divine oversight helped because the odds were just so insurmountable that we got here.
And despite all that work, somehow now we're horrible people for our families sacrificing and doing what they went through, that now we have to give away something to other people because, we didn't work hard enough for it.
You said it.
Yeah.
You said exactly it right there, Angela. That is it right there. That is the thesis. That is the premise of what we're laying down right there. Shame. Shame for all your hard work.
And my family that sat on a covered wagon and moved from Ohio to California back in the, when did they come? I'd have to go back and look. She lost her husband on the way, but yet she stayed on that wagon. She got here and she made a life for herself and her children, right? She fought her own battles in life in order to protect her children, and they were homesteaders. They didn't hurt anyone in the process unless someone tried to hurt them, right? But she homesteaded and she created a life for her family. I'm proud that I come from a line of women who are willing to do that and were capable of doing that. And I'm disgusted to see what has come of the state of California in the last few hundred years, because that's not what it was about at all.
So, Angela, let me ask you this: do you think maybe we're at a point where we have just indoctrinated, or we have poisoned the will, so to speak, of all of our children over the last 30, 40 years, that they don't believe in exceptionalism, American greatness, all of the things that we talked about the Vikings coming over in the 1000s, 1092 I brought up. Like, do you think maybe we're just training our children to hate us?
100%. And when you say we, I would say the American school system, yes, is trying to teach our children to hate who we are and what we've become. For what purpose? To tear it apart and, make us dependent on the government again? Let's go back to what we left. I mean, that's what it feels like. I don't know. I'm not in academia, and thank God I don't want to be in academia. I substitute taught for a while, and I felt like these were adult children, people who left the school system, went to school, call it college, came back to school, and they still had the same pedantic behaviors. It was disgusting. I couldn't be a part of it, but that's just me.
Yeah, we kind of touched on early settlement and socialism, and how it quickly became apparent that socialism was not going to work. And so capitalism was enacted and everybody flourished, and there was a tremendous amount of growth based on capitalism, embracing that model.
And people continued to flock to the US for hundreds of years later as a result of that success. My Danish ancestors came here as sharecroppers. They had no potential whatsoever of being able to get land in Denmark at the time that they came. And so they came here and they worked for other people on the farm until they could earn enough pennies to buy some land of their own, right? Yes, it was beautiful.
Well, the cycle, things are cyclical in nature, and you're doomed to repeat things that you forget. If you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. It would seem that we've come to this place where our youth is being trained to not remember or not know exactly how we got here. And I don't know. It seems like we're taxing people back into socialism. The system seems to be being pushed to the breaking point. And it would seem that the youth is being enamored by this vision of everything free, everything, is provided, housing, schooling, everything is just free, universal medical care. They're painting a utopia of, perfection.
My cousin used to love to try to disseminate that argument because having been a new immigrant, she was able to really break it down and say, okay, first and foremost, you're talking about the country of Denmark maybe being the size of Utah. Okay. So it's a lot easier for a state the size of Utah to create and have these type of policies. So when you take something like the United States of America, try looking at the EU and look how dysfunctional that's been, right? People, when they try to talk about the policies of a country the size of smaller than one of our states, it's not comparable. Like, we created a beautiful thing here that's not like any place on earth. So to try to compare it's pretty darn difficult. And everybody wants to make theirs sound like a utopia. And we go over there to study and come back and try to say it's a utopia. And the people there kind of giggle. They didn't get interviewed. They went and took the story the way they wanted to tell it, not the way the people feel it. So, yeah.
Well, Paul's wife has an interesting story, and Paul can tell the story if he wants, but about socialism and things like that. Paul, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. And so I'll tell two stories if I'm allowed the time. But Gant is the French word for glove. So my family were glove makers back in the day. They fled Louis XIV and all of his taxation, and they went to Scotland. And in Scotland, my great grandfather immigrated to the U.S., and my grandfather took a Conestoga wagon down to Texas, where he set up a ranch in Limestone County, which is just outside of Waco, and we did ranching. He was an oil wildcatter and stuff, and he fought in World War I as a Marine, and he was at Belleau Wood where the Germans literally gave the name Devil Dog to the Marines because they were such ferocious fighters. My father fought in World War II. He fought Rommel in North Africa, from Morocco to Libya and back to Morocco and back to Libya. And
Hey, Paul, I got a question real quick. Can I ask that, please?
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is: so even before World War One and through World War One, why did so many Germans have to flee Germany? Which is exactly how my family ended up in not only America but Canada.
Because German was fighting nonstop wars between
yes.
the Allied forces. They were fighting nonstop wars. That's
Absolutely.
why my family fled the Kaiser.
Yeah, absolutely, Angela. You're exactly right. It was because of the Kaiser and their political machinations that they were doing. That's exactly why that happened.
Well, no, I think there's something deeper there, though, right? Like, what was going on in that time? That's what I'm asking. What was going on at that time that, Germany was just the bad guy, and then all of a sudden Russia was the good guy, right? And I told you the story. I can tell you my lineage. We fled to Russia to get a boat to America.
The Kaiser was willing to sacrifice anyone's children for his wars. He was ruthless. He was brutal. And that's exactly why my ancestors fled Germany, was because, my great-great-grandfather didn't want my great-grandfather and his brothers to have to serve under the Kaiser. They ran. They went to Norway and then came to the U.S.
Yeah, so that's a great point, Angela, because even to this day, outside of Waco is a large German contingent, and it's literally like a point of tourism to go and get the German food and all that kind of stuff in Waco and outside of Waco, because there was such a huge influx of Germans that were fleeing that came to Texas at that time.
Co-host advocate, you're back. Are you back?
I am back. Had to do that mom thing. Apparently now our new thing is doing experiments with hand soaps in the upstairs bathroom sink. Ta-da! Hooray! Never a dull moment here. So I jumped in. Obviously, I'm back jumping in and heard a little bit about what Paul was just saying. So I guess we are on the topic of Germany. Yes, no, someone correct me. World War II. Yes, no, maybe so.
World War One, but colonization in Germany, yes.
Alrighty. So that clip. Which son was it? The son of Prime Minister of Israel, was it? The clip that you played?
You mean the son of the founder of Hamas?
Okay, that's all right. I knew it was the son of somebody. Missed it all. But when the clip started, there was one comment about, this being the, kind of next Holocaust. And yeah, that guy was unapologetic and a little intimidating with some of his words, but nonetheless, it just, light bulb went off because of the space that we tried to do an uncomfortable conversation space on Thursday night. Myself, Iceman, and Jamie from MAGA Mission. MAGA came in, Sean stopped by, the whole crew, some of you, but we were getting completely shadow banned. And the topic of it was 1933 to 2023 indoctrination through the times. And I promise I'll be able to kind of tie this into the colonization at the end. I swear I will. But when you're talking about giving all like the power to the government, right? I had jumped in earlier, I think, when y'all were talking about that. Sean, I think you mentioned like the monarchy, right? So one of the biggest things we were going to talk about that night was the Hitler's youth and Hitler's rise to power. And I threw in the pill, and I think it made it to the Jumbotron. I tried, but my account's kind of funky. My new PowerPoint for the 101 series is called The Youth Movement, where I break down what Hitler had done to what is exactly happening now. Literally side by side of like, he did this is what we're doing now. There's no difference. Especially when you're talking about this indoctrination of the children, the breakdown of the nuclear family, the wanting to literally colonize, to take over, to have your own little world and bubble there, and how that is what we are doing now. I had mentioned that 15-minute city, Paul, and how the reservation kind of reminded me of that because they were, the Native Americans kind of were forced into that. But again, not much different than what Hitler did through the youth of Germany, and how both boys and girls were included in this and the different roles that they had them playing. And then again, in turn, then it goes right back to how they played into the government's hands and what they did. I don't know if I could go into detail like I wanted to, but I don't want to take over the space. So that's up to you guys.
No, it's all good. I actually posted it for you up in the nest. It's the far left, everybody. The PowerPoint.
Thank you, MAGA. Yeah, that night I was trying to take screenshots to put up the slides, but you guys were there. My phone wouldn't let me do that either. Sorry, Sean, I cut you off.
No, Netflix sucks, but do you remember there was a show called Man in the High Tower? If any of you have seen that, it was basically how America got taken over by both Japan and Germany. It's a really crazy show, but if you watch it, what their whole point is what would happen if there was really no America. And it's really interesting if you watch it because they got borders, it's like zombie zones, right? They get borders. You can't cross into the Japanese territory if you're a German, but if you're German, you're gonna block the Japanese people from doing this. It was a really interesting take, and I know Netflix has gone south, and that's terrible. I don't have a subscription anymore. I really don't, but it was a really interesting show just to try to show you what would have happened if America did not prevail through World War II.
You know how I feel about Netflix, so Sean, but no, we still have, I have that account. Maybe I'll look for that later if they still have it and watch that. That actually does sound very interesting, and then kind of like rabbit hole for Alex kind of show.
Sure. Yeah, it's called Man in the High Castle. Yeah, for sure. I know what you're talking about. I totally got you. Called Man.
I'm writing that down.
We'd have Hydra labeled energy drinks if America didn't exist.
Is that the sponsor, MAGA, of your space today?
Yeah, Hydra energy drinks. Feel it.
But that is exactly what's happening. Uh, the America that we know, the America that we grew up in. You know, I'm probably one of the youngest in the space. Yes, I like to brag, but we will never see the childhood and the society that we grew up in anymore, especially with these open borders and what has been rolling out for decades now. This isn't something, and I think most of us realize that just came about. The indoctrination in schools was happening while I was there. I'm 37, graduated high school in 04. It wasn't as noticeable. It wasn't as in your face. It didn't trickle out into society as much. It didn't, pit kids against their parents like it does today, which is one of the most, when I put this comparison up, it really made me think. So the Hitler's Youth, right? They would rat out their parents to the Nazis if their parents were helping the Jews, right? Well, and now their parents are gone, all that, breaking apart the family. In our society today, our kids are ratting out or tattletaling that their parents won't provide gender-affirming care to them. And what happens?
And it gets
DCF
worse
and the...
than that. It gets worse than that. The school psychologists and pediatricians ask really pointed questions to find out whether or not there's guns in the home and other things. Yes, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me finish this thought and then thank you, because that made... There's another component, which you're right, about the data collecting. And I'll do the Hitler example in ours in 2 seconds. But yeah, break down to the nuclear family. Breaking down to the nuclear family just based off of beliefs. There was a quote, let me find it, I got my notebook, with Hitler's 3-pronged approach to how he rose to power. And it said how it was necessary to indoctrinate the children. Why? To ensure a powerful following for the future and to mold the new generation. But to break down the family, because the views and beliefs between child and parent would be so dramatically different. And I'm paraphrasing that.
Hey, Alex, I got a question. So did we get colonized by, we came over as separatists and Puritans. Did we get colonized by another religion? And a religion
Yes.
doesn't mean to, like, godly. Like, it could be a political religion.
Fauci's
Did we
version
get
of science.
colonized?
Yeah, we are. So I think that's like slide 3 or 4, about how Hitler, what he wanted was to, like I said, take over the kids, have this following, but have him as that godlike figure that people, bow down to. He was the almighty, and that his Nazi ideology would become the new religion. So flip it to today, right? We have the gender ideology movement, or some people call it a new religion. And then we have these two, whatever people that they'd want to call it, that they look up to and social media influencers, because that's how they get out there, that these kids idolize and look up to, the trusted adults in their schools. And that was the very, very, very first thing Hitler took control of, was the schools. What was taught, how kids were divided up into schools at the age of 10 years old, which I have been screaming from the rooftops to y'all. Preschool through 4th grade is when they are doing the data collecting. They are literally shifting kids in the background, moving it to see and put this puzzle together, that when they hit middle school now, they know who to target, who to recommend for things, who's the weak-minded and who isn't. And at 10 years old, that's when Hitler would handpick, him and his group, handpick the kids that would go to the 1 of 10 Adolf Hitler schools, and then the others who would just either never go to school again or go to more of an indoctrination camp on philosophy of his Nazi ideology. They separated the boys and girls at 10 in order to do this, which, again, we're seeing that today. The Anti-Defamation League is in our schools. I keep preaching that. In high school, at the end of your sophomore year, 10 to 20 kids are hand-picked to participate their junior year in the Anti-Defamation League peer mentor program. I'll wait, let that sink in. Handpicked. Same process, same roadmap. If you were to look at a playbook of, what happened in 1933, it is literally the exact same plays, the same movement, just different characters and just different ideologies. But what the government, what WEF, what this New World Order is based on is exactly what Hitler and the Nazis dreamt of having and tried to make happen. And yes, thank God we put a stop to that. So many lives were lost, like too many to even really process. But if we are not critically looking at this, getting our heads out of our butts and going comparison for comparison and figuring out how to get one step ahead, because we know what their next move is, because we're looking at the playbook, right? Hitler would collect the data on these kids before he decides who's going where. The kids that were picked, the boys, specifically 10 to 14, then 14 to 18, they're divided into groups. That 10 to 14, that was when they started really the ideology component. This is what we need. This is what we're founded on. Anything else is different. Your parents, we're the trusted adults. And
this
building
time,
these. Yep.
Instead of marching us into concentration camps, they just sent us to parking lots where we willingly accepted it.
Yeah. And in schools. Look at the kids putting on rallies, or even worse, the schools are holding these rallies, enrichment programs is how they phrase it. Guest speakers, as they like to say. No, you're having a rally. You're having a movement meeting where you are bringing in what people deem as specialists, as consultants, special interest groups, physically into the schools to run these things. You physically have individuals from the Black Lives Matter movement going into your middle school and high school and talking to your kids. You don't even know about it. And they're like a school assembly. That's why I'm saying the rallies are in the schools, but it's really a enrichment program.
Alex, so let me grab that right there. So many of these things are pro-Hamas rallies. They're pro-terrorist rallies, and that's what we're kind of like trying to grab onto. So where does that come in? Like, where are the teachers? Where's the school boards? What are they doing? Like, because they're promoting.
They're supporting it,
right?
They're bowing to peer pressure.
Yeah, they are falling in line.
They are the neighbors turning their back.
Yeah, Hitler was one of the first to rise to power using the concept of social emotional learning, right? Divide and conquer, separate the weak from the strong, and use that, that manipulation, that persuasion. Nobody wants to be different. Everybody wants to fit in. It's human nature. I don't give a crap if you're like, I don't care if people like me. Yeah, you do. And people want to belong to something, feel like they matter, right? You think half of the people that are protesting any of the things we've seen over the past decade, right? The negative things. You think half of them really even know what they're holding a sign for? What it really means? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
especially
if you
not
do,
if somebody paid him $40 and a meal to do it.
Yeah. Absolutely, because that happens constantly. I mean, I'll hold any kind of sign for $40 a meal at this point. No, I'm kidding, but it's the truth. So when you're looking at today, the kids that they are preying on, the ones that are the most vulnerable and easily manipulated, they're the kids that just want to belong. The kids that feel different from their peers already. I see Terry has her hand. Let me finish 2 seconds. The kids, more importantly, the boys with autism. Now, I can't prove this, that Hitler's strategy and theory targeted, boys with autism back then, because, autism existed back then, guys, just so you know. Maybe not as prevalent as today, but they want to feel just like everybody else. And that was how he was able to rise to power from the very beginning, to take over these schools. I'll let Terry go, and then I'll do the school thing super
No, time out.
quick.
I will go to Terry in a second. But so when you're talking about autism, you're talking about like people like Doogie Howser that's been brought about. You're talking about people like Sheldon Cooper. That's a thing, right? Like they present these people as ultra genius, which they probably could
See,
be.
there's the problem with the definition of autism right there. I'm telling you. There's
Yeah.
neurodiversity and there's super intelligent, so intelligent that you have no social skills, right?
Yep.
You have a high EQ but a high IQ but low EQ. Those are different things. Actually, what we see with the kids today is neuroinflammation, which causes changes. They're different.
Yep.
And so it's tough when people are saying, "Oh, I'm autistic." I can listen to someone and no, you're not. No, you're not. You could be Asperger's, you could be neurodiverse, you could be all kinds of things, but when there's brain inflammation that causes changes in the wiring, that's not these super brilliant people. That is not.
And they are the ones that aren't actually as easily manipulated because they have this ability to actually use critical thinking. They, not saying that they are not, some individuals that are part of these ideologies, but they can think for themselves. Where most of us today, even if you don't have some kind of cognitive, superpower, as I call it, my oldest son does have autism, and that's how we refer to it here. So he is one that they target, but he is also super strong academically in certain areas, but are not in others. But again, that sense of belonging, that kid literally yearns for every single day. He's blonde-haired, blue-eyed. Me, my mother, and his 2 brothers, brown-haired, brown-eyed. He looks like my dad's side of the family. And he'll say, I don't look like everybody. I don't fit in. I'm like, dude, you're my son. Absolutely, you fit in. All he wants is to be accepted by his peers, to find his group. Luckily, he has the greatest group of friends. But say he didn't have that. He's 8. He is a kid that they would start grooming, that they would start indoctrinating. I heard the word programming earlier, whatever you want to call it, conditioning. So when he got to middle school, they would try to change his IEP on me, right? But I know about all of that, to pull him out of the general ed classroom.
I'll tell you straight up,
would.
my niece is also autistic and they're after her. And she's playing part of the gender game now. She's 14 and they've been after her for at least 2 years.
And first off, that's just sick. I hate that. Like, who preys on somebody that has some kind of superpower? I don't like the word disability, so I'm not going to use it. That's just people like that. They need to. No, I won't say it. The space is recorded, but I lost my train of thought on that one. So I don't know if you want to go, Sean, to Terry. Hands falling off, I think.
Well, yeah, first, so I'm so grateful that Mega just lets me do my thing. Terry, please go.
My hand's okay. It was just pushing a button, so it just stood up on its own. Advocate, those were some really seismic based points that we can draw the parallel between 33 and 23. If you think about it, when Hitler was creating the Nazi Socialist Party, he made the Jews the target of everything that was wrong about Germany. And through the media and through his brown shirts, they actually made the Jewish people subhuman through their constant propaganda, through their rhetoric. And if you parallel that to 2023, that's kind of like what's going on right now with MAGA. And instead of an armband, it's a MAGA hat. Okay, because as I've mentioned before, I have personally toured a concentration camp. I've paid for the ticket. I went through the tour with a group, saw the barracks, some old World War II photos of what it was like then. And then they took the tour into the shower where these people were brought in on boxcars after being in the cars for days, tired. They thought they were taking a shower. They had them disrobe and they put them in the shower and they turned the gas on and I actually stood in the shower with the rest of the group, and no one said a word. You could have heard a pin drop. And I thought to myself, how could this happen? How could, and this was in 1990 when I'm visiting it. So this was just 45 years prior. And that's what Hitler did. And he did it in a way that as it progressed and as he began to gain power, he began to make it harder and harder for the Jews to flee the country to where they were finally trapped. They couldn't get out. So when, whenever you hear the left talk about MAGA, the way they do it is they're actually trying to make us subhuman. We're less than human than them. And I see those parallels. Between 33 and now. And I see it. And a friend of mine teaches in a public school system, and many of their teachers are members of the Weingarten Union, teachers union. I mean, what they're indoctrinating these kids with is crazy. Like, this person teaches pre-K and they have to meet 12 levels for pre-K of something they've got to know. And they're in pre-K. So,
Terry, did you know that the Nazis actually had what was called the Teachers Nationalists, which was their version of the teachers union?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many parallels to what's happening between then and now. And to where, before Hitler made the Jews a target, the German kids were playing just fine with the Jewish kids. And then when that indoctrination started, then they started to fight those kids on the playground, and they picked on them, and they beat them up. And then they would go out, and the brown shirts would mark the shops of the Jewish owners, of their businesses. And it was horrible what they did. It was tragic. It was barbaric. So like other people have mentioned, if we don't know our history, it will tend to repeat itself. And what I really found ironic was in front of that concentration camp was a big sign in German, but the translation in U.S. was English. I'm sorry, was "never forget." That 2 words, never forget. So anyway, that was my 2 cents, and I will now relinquish the microphone. And thank you.
Wait, can I?
Terry, hold on, Sean. I want to touch on something he said, though. Give me a second, though. No, he said the Germans and the Jews kid playing, on the playground together fine because they knew no different, right? What's that? How the world should be.
No, never.
Wait, no, hold on, Sean. I'm making my point. And then he divided them using critical race theory, which is what's happening in the schools today, pitting the students of color versus the students that are white, teaching them white privilege, minority victim.
They don't even try to hide it straight up.
Right. Where before, everybody was fine.
You're 100% right. So never forget, right? Never forget became popular after 9/11, right? In the Bushes. The Bush family. And I really want to bring that up because I do not believe the Bush family was pro-American. I really don't. But so when you say never forget, that was a thing that really came out from George W. And he says, never forget. We're never gonna forget 9/11, and then we're gonna go to war with all these people. which is strange to me because, I was talking to my grandfather when that was happening. I said, why the hell is George W. going to war in two different countries? And my grandfather, who obviously he was a he was a he was an airline mechanic for the Air Force. Like he just said, I don't know. He's like, maybe he didn't want to talk about it. Maybe he didn't want to really get into it because politics at that point was really something that you didn't have at the kitchen table. So I asked him, I was like, why the hell would George W. want to start two more wars? And it was two wars. It was Iraq and Afghanistan. It just blows my mind. So we had to sit there for 20 years. And then we finally, the pro Biden people, oh, well, we left. But fine. Obviously, that wasn't good. But when you look at it, like, Paul, I'm going to grab you here, right here. Why the hell are we doing these 20-year wars in the Middle East other than to profit people in the government?
Dude, really? Is that a serious is that a serious question? Because it's all about Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. It's all about Boeing Defense. It's all about BAE. That's what it's all about, bro. At the end of the day.
Guys, before we get too far, and I know Relentless, you want to open up. Go ahead, but I just want to say something after you're done, Relentless. Go ahead, jump in, please. Were you jumping in, Relentless?
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say, well, before you make a right angle and take it off in a completely different direction. Okay, I really want to hear more on what Advocate and Terry were.
Well, actually, that's what I was trying to bring it back to, so thank you. Yeah, so exactly. I want to go back to what Alex was saying and the critical race theory and some of this stuff, because she's really trying to make you see a correlation between the tactics and techniques using children and indoctrination and the race theory and all of this stuff. It really, really ties into what's going on right now with our kids and what's going on with our youth and society. It's pretty, I don't know, it's moving to me. Hopefully we can entertain it for a little bit more and we can let her dive a little deeper or keep going, and we'll come back to these other things.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, and if that's, if people don't, my feelings will not be hurt. But I do see Iceman came up. So like I had mentioned earlier, how we were doing this on Thursday night. Iceman was one of my sidekicks who was up there helping with me. So Ice, jump in if I forget stuff. Because you were the one, you and Jamie were the ones that helped me out with this. So we covered the different movement of how we broke down the kids and put them into the different schools, and what they taught wasn't so much about, obviously, ABC 1, 2, 3, math, science. It was the Nazi ideology and physical strength. Because, right, you have to be able to overpower somebody physically, was how he wanted to structure, his Nazi regime. Today, we're seeing the same thing. You're not learning anything in school, right? You're not. Common Core, forget it. Dumbest thing that's ever happened on top of everything else. But the indoctrination angle is exactly the same. Hitler told teachers that they had no more power in the schools. From now on, it's not up to you to decide whether or not something is true, but whether it is in the interest of the National Socialist Revolution, is what they were told as teachers. Today, teachers are told, this is what you teach. They have scripts, guys. I shit you not. A rookie teacher is gonna, read word for word from one of those scripts. A teacher who's been there a little bit and buys into this, maybe they'll read a little from the script, ad lib. And a teacher who has been there for decades is going to say, bite my ass. And they will find a way around teaching it that they don't lose their jobs or the unions don't step in. There are state unions, teachers unions, that have banned this. What I'm talking about, what we learned when we were kids. They are not allowed to teach the Holocaust. They can't say the word Nazi. They can't say any of it. They will lose their jobs.
I don't think that's nationwide, though, Advocate.
Nope, there's 11 states, Paul.
It's along the
No,
union lines,
11,
right?
no, 11 states. Their unions in 11 states have supported the banning of that. So if a teacher goes rogue and does it and loses their job, the union isn't going to be there to back them and say, no, they were, unjustly fired. They're going to say, there's the door. We told you no. Peace to your crease. Have fun. But yeah, there's, like I said, 11 or 12. I think there's 11 that already have that in place. New Hampshire is one of them, the state right next to me. And I was shocked when I found this out. Disgusted and shocked. But I looked down at my phone. Iceman, then Relentless.
Hey, hang
I
on,
think
Alex.
hang on,
Yeah,
Sean.
slow.
Alex.
Everybody, no, everybody, hang on.
Slow
Slow
down.
your roll,
Okay.
everybody. Sean's talking.
Just slow down. So hold on, Alex. So when I'm talking about Man in the High Castle, I know it's Netflix, and you're probably not going to find it because we don't like Netflix anymore. And there's a good reason why we don't like Netflix anymore. But when you're watching the show, it was 3 seasons, right? They basically lay this whole plan out of how we're gonna indoctrinate everybody, and then we're gonna exclude them. We're gonna exclude them from the world because you believe differently. You're not allowed to participate anymore. We're gonna put you into a box, right? That's something that was brought up. We're gonna put you into this box, and yeah, okay, fine. You can talk in this box, but you can't affect the government because the government's just going to do what it's going to do.
Iceman, you wanna? Did I lose Ice? Yeah, Ice bounced.
No, I was coming at you. Do you have something on that? And then we can go to Ice.
No, I don't, and Ice left, so it would go to Relentless.
Okay, so
Yeah, I just was out. Sorry, guys, for butting in. I just wanted order on the floor. Everybody was talking over everybody. So, if that's the type of space you want to have, it's not going to happen here. So, just Relentless, why don't you go, and then we'll get back to what Alex was talking about, and welcome Shane to the floor.
Common Core is the issue. That started this whole downward snowball, number one. Number two, the kids are being trained to be activists. Activists grow up to be activist voters. Activist voters vote in activist representatives of this country. Activist representatives of this country bring about money to activism, and the whole cycle restarts. And until we break that cycle, like Advocate was talking about, this will continue to perpetuate and continue to happen. It is essential that we break that cycle at the grade school level and stop growing up activists and allowing activist teachers to make activist children. That is what I wanted to say.
Well, so Mike, right? Like the biggest probably problem is social media, and I will point out TikTok, right? I do not allow my kid to have a TikTok. Is my TikTok, but like that's a huge problem, and they're just all following along with this. It's really crazy.
Totally agree. Kids shouldn't be on social media. But that's again, why parents need to be activated with their children in the children's school and outside their school. Otherwise, you perpetuate this cycle that Nazi Germany perpetuated back. You could take social media, the words out, and put propaganda in from 1933. It's the same thing.
But
Good point.
But how do you combat against parents? Some Hollywood types and stuff that say, I've got 3 children, and all 3 of them are either trans or going through this or going through that, and they support it. How do you
Steer clear. Half the time it's the parents that are participating in it. Not kidding.
You literally just try to be there for the child, Paul. I mean, having a trans kid right now in white suburbia, mom land, right? It's like having the latest Gucci bag. Cool. It's like a cool thing. I'm telling you, half of them don't even know what they're doing to their kids. They don't understand it.
Right. That's what I'm saying, Alex. What
So,
the fuck, dude?
So you get out there and you fight the legislation that allows good parents who won't provide this gender affirming care, to not get hit with DCF child abuse charges, but those who are doing it to minor children get hit with DCF abuse charges. That's how change happens. That's how you enact it for individuals in situations like that. You change the law, you change the legislation, you take over you take the government back, just like Hitler did. He rose to power. He had the government. He controlled the rules. He was moving the pieces on the chessboard. That is how you do it. You drain the swamp. Whatever analogy you want to use that pertains to today, that is how you do it. But until, with World War II, how do we end it? You ended it with a war, right? Casualties, all of that. Here, let's try to end it not by going to war, even having a civil war, but end it where it counts. Like how they say, leave it on the field. Take the field over. Take the government back. Change the legislation.
Start with the school boards. Yes.
I mean, school boards are a piece of shit. School boards shouldn't exist. Superintendents are dumb, and the unions need to go. I'm sorry. I'm the parent. I pay taxes. I want to say, because school boards are not in your municipal, whatchamacallit, city councils, county councils, are nothing more than the first part of indoctrinating to get down to DC, to be higher up in Congress.
Just a
Not
heads
you,
up,
Shane.
most school boards now are at the mercy of the state board of education. They don't even think independently anymore.
Yeah, we talked about the funding and things like that are driving these agendas, and I think that's the overwhelming force here is the funding. Alex, you want to keep going on that thought process you were going on? All right. Well, she will come back. Let's welcome Shane to the floor. He's been silent all day, and I don't know how much he heard because I'm sure he's on the phone with other people during most of the space. Shane, good to see you, buddy. How's it going?
It's going good, Maga. So actually, I was mowing, so I did actually hear like the vast majority of it. I put my little earmuffs over my little earpieces, and I can hear the whole thing. And it's kind of chilly up here. So, but there was something I wanted to ask Alex about, and she dropped down. She's reconnecting. All right, because she talked about 13 states. I'm gonna be really, really careful here. But there is actually a teacher that I spoke to today for probably dang near an hour who is going to challenge their state's education union and has started a movement to disband them, which is like one of the most amazing things. And found the tools and levers that are available there and has got the movement going in the right direction. I'm trying to be as careful as I can because there's a lot of part at play here, and it's these education unions are like very, very powerful. And said individual was asked if was threatened with a lawsuit or being sued, and said individual said, "Well, good, then to do it. I've never been sued in my life. I want to try it. Bring it on." And the education union representative was like dumbfounded by it, so they kind of backed off. Like this is like coming in real time, and I don't know if Alex is back up yet. Oh no, because there are a handful of states that are considered to be like, when it comes to the education unions, the greatest lost cause. To which I live in one of those. Actually, the worst one. There's an organization that was founded by Jeb Bush. It's called Excellence in Education. I went to a seminar in San Diego in 2019, and they advocate for school choice. They were fundamental in getting Florida to school choice, as well as many other states, Wisconsin, Georgia, I believe. And there was a group of young people. They were all juniors and seniors in college that both left and right side of the aisle. Nobody cared about that part. But they all made it very clear that if it hadn't been for school choice, they never would have made it out of the hellhole they grew up in, if you will. And they had different political views, but at the same time, they were advocating for just simply school choice. I think what's about to happen here, and in talking to this one individual teacher today that is putting everything on the line, I'm kind of amazed by it. I give the individual credit, but they have some national support behind them now, and they're going like all in on this, and as well as like some of the nonprofit pro bono major law firms throughout the nation to back up their challenge, if you will. I'm trying to give you as much as I can without saying too much,
Alex,
because this thing's coming hot and fast. But I do believe, as Alex was saying, oh no, she's back. That
yeah, Shane, I heard you wanted to talk to me.
Big of the battle that's going to come back at said individual, that they're going to be taking a lot of arrows. I actually suggested to him, like, yeah, you might want to consider getting like a safety vest. You just might, because you're going to be threatening an awful lot of people that are not going to be willing to give up their control and power.
Hey, Shane. Shane, I'm back. I heard that you wanted to talk to me, so I came back in.
So what's the worst state that you've heard of with the most like demonic education union? What's the one that you've heard of?
It's a toss up between Jersey, Massachusetts, Washington, and California. California is actually down more at the bottom of that list, but those are like outwardly woke, like really pushing this agenda. But now I'm truly questioning, for example, Texas's teachers union. The shit that I'm seeing coming out of that state, I'm sorry, it's Texas. That if they're supposed to be like our rock of like not this woke crazy crap. So yeah, those are the four that I just sit there and I say, wow. And school state departments of ed, though they have some of the
What's
worst.
going on in Texas? What's going on in
Wait, hold on,
Texas, and
Paul.
what can I do?
Paul, I will get to that in a few minutes. Let me just finish with Shane real quick.
So Alex, when I went to this Excellence in Education seminar in 2019 in San Diego, this group, I think it was called voiceforchoice.org, I believe is their thing. And it was probably 30 young people, juniors and seniors in college. And they are shipped all over the country to go give speeches and advocate for school choice. And what was really interesting about it, what I was saying earlier, I don't know if you caught it, but they were both left and right side of the aisle at their young age. They whatever, it's fine. That part doesn't matter. But everybody was in agreement that school choice is very important. And what I learned there was, number one, every state there had bipartisan support. There was legislators from both sides of the aisle, from every state except mine. And then when I met all this young group, and I went and listened to their presentation, and then I sat down with them at dinner, about half of them, they all went and had dinner, and just sat with them and listened to them. And they told me that the one state they will never be sent to, whether it's the state capital or, different, whatever, meetings, is Minnesota, because the education union in Minnesota is so strong, so powerful, and so corrupt that it's a lost cause. So all I can say is, let's see what happens next, because as they say, it's about to get real. And watch the fireworks, because I know that there's national legal organizations that are on board now and willing to back this thing up, this movement that one individual is taking the stand on, and he's taking this challenge on. And they have several other teachers on board. They have to get to a certain percentage, and then they can, that will start a new procedure. Again, I'm trying to be really careful, because obviously this is a public sphere and a recorded space, but this to me is like one of the most encouraging things. So what you were saying, Alex, is like just taking government back on all levels. For the here and now, we have the levels of government in place. Whether you like it or not, it is what it is. But one piece at a time, and we have one person who found this and figured it out and is just going forward with it. And this is a teacher that's like pushing 30 years as a teacher. So pretty cool stuff. We'll see where it goes. But just everybody, I was at a banquet last night, and different issue, doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. Government sucks, right? It's really the bottom line. And I made the point of saying, when I decided to sign up for this, it wasn't because I wanted to be in politics by any means. It was because every year when I went to continuing ed, I learned that I had 8 or 10 or 12 new regulations or mandates, and I got pissed off. I was just frustrated because I'm not being represented right. I didn't have a clue what the heck I was doing, and I just went and did it and somehow figured it out. I don't know. I mean, it might have been like happenstance luck, but I mean, made the right decision at the right time. But just take your damn government back. It's our country. It's our government that has completely run amok. And there is so much more because of there's been so much you guys have covered, but I'll just leave it there. But Alex, you are correct. All this is like not going in a good direction, but I do see more and more people, moderates on either side of the political aisle, that are waking up, and I think we're going in the right direction. So just keep talking and keep educating people. We'll get there.
You know what, Shane? Amok, 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 amok. Anybody know the movie? Hocus Pocus? Oh, no, sorry. You're probably one of the very few elected officials, Shane, that I would never, ever, and have never thought about wanting to pull a surety bond on, because you are just so, like, what you see is what you get. When you were like, you know, I got into this and really didn't know, or was never in your plan. That's why I believe you bring so much to your position and to your constituents, because you're just a person. I mean, everyone's just a person, but like you're blue collar. You know what it's like to not be in this secret society way up there elitist crap. And we need more like you in there on these school boards, even though I want them gone. In some of these huge, big power areas of education, getting these special interest groups are big things. I mean, BlackRock controls our public education system, people. You don't believe me? Well, I don't care, because I know I'm right. And that's all that matters to me. But they do. People just don't realize it because they don't look. Or maybe they don't want to know. But what you said there, taking the stands and stuff, that's empowering. That gives me hope. I mean, we need things to start happening, some wins, to set the precedent, so we can use that momentum in other states and other areas in education, changing laws, flipping boards, whatever it may be. And I mean, you know, you and I'm one of your biggest fans. I think you are just, I love you, you know that. And I love hearing all your stories about your family too. And yeah, no, thank you. And I bounced, and then I heard you wanted to say something to me, so I come back, because I think that, you respect me, I'm going to respect you. And I think that is probably one of the biggest things when you're looking at Hitler's rise to power and today, respecting other people for who they are and their differences. You don't need to agree with it. I don't agree with everybody. Most people don't agree with me. But I'll show you respect. And all I want is that back. We can agree to disagree. I have your other slice of pizza, Lawson. Whatever, phrase you want to say, old saying, but it's the truth. And showing that little bit of respect can get you a long way. And that's how we can change the course of how this is going. Not with fear, not with violence, anything like that, but just being decent people. Go to school boards and flip out. Okay, now you're a YouTube little meme thing. No, you made a butt out of yourself and out of what we're trying to do. You go in, cool, calm, collected, and you know your shit. So then when they come at you with something, you can stand on your grounds and your laurels. That's going to get more attention from people watching and listening than acting the fool. And that is how we rise to power. That is how we do it. And that's how we set the tone and the example for our children. Hitler wanted to have and mold the future generations to have a strong following. Well, wouldn't you want your kid to follow in your footsteps as a decent person, as somebody who respects others? Lead by example, people, because that's how kids learn. I'm with that, I'll yield.
I will say this quickly, Alex, that last year, due to the uprising of parents paying more attention to what's going on in schools, due to the Zumba crap that a lot of kids had to do, and they actually started hearing what was being said in classrooms or via tele classrooms, whatever you want to call it, in which we were one of those, but whatever. We literally mopped the floor, flipping school board members, to the point where we flipped so many to principled, valued individuals that we're in the minority, just so everybody understands that. the majority pushed laws through that then said that instead of when the school board and the teachers union comes to an agreement on negotiations for contract negotiations, they would notify the union and just to let them know. What they did this year, this legislative session, was that now the union, instead of being notified, has the authority to approve or disapprove that negotiation. So it threw all the authority and power, took it away from the school board because we won so dang many of them, and it gave it all to the union. And this is how they react. Okay, we got our butt kicked in school board races in 2022, so now we have to figure out a way legislatively to overcome that. And that's what they did, because that's how they work. That they're going to maintain their corrupt power no matter what it takes. And that's what I find really odd. I'm not knocking unions for those that are union members. After the Janus decision, I kind of backed away from much of what I believed back then. But what I've seen this year legislatively and argued heavily in committee hearings as well as on the House floor, the unions, if their product is so good, then why do they have to mandate it? It doesn't make any sense to me. If your product is so good, then people should be lining up for it. But they mandated it. And they mandated it in a really backhanded way. Either you're going to have all these new regulations in whatever trade you're in or industry you're in, or just join the union, because there was so many bills that we had that they all passed, but exempted was organized labor on every single one of them. And it affects everything. It affects your agricultural, it affects your education, it affects your energy, it affects your housing, it affects everything. And it's very expensive unless you just join organized labor, because they're exempted. They don't have to do all of it. So I'm kind of the opinion now that the unions can kind of kiss my lily white backside. So I don't really care. That's where I'm at. So anyway, very good conversation. And yeah, I try to keep it like in layman's terms. And I try to talk to as many people as I can. It's been really good listening to all of this, because this is where you learn. You're not going to learn it down at any state capitol and/or in DC by any means. And because then you're just, I don't know, it's like a little circle jerk down there. But it's where the people are is what's most important. So I thank you all.
Shane, I love you. The way you started it with the Zuma thing, and now it's a circle jerk down there. Well, you know what? I don't want to be a part of that circle. One, because I'm not a boy, and two, just ew. But you're so right. And again, thank you for all your kind words and sharing that. And yeah, you said one key word there, legislation. They lost where it counted for them, so they went and changed the legislation. That's prime example. Like Shane said, he says things in layman's terms. He just did. That's why I love a good PowerPoint presentation. That MAGA was so nice. He put it up in the Jumbotron of what we were discussing earlier and stuff. And sometimes when you break it down like that, Shane knows those bills sometimes they get 5 million pages to read in a day, not even before you got to go for a vote. And all of this stuff happening in our schools is kind of like that. It's overwhelming. It's a lot of information. How I keep some of it in my brain, I'll never know. So I'm going to plug myself, and then I got to go be mom. But if you head over to magamission.org and click on the Advocate for Education page, MAGA has done an outstanding job of helping me have this platform and get all of this information out there to you. And one of those resources is the 101 A Parent's Guide series that tackles a variety of topics happening in education today, the indoctrination. There's resources, all kinds of stuff, calls to action at the end. And yeah, thank you for bringing me up, MAGA, Sean, letting me talk a little bit about what we tried to Thursday before X shut us down. And yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their Saturday. Last thing, you want to say bye-bye? Lawson says bye-bye. But yeah, thanks everyone.
All right. Alex dropped out. Sean, you there? Shane, you there? Everybody there? I think we're going to be putting a bow on this by 5 o'clock, my time, of course. I'm in California. It's been a great space. Like to go to Proud, and then we'll go to some other people, and we'll put a bow on this and wrap it up.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm certainly learning a lot from the space. Yes, I'm Irish before anyone comments, and I am the niece of a fallen US veteran. But outside of that, I'm going to recommend maybe if some of you might like to go to Rumble and listen to a guy called Richard Vobes. That's RICHARD VOBES. I believe in what he is supporting, people who are homeschooling, because these school systems are indoctrination camps to indoctrinate children with ideologies of hate and of sexualization at a young age, I believe is wrong. Children, I believe, also were not designed to sit quiet for 45, 55 minutes, however long classes are these days. So I believe in children being able to get up, run about, especially when you've got children with autism, etc., who certainly cannot sit quiet. That there are other methodologies and means by which to educate children away from the sexualization and the very left-leaning politics that have been globalizing around the world. And I'm delighted to see Rep. Shane Meckland here. It is always amazing to see him and a few others here that I recognize. And I'm looking forward to my visit to the States, hopefully either this summer or next. I'm still looking into dates and finances at this point. So I am looking forward to a holiday over to you and to meet up with those of you whom I've had the fortunate honor of speaking with on the spaces. I just think that Zoom sort of showed us that we could educate our children digitally. And I'm going to say, I think it is up to parents now to sort out home education groups. Or maybe see if you can, in your state, set up something like a home ed group where you can bring your kids to a centralized location where they can learn different things like cooking, sewing, agriculture, whatever else, art, nature, archaeology, etc. All of the skills that people go on to learn in uni, just even the littlest basic foundational elementary principles of different aspects of life, rather than sitting children in a stuffy classroom being lectured at rather than being spoken with. And when you have teachers that are very left-wing, of course your kids are going to come home and start wars at home with arguments where teachers are saying, well, if your mom and dad believe this, well, then they're wrong. And this is where I think we need to get away from that ideology. And I'm a firm believer in the home education principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Proud. Sorry for taking so long to get back. Man, we covered a lot of stuff. I did, Shane, just to let you know, I did talk about Walker Anderson and what's going on with him. And yeah, it sounds like he's not going to be back in court again until February 12th. Is that correct? Or February 17th? I might have it mixed up.
It's February 12th. It's the day we go back into session.
Yeah.
But thank you for doing that. I missed that part, but yeah, that's important too, because that's our Second Amendment rights, which protects our First Amendment rights. So yes, but thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. And, I actually was talking to Sarah and, I sent messages to you, Sarah, Walker, everybody. And in the meantime, before that happens, I'm not sure if they would like to do more work or talk about it again and let people know about it, because there's still people that don't know about it, but it is getting into the mainstream news. I know that there's articles out there. There's been lots of pieces on this. We've done spaces on it, and I think people need to know about it because it's super important. And yeah, it definitely goes right in line with the Second Amendment and that nature. So if they're interested, Shane, and you're interested, I'm more than happy to do more work with them on that between now and then, if it'll help.
Well, Maga, I think that was kind of a redundant question, because I think I'm going to be there. It's like let's just figure it out and we'll get it done. I'm more than happy to advocate all day long for the importance of this. So yeah, just let me know when.
Yeah, I know we hold spaces every day, and I think the hope was not just having that intimate time with Sarah and Walker and you and everybody to talk about it, but even bringing it into spaces periodically here and there, segueing into it and just touching on it, making sure people know where the GoFundMe page, or not, I don't know if it's GoFundMe. He has funds, he has links to help his defense fund. I don't know
It's
if
a
it's
give, send,
GoFundMe or
go.
what.
It's a get. Yeah, I will not advocate a GoFundMe. I'm done with them.
I always say that first, and I know there's so many different ways to donate.
Yep. No, I use the Christian-based one that doesn't like to confiscate funds if they don't like what it is you're advocating for. So that's just my personal position.
And Matt, before you close up, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm also in California. If there's ever issues going on with education here, or as we're coming up to more elections, any way that I can be helpful, don't hesitate to reach out.
Ooh, that is awesome, Angela. Thank you so much. I definitely am looking for people in California because I'm here, and I really want to work with people here. We've been talking with James Bradley. There's been things going on at the state capitol and stuff like that, so definitely of interest. I would love to help support you and join forces and do something together. That would be so great. Thank you, Angela, for extending that to me. It means a lot. It does. A lot of people don't realize how much that means, because we put in a lot of time. We put in our heart, we put in our soul. Marlon does this every day, Monday through Friday, even sometimes Saturdays and Sundays. I'm usually floating around doing some stuff, but Sean's on every single day doing the drive. We got Carmen and Gypsy and Ice and everybody doing morning shows early on. So we're really trying our hardest to bring the voices of the American people to the people that are in office and have our voices be heard and bring change from the grassroots up. And that's what this is all about. So that's really, really great stuff. Thank you so much. It means a lot.
I'm fourth generation Californian. I thought about picking up and leaving, and then I put my foot down and said, no, let's fight for it.
Yeah, I talked about that a lot of people pack up and leave, and it's like, well, it's kind of like if America were to fail, where do we pack up and leave and go to? There's nowhere to go to, right? And it's the same thing. You leave your state, you create a vacuum. When you create a vacuum, what gets put in there? Something better? No, probably something worse.
Well, and many of them are taking their crap to another state and setting up camp there and doing the same darn thing. So.
Oh yeah, this is a total playbook. They just keep running the same plays until they win the game. It's a war of attrition, people.
And Angela, you being I believe you're a doctor, right?
I have a doctorate, but I am actually a chiropractor, and I have a master's in human nutrition and functional medicine, but been told many times on these spaces, well, you're not an MD. You're damn right. I'm not.
but the one thing we do know is cancer spreads. So if we all vacate the bad state, like you being in California, me being in Minifornia, and we just flee to the conservative state, how long is it? Do you want to fight it when you're 50 or do you want to fight it when you're 70? Because I guarantee you they're just going to ship it right across the next state line.
Exactly.
And
They
you're going
take
to
it
be
with
fighting
them.
it 20 years later. That's what they do. They play the long game. So I'm with you. Stay and fight.
100%. Let's go to Mr. Gant, the glove maker.
I'm just going to say that my wife has prepared a perfectly medium rare ribeye.
You're the devil, Paul. I swear,
am.
you're always
He's trying to
teasing me
rub it
with
in.
these. I know, no, he always has the perfectly cooked prime rib waiting for him, and he knows it's like torture. Come on, he's so fortunate.
Yeah, I am. So the Serbian war criminal that I'm married to, she's also a good cook. So I'm going to go and enjoy that. And I'm going to watch Deion Sanders' Colorado Buffaloes and UCLA game. And that's how I roll on Saturday night. So if I don't see you in the future, I'll see you in the pasture.
Paul, you better hope Matt wishes you something other than choking on that steak.
No, I love basil. Basil's our favorite, and yeah, God bless Paul and his wife and his family. He's a great guy. Love the guy.
Thanks,
May it
Matt.
be a bit fatty and give you bubble guts.
See y'all later.
Later. Well, everybody, I'm sorry. I see. Let me have Jenny come up. I'm just gonna say hi to Jenny real quick. Jenny, you're late. We're gonna close the space, hon. But it's good to have you. Why don't you say hi? If you want.
Hi. How you feeling, Matt?
I'm feeling a little better. I was I was pulling out of it, and I just kind of got up and moving around. But I'm still just a little out of it. But I'm just trying to get moving to get back into the swing of things, you know. So yeah, I'm clearing up. Stuff's clearing up. I'm getting my energy back. It's actually weird as the energy comes back. It almost feels like the willies. It's not like regular energy. It's like some kind of little weird electrical jumpstart thing. It's like making me feel the willies. Like I got to get up and do something. So it's my body's telling me I gotta get active again and start moving around.
That's good. I just wanted to come up and say good evening and just make sure you're doing all right. I heard you were not well there with the nasties, so.
Yeah, I was feeling nauseous and stuff, so it was hard to even look at a screen and talk and think and then I rested and it was hard to come back and talk and think. So it's kind of a process to get back in the swing of things and get going again.
Well, we're glad to see you. You're doing well. I saw you hosting space. Good evening, Sean. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. And if anybody doesn't know, Jenny is with the TNOOA, or the National Owner Operators Association. Mike Boston was in here earlier. He spoke with us briefly. This space was dedicated to going back to our how we got here and our history and coming to America and the colonization of America, the Pilgrims, and our paths and stuff, and where we're going and what we're dealing with now. I want to turn back to Sean, and it was just a really fascinating space. We had a lot of people come up with some history. We actually brought in Congressman Jim Bennett to the fold. He's going to be joining MAGA Mission. So if anything, if somebody got something from the space, then mission accomplished. And I hope everybody got some value from it today and enjoyed themselves. But Sean, why don't you jump back in? Are you there, buddy? You still with me?
Yeah, no, and what I thought was really incredible, maybe it was the title, right? It was that we got so many people that came in that had a lineage from the Mayflower. And honestly, it really struck me. It was really crazy to me because we've talked about, like, nobody knows what that was or what was going on. Like, we were all trained to be different, but you've got all these people that are still around from a lineage of the Mayflower. Like, and so when we were talking about all this, they're like, "No, yeah, totally. I can bring you receipts. I can tell you, I like my family was there." And that's where again too was really amazing to me how many people came up and said they literally came out of those 50 people. 50, think about that. 50 people that survived transiting the Atlantic on the Mayflower.
50.
Yep, 50.
Yeah. Insurmountable odds, especially in a wild country that's not even established, and it's just raw, raw, cold, hard, unforgiving. It's a killer. They came here, and most people just couldn't handle it, and their bodies collapsed. They couldn't handle it. So only the strongest survive in America, it would seem. We're a strong nation. We're a strong people. We're resilient, and we don't give up. And I think that's ingrained in our DNA. No matter who you are, it's in our DNA to fight to the very last man, and we're never going to give up. And that's the American spirit. And I love you guys for it. Okay, well, I got to close out. I just want to say God bless everybody, and have a great rest of your Saturday, and Godspeed, and we'll see you next time. And please go to one of our other shows during the week. Make sure you check Marlon Monday through Friday, Sean Monday through Friday, and also the Gypsy Lounge in the early morning with Iceman, Gypsy, and Carmen, and all of our other great team members. Alex is doing Education Against Indoctrination. Please check out Alex's page and look for her spaces. And can't wait to see you. Until next time, guys. Love you. Godspeed. Good night.